Far.
Yeah, we came back in at Donington and didn't have a very good Donington, but it's a new truck and we just got loads of bits and bobs to do on the truck here to get it right. And we are getting there. Yesterday was a bit of a disaster. Had got half a decent crash at turn 1 with a few others, but no, we're getting there. It's getting better.
We saw that crash at turn 1 yesterday. Obviously it put you very far behind, but of course that does put you into pole position for the start of today's race. Have you got any tactics that are hopefully going to not see a repeat of yesterday?
Well, hopefully. I mean, I've got Dave Jenkins by the side of me and obviously the rest behind me, so hopefully going for a good start and try and get out in front and then see what happens, but you never know. It's truck racing, so anything could happen.
That is very true. So no lasting scars from yesterday. I know the guys are working quite late last night. No issues there. We're all ready to go.
No, it was just panel damage really, and we're just running out of panels. We just seem to be getting through panels quite quick.
But I do believe that's like a vintage Steve Thomas thing. You know, you always used to bring spares.
Yeah, I was quite happy yesterday when I come home and it was battle scars. It's back to normal now. So elbows out today, and let's crack on.
Well, Rubbin is racing. Thank you very much for joining us, Steve. Steve Thomas, good luck with your race.
Thank you.
And let's go and have a talk with the Division 2 front runner, Craig Reed. Back down the low paddock now with Craig Evans. Craig, not too good of a start for the weekend for you yesterday, but pole position starting Sunday's first race. Any plans for the race?
Well, hopefully just get off to a good start and have better results than yesterday, really. It was a bit unlucky yesterday rather than anything else, but better luck for today.
Have you made any changes to the truck? We were actually just looking at your engine a moment ago. It's in very good condition. You obviously take good care of it. Is there anything you've changed on the regime this weekend?
Not particularly this weekend. Before Donington we made a few changes to the engine. We had a few teething troubles and we've had trying a few more out since then, and we're still having a few problems now, but fingers crossed we might have just sorted it today. Well,
if I recall correctly, you did go home with some silverware, so we're going to see a repeat of that, yes?
I do hope so, and we have got our fingers crossed. Let's not count the chickens.
Well, you've just got to make it stick. I understand watching the racing here at Snetterton, it's quite a large circuit, big lap times. As long as you can make it stick early on, we should be okay.
I hope so. We seem quite good around the first part of the circuit, so if we can get off to a good start, we might stand a chance.
Fantastic. Well, Craig, good luck for your first race today, and I hope it goes well for you. Back now to our commentator, Dave Goddard, for some racing action.
Pointy, yes, good morning from me, ladies and gents. Welcome to Snetterton on this Sunday morning, the second day of race action here in Norfolk with the BARC, the British Automobile Racing Club, here live on BARC TV. Slightly cloudy conditions. We had some lovely sunny weather yesterday, but there is a bit of a threat of rain in the air here today. Hopefully that will hold off and allow us to have a full day of racing here live on BARC TV. We'll have a look at the schedule in just a moment. The trucks are ready to go, as we've seen. The big rigs contesting their third of 5 races across the course of this weekend, the British Truck Racing Championship. We've also got the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the first of their races coming up at 10:55. The Pultec Pre-66 touring cars, Minis, Anglias and much more, combined with the Shell Oils Pre-83 touring cars. We've got the likes of Mark 1 Escorts, Triumph Dolomites and plenty more variety in there. Then we've got some more modern cars from the classic touring cars, the Pre-93 touring cars and the Pre-2003 cars as well. It was Gary Preble's Honda Civic that topped their race yesterday. Pre-93 usually dominated by BMWs. Then there's another truck race coming up after that. And then we have our lunch break before the most powerful cars we'll see here today from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Classic Thunder Saloons and the Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford as well, BOSS as it's known for shorts. That's followed by the Jaguars, the Jaguar Enthusiasts Club Saloon and GT Series. Tom Robinson dominated proceedings in his XJR yesterday. And then we've got something new, the Snetterton Saloon, sponsored by Uncle Luke's Sign and Sticker Shop. They had their qualifying session this morning. It's a 45-minute pit stop race for all manner of different saloon and sports cars in that race. There's 1 or 2 sports cars in with the saloons, plenty of variety there. Some cars shared by 2 drivers as well, so a nice little mini endurance race we've got here at Snetterton today. And we close with the British Truck Racing Championship in their final race of the weekend. So this is going to be an interesting day's racing. Then we will begin with the trucks in just a few moments' time. We had 2 races for the trucks yesterday. It was Martin Gibson who led all the way in Division 1 in race number 1 for the more powerful, more modified race trucks. Ryan Smith made up for some disappointment in race 2 because in the first race he had problems with the slipping clutch and finished at the back of Division 1. He's not had a happy season with his new Mercedes Actros, Ryan Smith. We'll see how he gets on. The trucks heading out from the assembly area. Then we saw David Jenkins, number 69, going out there. He came into this weekend leading the championship, just 6 points ahead of Martin Gibson. But in race 2 yesterday, he got caught up in an incident on the first corner and dropped to the back of the Division 1 pack along with Steve Thomas. And but that means with the reverse grid system being used, based on the results of the previous race, he will start from the front row today. We'll give you the grid fairly shortly then for the first truck race of the day. Let's have a look. Division 1, the more powerful trucks start off in the front. Number 33, Steve Thomas, finished at the back in Division 1, having been spun on the first corner in the race yesterday afternoon. So number 33, Steve Thomas, with his MAN, is on pole alongside 69, David Jenkins. Second row, number 81, Mark Taylor, had a good battle with Stuart Oliver yesterday in his Volvo, the 10-time British and 1-time European champion. So Taylor and Oliver on row 2. Row 3, number 11, Martin Gibson, who I believe from my calculations is now leading the championship with his MAN, alongside number 18, John Newell's new MAN, and the Mercedes Actros of Ryan Smith starts at the back of the grid, having won race 2 yesterday. Then we've got the slightly less powerful trucks in Division 2. They're headed up by number 10, Craig Evans, alongside number 41 of Simon Cole. The second row, we've got number 46 of Bradley Smith, alongside 6 of John Powell. Bradley Smith in an Iveco, John Powell in a DAF. Third row, Division 2, number 5, Adam Bintz, with his Volvo White Aerodyne, running on HVO fuel, a new eco-friendly fuel this weekend, starting alongside the reigning Division 2 champion, number 3, Stephen Powell, with his MAN. And then we've got the double winner from yesterday, 68, Craig Reed, going for a hat-trick in his Iveco Stralis, starts alongside number 16 of Brad Smith. Yeah, just to confuse you, we've got 2 Bradley Smiths here. We call one Bradley and one Brad. Number 16, Brad Smith, the Leicestershire driver, couldn't get his DAF to run properly yesterday, so he's back out for this one. And we should see at the back of the field, number 32, Jock Borthwick, with his MAN, the Scotsman. Failed to start the second race yesterday, pulled off on the rolling lap. And hopefully, along with him, we may see Paul McCumiskey with his Volvo. He failed to race yesterday, had a problem in qualifying. So the pace truck leading them round then. It is number 33 in his half and half liveried MAN, Steve Thomas, the man from Birmingham, who will start from the front of the grid alongside the Digraph Transports and Morris Lubricants MAN of David Jenkins. There's Mark Taylor, a few battle scars on his MAN. He collided with Steve Thomas on the first corner of yesterday's second race. So it's MANs to the fore, the German built trucks. There's the red Iveco, that's Craig Reed. Brad Smith is back out in his DAF, and there's Jock Borthwick, he has made it back out. Number 32, the man from Hoyk in southern Scotland. Looks like we haven't got Paul McCumiskey. I think he may have withdrawn from the weekend, sadly. There is the 10-time champion, truck racing legend Stuart Oliver in his Volvo VNL, trying to make up this weekend for a no score in the previous round at Donington Park when the truck failed in the first race of the weekend. There's Martin Gibson, the championship leader in the black and yellow MAN, and there is flying Ryan Smith in the black Mercedes. The pink Mercedes is Simon Cole, the Mercedes Beast as he calls that truck. Great field of trucks here at Snetterton. They have 2 meetings to go after this as well. We go to Pembrey in Wales with them in October, and then Brands Hatch in Kent on Bonfire Night weekend for their traditional fireworks finale. Well, Ryan Smith was very despondent after the first race yesterday. Had serious problems with the clutch, which caused him to drop to the back of the Division 1 trucks. But that gave him pole position for race 2. They managed to fix the issue, and Ryan led all the way. There's his fellow Mercedes pilot, Simon Cole from Dartford, in the pink Mercedes, running in conjunction with Team Hard, the well-known touring car team. Bradley Smith there, the blue and white Iveco, son of Tony Smith, who raced under the same number, 46. John Powell, number 6, in his DAF. He got a disqualification in yesterday's first race for jumping the start. And there is Stephen Powell, number 3, in his MAN. Won the Division 2 title last year, but it's Craig Reed who leads the Division 2 points by an increased margin now after 2 wins in the class yesterday, the man from Stoke. This really is a fantastic entry of trucks we have out here. We'll get them lined up on the grid behind the GT Tyres MAN pace truck for the rolling starts, driven by Sean Taylor. Another man to watch out there, we mentioned Adam Bint, the black Volvo there. There's Brad Smith and Jock Borthwick, hoping to last the distance this time at the back. There they are on the grid. You can see it's not the widest of circuits here at Snetterton for truck racing. Overtaking is a tricky job. That means that David Jenkins, I reckon, could be the favourite here, number 69. He came into this weekend leading the championship in Division 1 ahead of Martin Gibson, but I think with David having suffered in that incident at the start of race 2 yesterday, he dropped to the back of Division 1, only able to finish 6th. So he could well have lost the championship lead by my calculations now to Martin Gibson in the number 11. It's possibly the first time in several years that Ryan Smith hasn't been leading the Division 1 points, because he has won the last 5 Division 1 titles. It's mechanical issues with his new Mercedes, especially at Donington, have really held him back. He won 4 out of 5 races at the season opener at Brands Hatch. He did the same at Thruxton in Hampshire in the second round in July at Convoy on the Plain. But then at Convoy in the Park at Donington, he had repeated electrical problems, and then in the 4th race of the weekend the engine blew and briefly caught fire. The marshals acted quickly to put the fire out, but Ryan Smith was out of the weekend. Thankfully he's okay, he's back and ready to race on. We saw him take a win yesterday. Can he get through the Division 1 pack here though? Division 2 headed up by Craig Evans, number 10 with his MAN. Had a retirement in the first race yesterday, but managed to get to the finish in race 2. Craig, through consistency, is 3rd in the Division 2 points behind Craig Reed and Stephen Powell. Adam Bint qualified on pole yesterday, had a couple of good results in the Volvo. 3rd in race 2. Okay, here we go then. The pace truck leads them off. Ready for our 3rd truck race of the weekend. If you've not seen big rig racing before, you've really got a treat coming up. These 5. Oh, bit of smoke and steam there from Simon Cole. I hope that's not the sign of more impending problems with the Mercedes. Been plagued with transmission problems this year, but if you've not seen truck racing before, you've got a real treat coming up. These 5-ton beasts, several hundred horsepower in each one. 12 and 13 litre engines. They are limited electronically to 100 miles per hour. There are penalties if you are found to have exceeded that speed limit. The officials will be looking out for that, and also looking out for any black smoke coming from the trucks as well. If you're seen emitting black smoke, you can be disqualified. Brad Smith just hoping to get some racing laps in there, the number 16. After those problems yesterday, the Unity Recovery and Midland Caliper Centre sponsored truck. A 21 plate MAN leading them round, almost brand new pace truck. Craig Evans and Simon Cole lead Division 2. Keep an eye on John Powell. If he makes another decent start here, he could be in with a chance. There's Jock Borthwick in the tartan liveried MAN. Almost looks like, with that white and tartan livery, looks like the old Stewart Grand Prix team, doesn't it? Their colours. Pace begins to quicken at a slightly misty Snetterton. They head round the left-hander at Agostini, named after the motorcycling greats. Then it's up towards the left flick at Hamilton's. Then into the right at Oggy's. Then the next right-hander is Williams Corner. then it's round onto the back straight, the Bentley straight as it's known. This new infield loop installed a few years ago here at Snetterton. On the 300 circuit as it's known, the 200 circuit cuts out this infield loop and you go straight from the hairpin, Wilson's hairpin, into the back straight. Full circuit in use today. This will be a 15-minute race. Choose your potential race winners here, viewers. Who do you think's going to win our first truck race of the day? Craig Reed going for a hat-trick in Division 2 in the red. Is it Iveco or Iveco? Never sure. It's MAN to the fore at the front though, with the Volvo of Stuart Oliver, the interloper, and the Mercedes at the back in the colours of the Mercedes Formula 1 team. The Norbert Kiss built truck from Hungary originally, driven by Ryan Smith. I know he was very grateful to his team for curing those clutch problems yesterday. Getting ready then for our first race of the day here at Snetterton, the third race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Steve Thomas, number 33, on pole in Division 1 with his MAN, the similar machine of David Jenkins, number 69, alongside him. Mark Taylor and Stuart Oliver behind them. Ryan Smith, the five-time champion, at the back of Division 1. Craig Evans and Simon Cole head the Division 2 grid behind them. Craig Reed going for a hat-trick in Division 2 in truck number 68. This will be a 15-minute race on the Snetterton 300 circuit layouts. This is going to be a cracker. Waiting for them to come through Murray's Corner. They're up towards the Senna straights now. Pace truck is in the pit lane. It's time to go racing here at the Snetterton circuit. The big rigs are ready to rumble. Here we go then, waiting for the red light to go out. It does so, and we're away. Down towards Rich's Corner for the first time. The pack is unleashed. Steve Thomas and David Jenkins side by side as they head into the first corner. A good start by Stuart Oliver as well. I think he's just clipped the back of Steve Thomas there as they go into the first corner. Division 1 chase their way through. Simon Cole has taken the lead of Division 2 in the pink Mercedes. It looks like it is David Jenkins, number 69, who will lead into Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Stuart Oliver coming through into second place past Steve Thomas. Ryan Smith trying to get round the outside of John Newell. Simon Cole leads Division 2 ahead of Adam Bint. Craig Evans in third place. Then it's Bradley Smith in 46 getting pushed there. John Powell's gone off onto the grass in the number 6 in the DAF. He'll drop back a couple of spots as a result there. It's already a battle in Division 1. Mark Taylor gets sent wide by Ryan Smith. He's fired up and ready to attack here. David Jenkins, number 69, leads them into Agostini for the first time in the Digraph Transports MAN. He's already clear of Stuart Oliver. Steve Thomas in third. It looks like Ryan Smith is in there somewhere as well. It's David Jenkins who leads the way though, looking to take back the championship lead from Martin Gibson, number 11, through towards Oggie's Corner for the first time, the right-hander. Oliver in second place, then Thomas third. Smith is fourth in the Mercedes, made a good start there. Behind him Mark Taylor, sixth is John Newell. Martin Gibson at the back of Division 1 at the moment. Then Division 2 headed by Simon Cole in the Mercedes. Adam Bint second, then Craig Evans side by side for fourth. Stephen Powell up the inside at Williams Corner, side by side with Bradley Smith. Behind them Craig Reed. Then it's John Powell forced wide at the hairpin on the first lap. Down the straight under the bridge into Brundle's Corner. Then it's into Nelson, the right-hander. Steve Thomas going well here. The truck having undergone a few running repairs after some bodywork damage yesterday. Collided with Mark Taylor in race 2, holding off Ryan Smith. Mark Taylor under fire from John Newell, the Yorkshireman in number 18. Returns truck racing over the last couple of years after several seasons away, building up his container and tanker business. Here comes Ryan Smith chasing down Steve Thomas. Will he get through at Murray's corner? No, he won't. A narrow bit of the circuit there. Originally called Russell, after Jim Russell, the racer and racing school boss. Now renamed in memory of Murray Walker, the voice of motorsports. David Jenkins has the lead then. He leads by over 3 seconds at the end of the first lap, ahead of Stuart Oliver. Simon Cole comes through over the line, leading the Division 2 field ahead of Adam Bint in second by 3/4 of a second, the gap there. And good to see Brad Smith is going well. At least he's done a racing lap this time. There's the fight for third. Thomas, Smith, Taylor, Newell and Gibson. Martin Gibson a little wide there off Wilson's hairpin. Originally called Montreal, that hairpin, because of its resemblance to the similar corner on the Canadian Grand Prix circuit, but now renamed Wilson's in memory of IndyCar star Justin Wilson, who of course sadly lost his life at Pocono a few years ago. Ryan Smith all over Steve Thomas here. Steve Thomas back in truck racing after a couple of years out with his MAN. As a look up the inside coming out of Agostini, Ryan Smith going for 6 straight titles this year. The first 2 breaking away though, Jenkins ahead of Stuart Oliver. The gap was 3.6 seconds at the end of the first lap. And Oliver ahead of Thomas by over 2 seconds as well. So the first 2 are getting away. Ryan Smith, if he's going to catch them, needs to get past Steve Thomas quick sharp here. He's going to have a look up the inside into Williams' corner. Thomas gives him room and Smith up into third place. Now he's going to go after the top 2. Mark Taylor is next, and Martin Gibson in the GT Tyres MAN being frustrated a little here, trying to get past John Newell. Newell moving to the inside to attack Mark Taylor in the number 81, the Taylor's Haulage MAN. Down they come towards Brundle again for the second time. Ryan Smith now up into third. He's going to chase down Jenkins and Oliver. There's the battle for 5th position. Mark Taylor, you can see a few scars on his truck from that collision with Steve Thomas yesterday on the first corner of race 2, sent Steve Thomas spinning. Division 2 I think is still being led by Simon Cole. We'll pick them up shortly. Adam Bint giving chase to him in truck number 5, the black Volvo. Just looking down the timing screen, Jock Borthwick didn't come through on the first lap, so I think we've lost him again, possibly into the paddock. Now here's the lead battle in Division 2. Now that's Simon Cole and Craig Reed. Has Adam Bint got ahead? Yes, he has. There's Bint. The number 5 Volvo has taken the lead in Division 2, and Craig Reed is going for second place. They're side by side over the line. There's a black and white flag being displayed. That's the driving standards flag. Now who's that for? Haven't had any notification of who that's for at the moment, as Simon Cole stays ahead of Craig Reed for second place in Division 2, that is 9th overall. So Adam Bint now leads Division 2. Here is the Volvo, the man from Oxfordshire, running on the more environmentally friendly HVO fuel. It's certainly working for him. He's having a good run this weekend in that older Volvo. Mercedes against Iveco for second. Then we've got Stephen Powell's MAN, John Powell in the DAF. We haven't seen the third member of the Powell family this weekend, Graham, with his Renault truck. Side by side still for second through Palmer's corner. Craig Reed trying to go around the outside there, trying to out-drag Simon Cole in the Mercedes Beast, as he calls it. Can he get ahead here? I don't think he'll get around the outside at Agostini. Can you fit 2 trucks side by side to that? He's done it. Good move, Craig Reed. Right the way around the outside into Agostini. A little bit wide over the curb. Stephen Powell 4th. And then we've got John Powell, Bradley Smith and Craig Evans. Now, has Brad Smith come through? I'm not sure if he has. Don't tell me we've lost the number 16 again. A little bit of steam off the front wheel there on Craig Reed. They use water-cooled brakes, these trucks, so don't be alarmed if you see water coming, steam coming from the front wheels in particular. That's just steam from the heat from the water-cooled brakes. That's Bradley Smith, Craig Evans. Lead in Division 2, still with Adam Bint in the number 5. It is a menacing looking truck with that black livery with the orange flashes down the side, isn't it, Adam Bint? It used to be blue and white, that truck, but I think that's a black paint job suits it far better. Swings it through Nelson's corner. Now here's a battle between Steve Thomas and Martin Gibson. Big lock up there from Gibson. I thought he wasn't going to get the truck stopped there. Nearly lost it. Black and white flag is out again. We don't know who that's for, unfortunately. I haven't had notification through on the timing screen. Meantime, David Jenkins has cleared off in front. Martin Gibson in 5th place, challenging Steve Thomas. He's got ahead of Mark Taylor in the number 81 now, and John Newell down to 7. So Gibson on the move. He's really having a great season, Martin Gibson. Could he take the British Championship this year? Races cars as well in the Fun Cup Endurance Series, with backing from GT Tyres. Does a lot of testing and development work for them, does Martin, based in Warwickshire. Ryan Smith in the Mercedes, challenging Stuart Oliver now for 2nd place. David Jenkins, though, is nearly 7 seconds up the road. Just under 7 minutes of the race to go, so we're just past halfway. We're on the 4th lap of the race. It's a long lap here at Snetterton, one of the longest circuit layouts in the UK. Best lap of the race of 2 minutes 25, and a tangle there. Round goes Steve Thomas, look out! Goodness me, John Newell very quick on the brakes there. I thought he was going to T-bone Steve Thomas. The tangle there between Martin Gibson and Steve Thomas. Thomas spun around. Now John Newell, can he get going? Yes, he can. He's there with the Division 2 runners. Excuse me, says Adam Binns. Craig Reed's catching Bint now, you can see there. That was a very judicious bit of braking there by John Newell. He was confronted with Steve Thomas as he came out of Agostini, sideways across the road in front of him, and he managed to get on the brakes and get the truck stopped. That was contact between Steve Thomas and Martin Gibson, I think, coming out of Agostini. Gibson tried to move and it didn't work. And there's John Newell, who hopefully doesn't need to pit for a change of underpants after that one. That was a pretty scary moment for the number 18. Well, here are your Division 2 leaders, and they had to get past John Newell's stranded truck, Bint and Reed 1st and 2nd. That's closed the gap between the two of them. It's Stephen Powell now 3rd in Division 2. He's got ahead of Simon Cole's Merc. John Newell still going at the back of Division 1 now. There is Martin Gibson. I imagine he's having braking issues because we saw him lock up into Murray's last time. You can see him throwing the truck around there. So maybe that contact with Steve Thomas was caused by a brake problem. Still got the black and white flag out there, which is the driving standards flag. We've lost 2 runners in Division 2, Brad Smith and Jock Borthwick. Their problems from yesterday returning. Well, David Jenkins has gone out of sight of everybody else. He's leading by 8.5 seconds now, just on the fastest lap, 2:25.292. Still Stuart Oliver 2nd, Ryan Smith 3rd. It's Mark Taylor now 4th after that tangle between Gibson and Thomas. Ryan Smith chasing down Stuart Oliver, 2 of the all-time greats of British truck racing. Although the likes of Richard Walker and Steve Parrish may have something to say about that. They're both still active. Incidentally, Richard Walker now races historic cars with his son Jack Walker Tully, and Steve Parrish still active in his first career in motorsport in motorcycle racing. I believe he's racing in the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy this weekend on historic bikes. Mark Taylor flings the 81 there through Hamilton's. Here's the battle for 2nd out of Williams' corner, named after Sir Frank Williams and his eponymous Formula 1 team. Ryan Smith challenging for 2nd. Meanwhile, there's the battle for the lead of Division 2, and John Newell has caught them up. Here comes Ryan Smith. He goes one way, then the other. Stuart Oliver defending there pretty robustly into Brundle corner. Ryan Smith tries again. He's up the inside to Nelson. He's never going to get through there. Bash! Wide goes the number 7. And Ryan Smith goes through into 2nd. Stuart Oliver had to lift off there. Hopefully that hasn't damaged the 2 trucks. Well, rubbing's racing, as they say. And there was certainly a bit of a rub there. And we saw earlier this season on BARC TV, Ryan Taylor's Mini hit the curb on the inside of that corner at Nelson's, and he nearly rolled. No chance of that happening with a truck, I hope, as meanwhile Craig Reed up the inside into Brundles takes the lead of Division 2. He's got past Adam Bint and John Newell trying to get through. They're trying to go side by side now. Newell in the more powerful Division 1 truck gets past Adam Bint. I hope Adam hasn't got a problem here because he dropped back quite considerably through there in the Volvo. Craig Reed, for the third time this weekend, leads Division 2. So Ryan Smith now second, but he's 10 seconds down on David Jenkins. I don't think he's going to make that up in just over 2 minutes that he's got left. There'll be, well, it might be checkered flag this time around. They may get one more lap out of this. Didn't see how long there was left when David Jenkins crossed the start-finish line. There's Mark Taylor, number 81, in 4th place. Started his career in truck racing as a sponsor of Ryan Smith before deciding to have a go at racing for himself. Where is Smith? In the Merc. First Mercedes Actros we've seen in British truck racing. Simon Cole in the model before it, the Atego. And here's Steve Thomas still keeping pace with Martin Gibson in the battle for 5th place. But I would certainly say that Martin Gibson having some braking issues, whether Adam Bint's got an issue as well, sliding out of the hairpin there. Sponsored by Crown Oil. I hope that's not what he's sliding on there. Well, here comes our leader. We've barely seen him all race long. You can see the lead he's got there. David Jenkins in the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN is heading for his first win of the weekend. Ryan Smith we could see in the background. There's 1 minute left on the clock, so I think they'll get one more lap out of this. We'll wait and see whether the checkered flag goes out this time or not. Ryan Smith in second, having forced his way past Stuart Oliver. We'll see what the gap is when they come through this time, but purple sectors in sectors 1 and 2. Of course, purple on a timing screen means fastest of all. So Ryan Smith is on for the fastest lap of the race here as he tries to catch David Jenkins. We will get one more lap out of this because Jenkins up towards the line. There's still 30 seconds to go. David Jenkins perhaps hoping to see the checkered flag because he'll be able to see that Ryan Smith is now second in his mirror. Over the line they go to start the final lap. The board is out, last lap. A 5-second penalty being given there. You can see from the marshals on the start line. Trucks, just had a notification. Trucks 41 and 68. 5-second penalties for exceeding track limits. Now, 41 is Simon Cole. 68 is Craig Reed, and he's leading Division 2. So he needs to finish more than 5 seconds ahead now. There is Reed of Adam Bint because he's second in Division 2. We'll see what the gap between the two of them is this time through. He's got John Newell on his tail. That's a Division 1 truck, so that doesn't matter. But Craig Reed now needs to finish more than 5 seconds clear of Adam Bint to win Division 2. He gets the notification. 5-second penalty for truck number 68. There's Bint. We'll see what the gap is between them. Simon Cole's got the penalty as well. He's further back in the order. He's dropped behind John Powell and Bradley Smith now, so the Mercedes slowing up a bit, I think. His last lap was a 2:38. Now, what's the gap between Craig Reed and Adam Bint? I think it is just over 5 seconds, actually, so Craig Reed might get away with it. Adam Bint's dropped back over the last couple of laps. There's Reed behind John Newell. So David Jenkins leading by 9.6 seconds. Fastest lap of the race last time by Ryan Smith, 2:25.260. But David Jenkins, I think, is going to hang on for victory. We come through towards the last few corners then. It's going to be a first win of the weekend for the man who led the championship coming into this weekend, now locked in combat with Martin Gibson. Gibson still going in 5th place. A little bit of a slide there coming out of the bomb hole corner, so named because it just dips down slightly through there, the circuit, and then into the long right-hander at Corham up towards Murray's. And it's going to be a win for number 69 David Jenkins into Murray's for the last time. On the power up towards the line, the MAN coming in to take the victory. This will do wonders for his championship hopes. David Jenkins takes the checkered flag. Clear win for Jenks. Ryan Smith will come over in second. Now what about Division 2? Remember, Craig Reed needs to finish more than 5 seconds clear of Adam Bintz. He is just, on the last lap he was just enough ahead. Stuart Oliver takes third place. He dropped back after a bit of contact with Ryan Smith at Nelson's. Fourth is going to go to Mark Taylor. Martin Gibson fifth and Steve Thomas sixth, and John Newell will be the final finisher. There's Gibson across the line ahead of Steve Thomas. None the worse for their collision earlier on. John Newell will be the final finisher in Division 1. That'll give him pole for the next race later on. It's kicking up a bit of dust there. Now, can Craig Reed finish 5 seconds clear of Adam Bintz? It looks like he's going to do it. It'll be a third win of the weekend, if so, in Division 2. Craig Reed first across the line in Division 2. He'll have the 5-second penalty applied. The battle for third between Stephen and John Powell. Family ties being ditched there. There's Bint over the line. Was the advantage enough for Craig Reed? Yes, it was. He takes the win side by side between the Powells across the line. A photo finish. I think John got there ahead of Stephen. We'll have to confirm that in a moment. Goodness me. Bradley Smith just behind them. And next home will be Simon Cole in the Mercedes-Benz. He gets a 5-second penalty for track limit offences as well. Craig Evans across the line, and that penalty will drop Cole behind Evans, only by 200ths of a second. But Craig Reed, I think, has done enough to hang on to the win. 3 out of 3 for Craig Reed in Division 2. We'll confirm the result in a moment then. The trucks will be directed back into the paddock, and we'll give you the provisional results of our first truck race of the day. David Jenkins, the winner, by just over 9 seconds ahead of Ryan Smith. He fought his way past Stuart Oliver, who takes third. Mark Taylor fourth, ahead of Martin Gibson, surviving his tangle with Steve Thomas. They are fifth and sixth. John Newell delayed in that as well. He takes seventh. With the reverse grid system, he'll be on pole for the race later on. In Division 2, well, the penalty didn't stop Craig Reed from winning ahead of Adam Bintz. 3 out of 3 this weekend for Craig Reed so far. And in the photo finish across the line, John Powell by 1,000th of a second ahead of Stephen Powell. A drag race to the line between those two, and John wins out. Bradley Smith is next ahead of Craig Evans. Then with that penalty, Simon Cole is next home. Brad Smith, number 16, failed to finish once again, and we lost Jock Borthwick at the start as well. Well, we can hand straight down to Park Ferme then, and Pointy is going to be down there in the paddock to talk to our race winner.
Down in Park Ferme now, straight after race 1 of Sunday here at Snetterton, and we have our podium winner, Dave Jenkins. Let's see if we can get Dave before he runs off. Dave. First of all, congratulations, Dave. Fantastic race. An early start for you, getting right ahead of Steve Thomas there before the first bend. Was that in the plan?
Yeah, we needed to try and do something to pass Steve early on, but I didn't quite know what it was going to be. But I think he was in the wrong gear, sadly, because he made a better start than me, and as my torque got hold, he had to go for another gear, so I think he was half a split behind on the gear change, and it just gave me the 2 metres I needed to finish passing him and get in front quickly.
And then a very comfortable lead for the rest of the race, really, although the stamina it must take to keep it in that position is obviously still quite difficult for you.
It is difficult, but you know, we've done some good times around here on Friday, just thumping laps in, so I knew it was, you know, achievable. Obviously we had some technical difficulties with the truck yesterday, just a little bit of braking imbalance. It spooked me a bit yesterday. It's took me off my Super A game really this morning, otherwise we'd have really been pushing for the fastest lap as well. But when it does this locking up business with the truck, there's risk of it breaking something, so there wasn't time to do it today. But I do think we've engineered our way around the problem, so I'm looking forward to the rest of the racing today. But they're definitely, you know, they're going to be a lot more difficult than that now as the day goes on.
Yeah, they'll be after you now, and of course you'll be starting at the back for the next race of the day. Have you got any plans to manage your way through the pack?
Yeah, just keep overtaking.
Fantastic, great news for Dave Jenkins. Thank you very much. We'll get you some silverware in a minute, buddy. Thank you. Right then, let's have a quick chat to where is he now? Ryan Smith dropping back a little bit if we can get him. No, I think he's actually disappeared, so I think the best thing to do is have a hand back to Dave in the commentary box, and we will catch up with you very shortly.
Okay, thanks very much, Pointy. Good to hear from David Jenkins. Hopefully, we will hear from a couple of other drivers shortly as well, because there's going to be a short pause before our next race, which is classic touring car racing. The CTCRC are here, fresh from their last meeting at Cadwell Park on August Bank Holiday Monday. And their first race is going to be a combined grid for the Shell Oil's Pre-83 touring cars and the Pultec Race Engine's Pre-66 touring cars, the oldest cars that we will see here racing at Snetterton today. They had a great race yesterday. The grid for race 2 is going to be based on the results of yesterday's race. We had a good battle between the two Mark 1 escorts of Mark Lucock and Stephen Primet. Stephen Primet was the double winner at Cadwell Park, but had to give best to Mark Lucock's Mark 1 escort yesterday. And in third place was Thomas Harvey, not driving his usual escort, but he'd taken over the wheel of the BMW E21, normally driven by Mike Luck. But Mike Luck out of racing due to illness at the moment, so Tom took over the BMW. He led briefly, but a missed gear dropped him back into third place, Mike tells us. David Howard was fourth in his Jaguar XJ12. And a good run by Mark Cholerton as well in his Mark II escort. Started towards the back of the grid, came through for sixth. While in the split of the Pre-66 cars, that was a win for the Ford Falcon of Alan Greenhall. The big V8, he finished 7th overall, finishing ahead of the Ford Mustang of Piers Grange. And third of the Pre-66 cars home was Robin Slater in his Ford Anglia. So a real mixture of cars out for our next race. That's coming up in about half an hour's time. So we're going to have a short break now here at Snetterton. We'll be back with you a little later on for our first classic touring car race of the day. Here we are in the very impressive Norfolk workshops owned by Martin Reynolds. The man himself joins me now. Classic touring car racing regular, and it's fair to say, Martin, a classic Ford obsessive.
Yeah, that's right. I'm Mr. Ford, they call me, of Norfolk. Yeah, I'm really passionate about my Fords.
We've got a whole collection of cars here. Let's talk about them in turn. First of all, your pre-66 Ford Anglia. Tell us about that car.
Well, it's got a 1495 with a 60 overbore in the, you know, you say 1966 series. Pretty much standard, really. There's nothing really out of the unusual on the car. We try and keep them as pure as possible, follow the regulations. Yeah, it's a straight-lined period car.
And in the shortened 2020 season, you came close to your championship in that car, I believe.
Yeah, second year, second again in the championship. Came first in my class, which I was happy with, but yeah, this year it's going to be different.
Moving on to the Mark 1 Escort. That was your first race car, I believe.
First race car I ever had with the club. It was obviously red and gold then. Changed it quite a bit since I purchased it, but that's where I started, and I've still got it and like to keep hold of it.
Because you haven't been racing as long as many people think, have you?
No, I started in late summer 2017. My first meeting was at Lyddon. I think that was around July, August time in 2017.
And you were a car builder for several years before then, I believe.
Well, as a young lad, I used to build Ford custom cars, i.e. Mark 1s, Mark 2s, Capris, Cortina, you know. Yeah, I've always been a Ford man.
And a new car for this year as well, the new for 2021 Anglia. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that's a 2.5 Millington. Pretty much the same setup as the Escort Mark 1. Obviously, we haven't got the width on the axles, but we're hoping to make up for it by this agility around the corners once we get it set up.
And you're looking for the Blue Oval Saloon Series title in that, because I think you were runner-up in that as well last year, weren't you?
Yeah, I was runner-up in that last year, again to Piers, so unfortunately, but this year again, we're on it, and I'd like to see the Anglia go all the way.
And we may see you out as well. You've still got the Mustang Mach-1 as well.
Yeah, the Mach-1 sometimes comes out in thunder if if my boss car's not running, because normally they run together as a series. So, but yeah, we'll no doubt we will see it before the year's out.
And you've got a couple of new builds in the pipeline as well, some rather different Fords. Tell us about those.
Yeah, we've got a Ford Taunus, 3 litre, real period Australian and South African car, made in Germany, lots produced overseas, but not many in this country. Yeah, that is going to be something nice and period for pre-83. It's a 1969 car, but obviously it'll be racing with pre-83s.
And of course, you ought to tell us about a little bit about the Ford Classic as well.
Yeah, the classic console. That's something a little bit different. It's got a V8 351 stroker engine in it. It's got a cold frame chassis, so we can run in Boss. Yeah, so we're going to hopefully run in Boss and hopefully Thunder. So that'll be for next year.
And you've even done a bit of short oval racing as well, I'm told.
Yeah, I do. I do a bit of practicing on short ovals at Swaffham and a few other circuits. That's always been my passion, has been short circuit racing, the ovals mainly, hot rods and super stocks. That's where I get my passion from. 304, Derek Fisk was my hero when I was a young lad and followed him for years, and he's the man who really got me really going.
It's fair to say that within the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, your career, despite being a relatively short racing career, is probably one of the most varied, isn't it, among all the drivers?
Yeah, I suppose it is really. I think that's because of my passion of just getting out there and enjoying my racing with both series. I've got some really great mates, although they're my enemies on the track as such, but yeah, I really do enjoy being in the club environment.
Why do you choose to base yourself with the Classic Touring Car Club?
I think it's because that's where I started. You know, with the red Escort Mark 1 behind me when it was red and gold, that's where I started, and I think obviously the Boss, the Blue Oval series has always been the series I wanted to be in, and yeah, I think that's where I'll keep going really. I'll just enjoy it, and I enjoy the people that's racing in it.
What does an average race weekend look like for you? Because you always take 2 cars to events and race in 2 different categories. Does that make it more stressful for you?
Yeah, it can do, especially if you only got one mechanic. So basically then, you know, I'm doing a lot of the work myself as well, but you know, there's always, in the paddock, people help you. It's a friendly club. Everybody wants to see you out. You know, if you're getting a little bit stressed or behind for getting the next race, someone's willing to help you all the time, no doubt at all. Really helpful club.
Tell us a bit more about your operation here. It's quite a sizable setup you've got, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's an engineering based outfit here. We do a lot of steel work and fabrication. We have a workshop that does the maintenance for the vehicles we run here, and that's hence the reason I use this workshop for my race cars. So we've got facilitation for ramps and welders, etc.
Do you work on other cars as well for other drivers, or just your own?
We do some car setups for some drivers, yes.
We have to ask, how much did the pandemic of 2020 affect things, particularly with the shortened season?
It forced me into building more cars, obviously to keep my mind stimulated, and obviously my passion to keep things going, because I know that I'm coming to the end of my career. I'm 60, so basically I want to get out on the track. I'm semi-retired now, so but yeah, I have been active trying to develop my future cars.
You say you're retired, you seem to be busier than you've ever been.
No, I am semi-retired, and I'm enjoying this. It's a good time. Just need to get on the track now. I'm looking forward to getting out on the track and getting involved.
You are certainly, without a doubt, one of the most passionate racing drivers that I've ever met.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I think it's because I love being in that environment, and I like the people in that environment. I think it's it de-stresses me, believe it or not, because I do run a couple of large businesses. I think it de-stresses my main activity. So it's good to do something different.
And through your business life as well, you've been involved in the sport of speedway as well, haven't you?
Yeah, Robert Lambert, of course. Yeah, he's a local lad. I've sort of been with Robert and supported Robert since he was 15 and gone through his junior career. And now he's obviously, as we know, he's now on the GP circuit in Poland mainly, but obviously races all of Europe in the championship.
We'll have to get him out in one of your Fords as well, get him to do a bit of car racing as well.
Well, I've been on a bike, so I think sometime he must come and get in one of the cars.
that would be great to see, a swap of sports.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you're raring to go, certainly, for the new season. You just can't wait to get out there, can you? No, I'm passionate about driving and I racing, and I just enjoy the weekends. It's what I do. I've always done sport all my life. I've played roller hockey, squash, football, quite sporty. So I've always wanted to be involved in some sort of hobby, which is sport oriented. Do your family get involved in your racing as well?
Not so much at the moment now, no, because obviously with the COVID, but obviously when things release, my partner comes with me, yeah.
How easy is it to change setup between circuits, in between meetings?
On the Angler, it's quite easy, and I suppose both Anglers are quite reasonably to set up, just different diff changes. Obviously that's all we can, much more we can do other than sort of diff change, and you could change the gearbox or ratio, but I don't normally do that. We keep the setup the same.
And of course it can all go wrong as well, as we found out, I believe it was at Snetterton with the Escort last season. Yeah,
Snetterton last year, the gearbox lost a gear, so we were stuck in third, which is a shame because the car was competitive at Snetterton, which is my home track, which is a real shame. Doing good times, I think 2:12, something like that, so it was a very competitive time. But yeah, we had a gearbox problem, unfortunately.
And at Silverstone as well, as evidenced.
Yeah, at Silverstone, the last meeting, had 3 or 4 laps tucked up behind Piers, who won the championship. You know, we come out to go on the new Hamilton straight and took the conrod through the side of the engine, which was dramatic.
That engine block is still here for all to see in the workshop. What's left of it? Still
here as a souvenir, and probably end up as a coffee table later on. But that's how things go. That's racing, as they say. But I'm up for it this year.
Yeah, you certainly seem to be completely immersed in a world of classic motoring here as well, evidenced by some of the things in the workshop, classic petrol pumps and things like that as well. You've just been able to surround yourself with it.
Yeah, I think over a period of time, I've been passionate about the classic side anyway. So I've always sort of had a lot of interest what was going on in the motor racing world, and the ovals especially. And over time, I've collected quite a few trinkets and signs and various things, you know.
Are there any other classic Fords that are not in your collection that you'd perhaps like to add someday?
No, we've got a Zephyr Mark II in the garage we're looking at, which we're going to convert to a tarmac car. It's presently built for a drag car, but we're going to change that and modify it and get it back on the tarmac.
Well, it's been fabulous to talk to you and share your passion for classic Fords and for racing, and we can't wait to see you back on track this year, and thanks very much indeed for talking to us.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
in top 15, left off of Michael Smith, included in top 10 positions, going on to their final lap of the race. And they race leaders are turning their way out of the corner with this reduced margin all the time between the top two. George Dorothy and Dale Jen. The captain comes down wide up to the third and second. In the first sector, so about half a second between the two. He's in the draft now with Dale Jen. Can we see a last lap change after George Dorothy is so far ahead? All of this race basically. And Dale Jen is making his way through the field. Third run to the lead. Congratulations to George Dorothy on that race win to extend his championship lead out with closest rivals in the championship all in dramas. Daniel Kessler, Mark Willis and Michael Smith. Second place race for Dale Jen and third David Reagan, who really started right at the back of the grid. So David Reagan did a fantastic job there to get a podium finish in the first of our pickup truck races. The truck's now headed into Park Furley. He's headed in by our race winner. And George Dorothy had 4 times in a winner in 2021 season after 2 wins. That Brad had to win on the oval at Mallory Park a month or so ago. And 3 podium finishers. Next to one another is Mark Furley, who we get to drive us down towards the podium in a few moments' time. So before we do that, let's give you the grid for the next race. Then I'll give you as much time as possible to conduct the podium. The next race is for the Hotech 366 and Shell Oil 383 Touring Car Championship from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. The entry for this is bound pay 30 for program. I'll give you the grid for now, we'll take some time for that. On the front row, 18 and 67. 18 is Mark Vehicle, 67 is Stephen Premis. Second row, 78 is 55, 78 is Simon Harvey, 55 Dave Howard. The third row, 81, 4 Simon Jen, 81 Mark Charlton. On the fourth row, 77 is 65, 77 Alan Greenhall, 65 Ian Graves. On the fifth row, 42, 342 Duncan Leslie, 3 Malcolm Banks. On the sixth row, 28 is 73. 28 Alan Wayman, 73 Rollins later. The seventh row, 122, 86, 122 is Tony Harmer, 86 Frank Cranston. The eighth row, 63 is Wayne 73, Dennis Warren, 27 Martin Reynolds. The ninth row, 12 and 5, 12 is Nathan Williams, 5 Adam Metham.
Yes.
The 10th row, 641, 641 Ian Williams, 6 Anthony Martin. The 11th row, 64 and 69.
getting ready for our next race then here at Snetterton, coming up in just a few moments' time. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-66 and Pre-83 touring cars running on a combined grid. Before we give you the grid for this one, our interviewer Ian Waterhouse caught up with a couple of drivers down in the paddock.
Right everybody, welcome back down to the assembly area. It's time for the Classic Touring Cars, the Pre-66 and the Pre-83s. Now yesterday we had a fantastic race, didn't we? Mark Lucock getting the job done, holding off Stephen Primmett in the Pre-83s. It's Alan Greenhall taking the honours in Pre-66. So what is going to happen today? Well, let's go have a quick chat with some of the drivers and find out. We've got Simon Jeffs over here. Simon, it was quite an eventful day yesterday, wasn't it? What are we expecting from race 2?
It was a fantastic day yesterday. The leaders were really entertaining, particularly watching it on the TV last night. So my challenge today is to try and stay with them. I'm off the pace, so I finished 7 seconds behind. But
why were you off the pace? Any particular reason, or is it just a circuit? Or?
I'm not fast enough around Coram. That's what the conclusion I've come to. So I'll give it more effort today and see how we get on.
Is it just being a bit braver on the gas pedal?
Yeah, it is exactly that round there. Yeah, my brain's telling me, you know, this car's going to let go, and actually I don't think the car will at all. And I need to be a bit braver. So yeah.
Well, we're going to be watching you. Now, remember that. Watch Simon Jeffs go around Coram now. Good luck, mate. Thank you very much. Let's keep going. Grab another word with one or two of the drivers, shall we? Got to be brave. You've got to keep the foot in. You've got to go for this, haven't you? Here we go. Right, Jonathan, how are we doing? All right? It says the racer here. You certainly are.
That's what my mum used to call it.
Yesterday, let's talk race 1. How did it go?
Well, we filled the boot up with petrol because I forgot to put the petrol cap on the tank. So I had to come in and pump all the petrol up. So by the time we got back out on the track again, the yellow flags were out on 2 corners, so I never got a racing lap. So started 25th on the grid, had a cracking drive through the grid, and finished 6th.
So you enjoyed yourself. That's the important thing.
I enjoyed that.
But you want to be a bit further up this time.
Well, we're in a good start now. We're in a good position. We're up behind the leaders. We'll see what we can do.
Fantastic. Best of luck. Thank you very much. Let's keep going down there. Look at this. Look at this Capri. There's some wonderful cars here, isn't there? Alan Wyman just coming in the Camaro as well. My personal favourite, I have to say. What an absolute beauty. Let's go around here though and have a word. Let's grab a quick word, shall we here? How are we doing? There's been a lot of love across social media for this car. It's an absolute beauty. What is it like to drive around here?
No, it's really good actually. I mean, obviously I haven't quite got the power to weight ratio against the Escorts, but because it's slightly longer wheelbase, it's not quite so twitchy, so it's really nice to drive.
What's the plan for the race?
A good start, and then providing I can keep in front of the Camaro by the first hairpin, I should be okay. That's my plan.
Good luck for the race. Thanks very much for talking to us. There you go. It is now almost time. Let's just bring the car around. Pre-66 cars. And Alan Greenhall's just come in, of course, yesterday. Car number 77 over there. He got the job done. Is he going to win again in the Pre-66? Well, we are about to find out. It's time to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
Okay, thanks very much to Ian there. Just hearing from one or two of the drivers for this combined grid for the Pultec Pre-66 touring cars, the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Car Championship. The grid based on the race they had yesterday. They line up as follows. It's an all Mark 1 Escort front row. Number 18, Mark Lucock, yesterday's winner, and I believe leading the Pre-83 Championship as a result of that now. Alongside number 67, multiple champion Stephen Primmett. Second row, 78, Thomas Harvey, not in his usual Escort. He's in Mike Luck's BMW E21, with Mike unable to race this weekend. Thomas Harvey has taken over that car. Starting alongside David Howard in his Jaguar XJ12, number 55. The third row, number 4, we just heard from Simon Jeffs with his Akai Hi-Fi liveried Volkswagen Golf GTI, alongside 81, Mark Cholerton in the Mark II Escort RS2000. Came through from 25th on the grid to finish 6th yesterday. Then we've got the first of the Pre-66 cars on row 4, 77, yesterday's winner Alan Greenhall in the Ford Falcon. 65, Piers Grange is in a very beautiful Ford Mustang. Fifth row, 42, Duncan Leffley, he's in another Golf, alongside 43, Malcolm Best with the Capri. Row 6, Alan Wayman, 28, in the Chevy Camaro, alongside 73, Robin Slater, he's in a Ford Anglia, third of the Pre-66 cars. Row 7, 122 Tony Palmer, he's in a Rover SD1, and 86 Colin Claxton. He's got a couple of cars here this weekend. See him out in the Blue Oval Saloons as well, but he's in his Triumph Dolomite Sprint in this race. Row 8, 63 Kevin Swan and 27 Martin Reynolds, a pair of Ford Anglias. Row 9, a pair of Minis, number 12 Nathan Williams, 5 Andy Mesham. Then on row 10 behind them we have 641, which is Peter Millington, who's Hillman Avenger, alongside number 6 Anton Martin, he's in a Ford Escort Mark III. Row 11, 64 Keith Evans with an Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud, and 69 Luke Wilson in an Austin A40. Row 12 is number 118, which is Nathan Beresford, BMW 1800 Ti for him. And number 26, a car shared by two drivers. It's driven in this race by Brian Bedford, taking over his Austin A40 from Steve Evans, who raced yesterday. Row 13, we've got a couple of cars that failed to finish yesterday's race. Number 11, Roger Stanford, he's in his Lotus Cortina, double winner from Cadwell Park. Watch for him coming through. And number 49, Mark Osborne with the Triumph Dolomite Sprints. And at the back, we've got number 85, Jonathan Corker with his little Datsun 510. And 99, David Margulies with the Alfa Romeo GTV 6. Wait to see if those cars are there, the four cars that didn't finish yesterday's race. They're just coming up to the grid now then. The two Mark 1 Escorts and the BMW all set to battle for victory once again. Mark Lucock having, I believe, taken the lead of the championship now from Mike Luck, who is not here. His car is out there. The orange BMW. Mark Lucock, the blue Escort. Stephen Primet in white. David Howard in the British Leyden liveried Jaguar. Simon Jeffs, the Akai Hi-Fi Golf. Watch for Mark Cholerton, the Mark II Escort, the blue and white car there. We've got the two big American V8s, the Ford Falcon and the Mustang of Alan Greenall and Piers Grange. Mount Best with the Capri. Is there somebody missing there? Yeah, Duncan Leffley's not there by the look of it with the Golf. The red Golf is missing from the fifth row of the grid. Al Wayman's there with the Camaro. Robin Slater's Anglia. Tony Palmer's lovely Rover SD1, Colin Claxton's Dolomite Sprints. The last couple of cars coming into line at the back. I think Mark Osborne is there. Not sure if Roger Stanford is there. Not sure if the last couple of cars are. We have got one extra car as well. Keith Wright's Morris Minor, I can see at the back of the grid as well. Missed yesterday's race. Cars on the grid then, ready for our first classic touring car race of this Sunday at Snetterton. The pre-83 and pre-66 touring cars, the red lights are out and away they go. Racing over 15 minutes up towards the first corner. Super start by Tom Harvey, trying to get the BMW through the middle, but it's David Howard in the Jaguar round the outside from fourth on the grid, takes the lead into the first corner at Riches, and this very mixed field of cars chases its way into that first corner. Now, who's got the lead? It looks like it is Thomas Harvey who's got through on the inside. The BMW, normally raced by Mike Luck, leads the way. David Howard second. The two Escorts rather caught napping from the front row there. This mixture of classic machinery heads round. Wilson's hairpin for the first time. There's Keith Evans, a little Alfa Sud, number 64, but it's the BMW driven by Thomas Harvey. Leads the way. Very quick young racer, normally seen in a Mark 1 Escorts, trying out the BMW this weekend. There's Mark Osborne, he's already made up several places, started from the back after failing to finish yesterday. Simon Jeffs in there in the Golf, they start to sort themselves out. Alan Greenall leading the pre-66 splits. As we said, one extra car at the back. Keith Wright, number 68 there, the Morris Minor, he missed yesterday's race. That car rebuilt after a crash at Cadwell on Bank Holiday Monday. As the leaders head down into Oggies. Here they come in towards Williams Corner. Thomas Harvey drifts the BMW through there. David Howard second, Lucock third, then Primet, Jeffs and Cholerton. Then the two big V8 engine beasts of Greenall and Grange. Robin Slater behind them. Mark Osborne is throwing that black Dolomite Sprint around. He's really moving up the order in the early stages. Side by side for the lead. David Howard using the grunt of the Jaguar to try and get alongside. And Tom Harvey cuts the corner slightly there, coming into Brundle. Bit of rallycross there from the BMW man. Has he held that together? Yes, he has. He's still got the lead. Mark Lucock in third. Then we have got Stephen Primet Alan Greenall, could he take the lead, I wonder, this weekend of the pre-66 championship? Could be in with a chance, because James Ibbotson, the championship leader with his Hillman Imp, is not here. In fact, I don't think we've got any Hillman Imps here at all, which is a great shame. We normally see 3 of them. No Freddie Brown due to the engine being broken in his, and I don't think Michael Loveland's here either. Start to come up over the line then to complete the first lap, and it is Tom Harvey who has got the lead ahead of Howard, Lucock and Primet. Into Riches for the second time. Simon Jeffs in the Golf is 5th ahead of Chollerton. Those 6 breaking away slightly. It's Alan Greenall and Piers Grange next. They're separated by half a second, battling for the lead of the pre-66 split. Oh, Roger Stamford's out again. Tried to repair the Cortina from yesterday. He stopped in yesterday's race as well, so a double retirement from the double Cadwell winner. He'll be able to watch his old car later on, a BMW M3 E30. Later on in some of the other races, driven by James Everard. But it's Tom Harvey who leads the way. He led briefly in yesterday's race, battling with the Mark 1 escorts of Primet and Lucock, but a missed gear dropped him back at one point. Here come the pre-66s, and they've got Mark Osborne up behind them in his Dolomite, the Welshman. Another Dolomite next, Colin Claxton. It's Alan Greenall there, the man from near London. Chased by Piers Grange, the multiple Blue Oval Saloon Series champion in a modified Mark II Escort, but trying the Mustang this season. And it's turning out beautifully for him as well. Piers Grange, the boss of PRG Trailers, which will have brought many of the cars to the circuit this weekend. There is that beautiful Falcon leading the pre-66s. Now David Howard under fire from Mark Lucock in the blue Escorts, but Tom Harvey, very quick young racer in that BMW, locking up a little there into Brundle once again. Named after Norfolk racing legend Martin Brundle, of course, of Formula 1 and sports car fame, now a broadcaster, still competes in historic racing occasionally. You can see some damage on the left side of Mark Lucock's car there, bit of panel damage. That's from Cadwell Park. In the last round he spun into a tyre wall while fighting for the lead. He's fighting David Howard here, the Berkshire businessman, at the wheel of his number 55 Jaguar. Up the inside, Mark Lucock into Murray's. That's a brave move on the brakes, and he's through. Slightly more nimble handling, the Mark 1 Escort, than the big Jaguar. We'll see the Jaguar Championship out later on, of course. David Howard, though, not part of the full Jaguar Championship, but he uses the power of the XJ12 to pull back ahead of Lucock there on the straights. Senna Straight, as it's now named. Ayrton Senna, one of his first wins in the UK was here at Snetterton in a Formula Ford single-seater. Greenall pulling away from Grange now slightly. There is Alan Greenall in his lovely Ford Falcon. Has had a few wins this year. Of course, it is a class space championship, so it's the little Hillman Imp of James Ibbotson who leads the points. Side by side again. Lucock got ahead at the hairpin there of David Howard. Howard pulls the Jaguar back ahead. It's grunt against nimble handling in the battle for second, but this is allowing Tom Harvey in the BMW to get away. There's that lovely little Golf of Simon Jeffs, ex-Alfa Romeo racer Simon, in the Akai Hi-Fi liveried Golf. That paint job made famous by Richard Lloyd back in the early 80s. Raced Golfs, then went on to be a team manager for the likes of the great David Leslie. Of course, both Richard and David sadly lost in a plane crash a few years ago. David Howard still holding second ahead of Mark Lucock, but the Jaguar has a habit of, because it's so heavy, has a habit of wearing out its brakes later on in the race. There's Mark Chollerton on his local circuit, the man from Kings Lynn. Next through it'll be the pre-66 runners. I think Mark Osborne has got ahead of them. Yes, there goes the Triumph Dolomite we caught a glimpse of there. So from the back of the grid, he's up to 7th. There is Osborne, number 49, a former champion. He's had a big rivalry with Stephen Primet over the years. Here comes Lucock up the inside, under braking for Brundle. No, you don't, says David Howard. I might, says Stephen Primet. Yeah, I'll go up the inside here at Nelson. Side by side between the two Escorts. They had such a great battle yesterday. Lucock moves across, holds third through the bomb hole. It's named that by motorcycle racers because of the way the circuit drops down there through the right-hander. Simon Jeffs wants a bit of this as well. Could be 4 battling for second place very shortly. And Lucock's going to try his move again into Murray's under braking. This time Howard is wise to him, the Berkshire driver. Well, the harder these 4 battle, the further behind Thomas Harvey. They're falling. There goes the BMW. He's escaped. The gap was 2.5 seconds. It's going to be more than that this time. And Tony Palmer in the pit lane there with the Rover. Sadly out of the race. So we've lost Palmer. We've lost Roger Stanford's Lotus Cortina as well. David Howard, Stephen Primet. Primet at the inside. He's got 3rd position this time into Rich's corner. Harvey leads by 3.6 seconds now. The BMW, there he goes, out of the hairpin as David Howard goes into the hairpin. Primet is 3rd, a multiple champion in the pre-83s. Mike Luck, the reigning champion, as we said, normally races this car but not able to race this weekend, so young Thomas Harvey has taken over. I think Mike Luck was watching through his fingers yesterday the way Tom was taking a few risks with that car. Simon Jeffs up behind them, then Mark Chollerton trying to close in. Raced that Mark II Escort for many years now. Took a break a couple of years ago while building up his business. Mark Lucock dodging about on the tail here of Stephen Primet. Painting these cars red and gold, and it'll be back to the early 70s with the likes of Frank Gardner and co in the Alan Mann Racing Escorts. That Jaguar liveried similar to the XJ Coupes of the early 80s, raced by the likes of Andy Rouse. Sadly, the Coupes didn't work out in touring car racing. Alan Wayman there in the background, still going well in the big Camaro. Is it Camaro or Camaro? I'm never sure. I'll go with Camaro. There is Alan Greenall still leading the pre-66s as the battle for the lead, well, battle for 2nd place heads into Brundles. It's Primet still 3rd ahead of Lucock. They're behind David Howard. There's the Akai Golf. The BMW was leading by 3.6 seconds. We'll see what the gap is this time through. He's obviously done the fastest lap of the race, 2:17.861 last time around. Here they come into Murray's. Stephen Primet's trying to push on here. We've got just under 6 minutes of this 15-minute race to go. Two Escorts have dropped back from the Jaguar. Then it's the Golf a little further back. So they're starting to spread out now, this leading battle. The gap has come down a bit. It's now 2.6 seconds. David Howard's just done the fastest lap of the race. As we see a little bit of mini action further back. There's number 12, Nathan Williams, leading the Anglia of Martin Reynolds. We saw him interviewed earlier on, a collector of classic Fords. He's got a couple of cars here this weekend. And there's Peter Millington in his very smart Hillman Avenger. So Avenger's won British touring car titles, or British Saloon Championships it was known then, in the hands of Bernard Unetz. Pre-66 battle between Greenall and Grange still raging. They're still half a second apart. The Mustang closing up, and Greenall a little wide there through the hairpin. He's sliding about there. So is Piers Grange. The gorgeous American beasts. Down towards the left-hander at Palmer's. Greenall still leads, going for a double, looking for the championship this year, trying to catch the smaller cars in their limited capacity classes. They're well clear of everybody else. Who's 3rd in pre-66? Let's have a look back down the timing screen. Robin Slater in the Ford Anglia. He's leading his class. There are the class leaders. Problems for the Alfa Romeo. Keith Evans has pulled off, and he's quite close to the edge of the circuit as well. Will that trigger a safety car? Keith Evans in pre-83 Class D. That's being led by Millington in the Hillman Avenger. Pre-66 Class A led by Greenall ahead of Grange. Other class leaders we'll go through quickly. Tom Harvey, obviously the overall leader. Howard in the Jag. Greenall. Malt Best in his Capri leading his class. Robin Slater's Anglia. Millington's Avenger. Brian Bedford in the Austin A40, which started towards the back, as the leaders lap Keith Wright in the Morris Minor. Nathan Beresford, the other class leader, in his BMW. David Howard under threat now from the Escorts. Here comes Mark Lucock. Could be 3 of them together. Look at this, 3 of them together down the straight there. There's a black and white flag out. That's the driving standards flag. Not sure who that's for at the moment. We'll find out if anybody gets a penalty. I assume that's for exceeding track limits. We'll get confirmation if anyone gets a penalty later on. Well, somebody has slightly exceeded track limits there, but a dust's been kicked up. as Mark Lucock attacks Stephen Primet in the Battle of the Escorts. This is for 3rd place overall, and for 2nd in class behind Tom Harvey. Oh, David Howard's run wide. The Escort's up the inside. I wonder if the Jaguar is struggling with its brakes. It often does, especially in fairly warm conditions. Now, what's that done to the Escort battle? Because he was ahead of them there, and Lucock has got back ahead into 3rd place. They were nearly 3 wide through the hairpin. Mark Lucock back up to 3rd, Stephen Primet down to 4th. There's the leader. 2.7 seconds the lead for Tom Harvey, looking for his first win in Mike Luck's BMW. Mark Lucock sliding the Escort there. Has he got some sort of a problem? David Howard's gone wide as well. This is all playing into the hands of Stephen Primet. I wonder if their tyres are going off, or maybe it is the brakes. Through comes Stephen Primet. He's up into 2nd place ahead of Howard. And we've got a red flag. The red flag is coming out. Now, presumably, that's because of that stranded Alfa Romeo of Keith Evans. But the red flags have come out, race being stopped, and there's 2 minutes 21 seconds to go. So I suspect that'll be a result declared and taken back a lap. So that could be good fortune for David Howard, because if they take it back to the last completed lap, there's the reason Keith Evans' Alfa Romeo stopped on the edge of the circuit. So the Alfa Sud having come to a halt, red flag comes out, race stopped, and I would imagine they'll take the result back a lap, which will give 2nd to David Howard ahead of Stephen Primet. So bad luck there to Mark Lucock. Yeah, the car's being taken into the paddock. That's going to be end of race a little early. So it is going to be a win for Thomas Harvey in the BMW. You can see there Keith Evans, he stopped. I think that's on the exit of Nelson towards the bomb hole. Yes, it is. Keith Evans, Alfa Romeo on the edge of the circuit. They're a dangerous position. And instead of a safety car, which would have meant the race finish, neutralised, the officials opting to bring out the red flag. The JS Holmes recovery Nissan pickup there, going to tow it away, thanks to our recovery teams, thanks to all the volunteer marshals, the Orange Army as well. We couldn't go racing without them. Keith Evans is going to be towed in. He was running towards the back of the field anyway, the little Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud hatchback. Okay, so we'll confirm the provisional results of that one, surely, because the race is going to be declared, I think. So Tom Harvey, the winner. This is the last completed lap, so this is only provisional. David Howard 2nd, Stephen Primet 3rd, and Mark Lucock 4th is how the battle finished provisionally. Simon Jeffson, the Golf 5th, ahead of Mark Chullerton. Mark Osborne, good effort to come through from the back of the grid for 7th. And the Pre-66 winner provisionally is Alan Greenall in 8th place ahead of Piers Grange in the Battle of the American Fords. Mark Best, another Ford, the Capri, rounds out the top 10 ahead of Colin Claxton in the Dolly Sprints. Then we've got Al Wayman's Camaro. Robin Slater, 3rd of the Pre-66 cars in his Anglia, winning the class ahead of the similar Anglia of Kevin Swan. Then we've got Nathan Williams in his Mini Cooper rounding out the top 15. Behind them we've got Martin Reynolds ahead of Peter Millington, then the Mini of Mesham, Brian Bedford's Austin A40 ahead of the similar machine of Luke Wilson for a class win, Nathan Beresford a class winner in his BMW, and the final finisher provisionally is Keith Wright. We lost Keith Evans, Anton Martin with his Escort, Tony Palmer's Rover SD1, and as we saw, Roger Stanford in the Lotus Cortina. That result is provisional for the moment. It may be changed due to the red flag. But we can now go down to Parc Fermé with Ian Waterhouse.
Right, everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. We never like to end a race on a red flag, do we? But one man who is all smiles, we've just seen him actually. It is Tom Harvey, of course, picking up the race. But let's go grab a quick word with him. Tom would never like to win under red flags, but it looks like you're in control anyway. Talk us through that.
Sorry, I'll take my lid off.
Yeah, take your helmet off. There you go. There we go. We can hear you now.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that was superb. Absolutely brilliant. Got a bit of a lump in the throat.
Oh, well, congratulations.
First win.
First ever win?
Yeah, first ever win, yeah.
How does it feel then? Tell me, how are you feeling right now? Let it out.
I can't describe it. If I let it out, I'll start bawling my eyes out, wouldn't I?
Feel free.
But yeah, brilliant race. I've got a wonderful start. Probably best start of my career. Got round the outside of Dave in the Jag, who was blisteringly quick off the line. And then yeah, just built a gap, built a good gap, and I felt in control. The car's just an absolute dream to drive. It's Mike Luck's car. I'm borrowing it for the weekend just to help him out. But yeah, just something else.
You got a message from Mark if he's watching right now?
Yeah. Like thanks to Mike, he's down in the pit lane. He's clapping when I come in. So yeah, that's one for Mike.
Well, congratulations, well done, mate. I can see it means a lot. That it really does. How nice is that to see? Alan Greenhall picking up the Pre-66 as well. He's down here. He's got Stephen Primmett again. He's got another trophy. I see you've got quite a lot of these trophies now, haven't you?
Yeah, and I've also got a big dent in my boot, which I'm really unhappy about.
Ah, okay.
You know what I mean, mate? Just broke my heart. I spent a fortune on this thing.
Yeah.
Speak to like.
Never mind. Let's keep going down there. Apologies if you did hear any language. Of course, it is motorsport. It is live as well, and it is very exciting. We're going to go to grab a word with Alan Greenhall down here as well. Once again, just like yesterday, picking up the Pre-66 win as well, and he did it again. He came under a lot of pressure, didn't he? Piers Grange once again in the Mustang just behind. There they are. Look, there they both are. And you two just can't really be separated, can you? Alan, first of all, congratulations yet again, picking up the win, but you had to work for it, didn't you?
I certainly did have to work for it. Always being next to Piers is never a relaxing moment.
Piers, you're going to get him next time, right?
I don't know, it's always that little bit, isn't it? It's difficult to get that little bit. Yeah, Alan's like half a second faster in most places, but there's a couple of places I'm quicker than him, but not enough to make the difference, unfortunately.
Congratulations anyway, guys, fantastic racing. Right, we've got some cars going out on track. I'm going to hand back to your commentator Dave Goddard to tell you what is coming up for the rest of the day.
Okay then, thanks Ian. And we'll have a look at the schedule for the rest of today. A short pause now before our next race, which takes place in about half an hour's time. It's scheduled. The Laser Tools Pre-93 touring cars, BMWs, the cars to watch in that one. David Griffin and Ian Bauer, the main two to watch. And they're combined with the simply serviced Pre-03 touring cars. Gary Preble in his Honda Civic was yesterday's winner, ahead of Don Hughes in his Peugeot 306. So they'll be on top once again by the look of things. We'll wait and see what transpires later on though. After that, we've got the trucks back out again. Reverse grid being used, of course. The finishers from the earlier race being flipped around on the grid. Then we'll have a lunch break for about an hour, all being well. And then we resume with the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons, the BMWs of James Card and Jason West dominated yesterday, but some very special cars indeed on that grid, and they're combined with the Burton Power Boss series, the Blue Oval Saloon series. For everything Ford, it was AJ Owen at the wheel of his Sierra Cosworth who was the top man in that series. Malcolm Harding we normally see do the winning in his Zack Speed Escort, but he's not here this weekend. The Blue Oval Saloon Series and Thunder are followed by the Jaguars, the Jaguar Enthusiast Club Saloon and GT Championship. Tom Robinson in his XJR6 dominated yesterday's race, looking to do so again. And then we have something new. The Uncle Luke's Sign and Sticker Shop, that's the sponsor, Snetterton Saloons. Something a bit different. It's a 45-minute pit stop race. We've got an entry of over 30 cars, I think, for that one, of all shapes and sizes. Some with two drivers. A fun and competitive series for drivers competing locally. Not only in classes made up by engine size, it's also an inter-county competition as well, for counties of the east of England. So we've got Norfolk, Suffolk, Cambridgeshire, Lincolnshire, and so on. Plus an out-of-region group as well. So we'll see which county is going to win. And that's titled the Vinoteca Rodney and the Horse NZ Pills Race. I'm told that's a locally brewed brand of beer which is sponsoring this race. Okay. Something a bit different, we said it was. And after that 45-minute race, we will close with the final race for the trucks. So that's the schedule for the rest of today here at Snetterton. We're going to take a short break now, and then we'll have, in about half an hour's time, our next classic touring car race.
close it was race. Championship leading miles run start 13. Didn't have a kind of car drivers over the course of the weekend. So we shall see if they are sold and whether he has the best time of it today. But the legends turn their way then towards the start of this race. With a 2x2 back of it, this is another rolling start then. But a 34th round of the Legends Stars National Championship with MRF tyres here at Snetterton for the 2021 season.
Okay, Dave, first of all, thanks for having us. I hope you're doing well. What is it about classic touring cars that makes you want to race them?
I enjoy with the classic touring cars because there's less contact, not no contact, there's less contact with that series, and just like racing cars, adrenaline. What
is it about that specifically that you like? Is it the adrenaline of maybe being successful in the paddock afterwards? Is it the closeness around the corners? Is it the start? What really gets you going, do you find?
It's always close racing, and setting the car. I know how to set the car up. I've had one for nearly 20 years now, so you know it's like putting on a nice pair of slippers. I just love the circuits they race at, in Cadwell especially, because not everyone goes to Cadwell, but they tend to. I think I've still got the lap record there in 2003 in one, so and no one's beaten it yet. I keep checking it every year.
And it leads us nicely on actually to the car itself that you'll be racing. What do you like about this car, first of all?
Once you've got the car how you like it, and they are different. Not everyone likes my setup. My setup is very loose at the back, so the first 2 laps are quite exciting, but it's the only way to get the best out of the car, really.
And you told us earlier it's quite a unique vehicle as well. There's not many of them around.
No, it's one of the original Cup cars that was raced in the early 90s. I'm pretty sure it's the ex-Daily Mirror car that several raced in that series. But there was a lot damaged, so there's only about 14, maybe 16 left of the original Cup cars.
Does it take a big degree of maintenance, or have you got that down to a fine art now?
No, I tend to, after the season's finished, forget about it for a couple of months and then go and start going through everything. I rebuild the engine every year just to make it reliable. I don't like messing about with it halfway through the season. I like to be able to put it away, spanner check it and go racing again.
And obviously you've got a great deal of experience within racing. We'll talk more about that in the future. But in terms of when you first got going in the sport, what was it that drew you to it initially? And when was it, if you can tell us as well?
Karting originally in the 70s. I just always liked racing of some form. I was lucky to get a good friend of Nigel Mansell's father, Eric. He taught me how to build engines and make them reliable.
And what was the bridge between karting and then the bigger stuff?
Well, I had a small break, and then I did do banger racing for 2 years. And then I went on to race with modified Fords in 1996 in a Mark II Escort.
Which has been your fondest memory in terms of racing? Was it back at the start with the karts? Was it the 2 years of a love affair with banger racing, or is it the more recent stuff?
Yeah, no, I like the recent stuff, but I did enjoy the Escort. It was the first real sort of getting my ARDS licence then in 96. And I also did the Castle Combe Saloon series, which I really enjoyed. I liked the circuit, but I wanted to race at other circuits, so moved on away from that and bought the Rover.
And how much have you enjoyed racing this Rover? Because I think you've had it for a little while now, right?
Well, I had one from 1999 up until 2007, when my daughter Michelle started racing in Formula Woman and the Mini Challenge, so I had a break from racing. And then I was offered this one by a friend, and so I thought I'd better buy it and go racing again.
You talked about your daughter there. It does seem to be a bit of a family affair, racing for you, from your father initially and then passed on down the generations. Talk a little bit about that, because it does seem to be a really nice thing that you all share.
Yeah, Michelle was always interested in cars and car racing, and she actually met her husband, present husband, with Mini Challenge. So, and he's always raced with Radicals originally, and now racing with the European Le Mans Series in LMP3 car. So there is racing just in the family.
Do you reckon there'll be another generation below that too?
I'm sure that Michelle's daughter, Georgie, will be in a kart within the next couple of years, for sure.
She's already been helping you out at the tracks, I hear, as well, is that right?
Yeah, she likes to come along and, when she's watching, polish it and such like, and mess around and hand me tools, so, you know. I think she gets that because her dad's racing, so, you know, she goes to those races and likes to get involved.
Is it something that you particularly enjoy, perhaps with the classic touring cars in particular, because it seems to be quite a friendly circuit, that sort of, that camaraderie and that sort of family feel of it as well, when, obviously probably pre-COVID generation, but before that we saw plenty of paddocks with a big gathering within them. It did seem to have that family feel to it.
Yeah. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club, it's a very, very friendly series. I already know quite a few of them from previous years in it, but it's certainly a lot more friendly. There's rivalry on the track, you know, we're not getting away from that, but very friendly in the paddock. Anyone will help anyone else.
Is that part of what helps keep you coming back?
Yeah, I think so. You know, after the season's done, you think, cool, you know, that was hard going and all of it, you know, but I still enjoy it.
I was going to ask you, do you predict, have you got an exit point? Do you think, oh, I'll give it 2 more years and that'll be me? Or do you just keep coming back year after year, keep enjoying it and just sort of see how it goes?
Yeah, I say to myself, oh, I wonder how much longer I'll keep racing. But the day I really don't enjoy it, maybe I will stop and then maybe support Rob in his racing a bit more.
What's an average race weekend look for you? Probably, let's talk pre-COVID. What was an average race weekend look for you?
I spend a couple of days probably in the week just spanner checking everything, get the car all loaded up and trundle off on a Friday normally to miss the traffic. In case I have a breakdown, I need to be there for qualifying. But yeah, normally just get all set up with friends. Got some good friends in the Twigger family. Chris Twigger helped me a lot with settling this particular car and getting it just right. But you know, sadly, he's got motor neurone disease and he's really suffering from that. And yeah, I've always tried to help Kaylee's daughter in a bit of advice, you know, with racing, and I've always told her when we go qualifying, just stick to the tail of my car and you'll be able to qualify well, you know, and she can really drive well now. But yeah, the friendliness is, if you've broken something and someone's got something, they will lend you it, you know, or help.
And it seems to be a beautiful mix in so many different ways, because you've got so many different cars, first of all, from different generations, from different eras, but so many different drivers too. You've got some young up-and-comers who are maybe competing in their first ever racing series, and the likes of yourself who've been competing for years and years and years.
Yeah.
That's quite unique, I think, right?
Sure, yeah. It's you get a few that think they're touring car drivers and then suddenly calm down a bit, but I'm always going for it, but I won't drive into people to pass them. You know, I'll certainly stick it in there and defend to the utmost. I actually learned quite a lot from following some of the original drivers how to defend, so, you know, they'll probably learn from that.
And in terms of the actual racing season last year, obviously a very, very different season for obvious reasons. How did you find it? Did you still manage to enjoy it despite missing elements of it?
Yeah, it was okay. The social side of it, obviously we couldn't get as close, and most people did actually do the social distancing correctly, and it was okay, you know. I just got in the car, got it all ready and went racing, you know. It was more or less the same.
And how did you find the actual racing itself, the championship overall?
Yeah, it was good. There was a reasonably big field, and I think this year there's going to be a massive field. The grids are going to be full up, absolutely full up, I think.
In terms of your own performance?
Okay, shame the gearbox played up at Snetterton, but I won a few of my class races, and I think I was third in the points overall. Unfortunately, we had a BMW in there that was really quick and handled like really well, and I can't get near him, but in my class it was good.
And you told us, I think, before we got chatting on camera about your issue with that gearbox at Snetterton. You had to have a road gearbox in at some point, didn't you?
Yeah, I put a road gearbox in for Silverstone, which had no LSD in it, so it was difficult round corners, let's put it like that. But up the straight, it was fast because it was slightly higher geared.
And do you set yourself targets thinking about the season upcoming? Do you think of events that you'd like to win, or points that you'd like to accrue, or particular people you'd like to get above if you can in the standings?
Yeah, to be honest, I never think about winning a championship anymore. I just go race from race. The minute I start thinking about points, I start to drive defensively, and that's no good for racing. You know, I just want to go for it every time. So this year I'm going to make sure I'm not going to worry about the points. I'm just going to get on, and if it works out well, it works out well. Yeah.
I feel like you're such a good advertisement for why people should drive in the classic touring cars. Could you put it into your own words why you enjoy it so much, and why someone who might be thinking about it should really think about giving it a go? Yeah,
I run it on quite a tight budget. And the tyres do last really well compared to the slicks we used to race on originally. I'm lucky I can fix everything myself on the car, and I keep a really tight budget on it. So I can race probably as cheap as most sports. There are people that have teams that go, but the team is me. I'm the mechanic. I'm the bloke who drives it. My wife does help and polish, and she feeds me while I'm there at the race meeting, but you know, we keep it on a really reasonably tight budget, and we can enjoy it on, you know, everyone has to have a hobby. And in terms of the specific sort of camaraderie and the togetherness of the drivers, the friendly feel that you mentioned, that's something to be cherished in a certain type of way, isn't it? Yeah, we're always pulling one another's leg and things like that, you know, and you know, if someone goes off, you know, what were you doing going off there, you know, sort of thing. It is a really friendly series, there's no doubt about that. As I say, I've known a lot of the drivers for years, and I mean like 20 and 30 years, so, yeah. I just want to revisit a moment that you talked about before. Yeah. What would you say would be your favourite racing memory if you had to pick one? Winning the Super Coupe Championship in 2004. That's quite a quick answer. There you go. Why that one? It was a hard series, and there was some really good racers in there. It was the 1 year I had sponsorship for my tyres, and it made all the difference. It was that half a second a lap. And I think I qualified out of 14 races on the pole for 12 for the race meeting, so I'd got the car just right. And I stupidly sold that car, but there you are, when I stopped racing. Can you talk a little bit about what made you get back into racing? Because I know you said you stepped away for a few years, you helped your daughter build up her standing within the sport. What brought you back to it? I just saw the car advertised and I thought, oh, that's a nice looking one. And I just rang the chap up and, you know, Pete Winston, and I said, oh, I think I better have that car, Pete. I can drive it better than you. Yeah, just went and bought it then. I thought, yeah, we'll have a go at that again. Did you have any naysayers within the family who were like, oh, not again? Or were they very supportive? No. You know, my wife's always supported the fact that you have a hobby. Unfortunately, at a time, I had my own plane that I fly from here, but I've actually sold that, and that financed the car racing. So I've gone back to that. Did you ever have the chance to drive with your daughter at competition, or were you always separate? Yeah, we raced at Snetterton in her BMW Mini Cooper, John Cooper Works, from the Mini Challenge. We raced in a 2-driver race there, which was good fun. I'd like to do that again, actually. Think you'd have more of a chance now? Now you're both a bit
longer in the tooth?
Yeah, no, it'd be all right. I think Michelle, because I know she's still got the car and it's all ready to race, and I keep being reminded of that. So we might do a few races together.
It's nice, isn't it, to be able to talk about stuff that we might be able to do in the future now with racing. It feels like we're sort of starting to think about turning the corner with the whole pandemic. Is there stuff that you have got to the point now, maybe in the last year you've had the sort of realisation when we've had stuff taken away and we've had less available to us, that you look at stuff and think, well, I'd actually quite like to give that a go that I've not tried before, or you'd like to revisit that in your motorsports career?
Yeah, I'm so good at setting this one up and getting the best out of it, really. I'd be hard pushed to come away from the Rover. I wouldn't mind racing an American car, I must admit, but it's a lot of money. I'd have to win the lottery for that one.
And just the last thing on this car, the design is quite, I'd say, unique in a way. It's very vivid. Is there any particular consideration, or is it just how it came, or is there a meaning behind any of it?
Yeah, it's very aerodynamic, but it's quite a heavy car and a heavy engine block, so you do suffer from understeer if you haven't got the car set up right. And setup is critical, and I mean attention to detail every time with it.
Well, in terms of the colour scheme and how it looks?
Okay then, getting ready for our next race here at Snetterton very shortly here on BARC TV. Hope you're all enjoying the action so far. Do give us a like on the live stream if you are. Let us know where you're watching from. Got people watching all over the world so far this morning. Next race on the programme is the combined race, the Laser Tools Pre-93 touring cars, which consists of the likes of BMWs, a couple of Alfa Romeos, a VW Vento, a rare car these days. We've got a Jaguar XJS in there, Toyota Corolla AE86 Coupe as well, and the simply serviced Pre-03 touring car championship. We've got Honda Civics and Integras, Renault Clio, Peugeot 306 and a couple of BMWs in there as well. The grid is based on the race we had yesterday. Before we give you that, we'll hand down into the assembly area where Ian is talking to a couple of the drivers.
Right, everybody, welcome back. We've got more classic touring car action coming up for you very, very soon. It's almost time for the Pre-93 and 03. We're actually down in the assembly area with the cars and drivers as well. Now, yesterday, race one, Gary Preble took the honours in the 03. David Griffin, who took the Pre-93. What's going to happen today? We're going to find out very soon. Before we do that, let's grab a quick word with some of the drivers. We've got Walden over here as well. Let's have a quick word. Yesterday, how was it?
Right, yeah, good. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, enjoyed it.
What's the plan for race two then? Is there a lot that you can take from yesterday into today?
Yeah, I'm just trying the best I can really. I'm sort of underpowered compared to a lot of the others. I'm in Class E, which is a segment on my own. So, and I'm quite new to racing, so it's just all a big learning curve really, just to try and take in as much as I can and do the best I can.
Is it quite a buzz then? Is it quite an excitement getting out?
Yeah, I can feel the buzz going already, yeah, it's very enjoyable.
Fantastic, enjoy it, won't you? Thanks for talking to us, lovely stuff there. We've got Hillier here as well. They've let him park up like a BMW. It's an estate as well. How cool is that? Yes, you can race absolutely anything. How awesome is this? Just reversing up, let's grab a quick word of him, shall we? Because who doesn't love, just saying, who doesn't love BMW estate?
Doesn't love a touring, yeah, exactly.
How's the weekend gone for you so far?
Yeah, it's good. I had a few problems yesterday, thermostat housing broke. Didn't realise till I got back, but yeah, engine's fine, so yeah, hopefully it'll be good today, yeah.
What's this like to drive around Snetterton? It's quite a quick track, isn't it? But then you've got the technical midsection.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's based on normally 36, so it's pretty much the same as all these other guys, but yeah, they've got a lot more power than me,
got
so
a bit more grunt than
exactly, so yeah.
No, well, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck, enjoy race two, won't you? Fantastic stuff. We've got quite a lot of cars coming in now. Just down there, if you just pan their camera all the way down there, on the left, the Diet Coke car, that is David Griffin. He won yesterday in the Pre-93. Just to the right there in the Honda, that is Gary Preble. He took the Pre-03 title. Who's going to get it done now in this race? Well, we're going to find out, because I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, through the action.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. The car's on there. Green flag lap on the way to the grid then, so we'll give you the grid for the pre-93 and pre-03 touring cars. In pole position, it will be yesterday's winner, number 191, which is Gary Preble in his Honda Civic, alongside 148 Don Hughes in the Peugeot 306. Pre-93 winner yesterday on the second row, David Griffin, number 34, as we just heard, with the Diet Coke liveried BMW. The Australian winning that despite a penalty for jumping the start. Alongside him will be number 90, Ian Bauer, looking for his second pre-93 championship this year. Row 3, James Everard with the E30 BMW M3. Alongside him, number 5, another E36 M3 of Mark Fowler, number 5. On the fourth row, 169, Ross Craig with his Honda Civic, came home in 7th despite a steering problem yesterday. Alongside Robert May, number 86, in the Corolla. Row 5, 128, Daniel Stewart, he's in a Jaguar XJS, alongside Luke Bennett, number 77, with his Honda Integra. Row 6, number 27, Scott Smith, with his Renault Clio. Andy Abrams in his Honda Civic, number 214. On row 7, we should have Andy Sheraton, number 56, in there, in fact. So there is a gap on the graphics, but it is Andy Sheraton with the Laser Tools BMW, alongside 114, Steve Barber, the Lego Star Wars liveried Honda Civic, in tribute to former touring car star Tom Chilton. Row 8, we've got number 88, Alan Hersey with his BMW Compact, and 192, we've just heard from John Hillier in the BMW Estate. Row 9, 39, Peter Winstone, normally a Ford man, but in the VW Vento this weekend, alongside Steve Walden. We heard from him earlier with the orange E30 BMW. Then on to row 10, we should have Trevor Kiffin with his Alfa Romeo 75, alongside 52, David Nixon. Heard from him during the break with his Rover Tomcat Coupe. Failed to finish yesterday's race, as did the man at the back, number 33, Andy Cripps. He's there with the green BMW. Watch for him coming through from the back of the grid. So we should have 21 cars in total for this race, which will be a 15-minute race. The Simply Service Pre-03 Touring Car Championship and the Laser Tools Pre-93. As we mentioned yesterday, the owner of Simply Service, the championship sponsor, Simon Beamont, currently still recovering after a crash at Brands Hatch earlier this season. So I wish him all the best. Hopefully see him around the tracks again soon, as we await the cars up to the grid for this 15-minute race. Coming up to the grid now then. Marshall's in position, yellow flags in hand. You'll see the timekeepers there on the right as well in the timing office. From TSL Timing, our thanks to them. Cars coming to the grid then for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Laser Tools Pre-93 and Simply Service Pre-2003 Touring Car Championships, and all Pre-03. Front row, Gary Preble, number 191 with his Honda Civic, and 148 Don Hughes with the Peugeot 306. A pair of BMWs from the Pre-93 Championship. On the second row, David Griffin in the Diet Coke liveried car, the Castrol liveried car of Ian Bauer. Alongside him, row 3, the lovely E30 BMW of James Everard, and number 5, Mark Fowler with the yellow M3. Row 4, we haven't got Ross Craig, unfortunately. The Honda Civic, we're told, has suffered a problem with its steering. He finished yesterday's race but has not come out today. It's Rob May in the Corolla, the black car is there. Daniel Stewart and Luke Bennett, Jaguar XJS and Honda Integra, rounding out the top 10. There's a couple more gaps further back. We haven't got David Nixon's Rover. Looks like everybody else is there who should be. So here we go then with our next Classic Touring Car race. The red lights go out and away they go. Not the best of starts by David Griffin or by James Everard as they head down towards Riches for the first time. It's Gary Preble in the Honda Civic who takes the early lead. And look at Scott Smith in the Renault Clio. He's made a good start up the inside. They're a relative newcomer to racing. Round Riches they go. Watch for that green BMW of Andy Cripps from the back of the field, having retired from yesterday's race. But it's Gary Preble who leads, throws the car into the hairpin there, side by side between the Peugeot and the BMW of Ian Bauer there for second place. Don Hughes trying to hold the inside line as they dance their way around the hairpin. There's Trevor Kiffin and Steve Walden at the back, the BMW E30 of Walden. Trevor Kiffin in the Alpha 75. Don Hughes has held second place. Ian Bauer is up to third and into the lead of the pre-93s ahead of David Griffin. Fluffed his start a little once again, not as badly as he did yesterday. He went from pole position down into about 6th at the start of yesterday's race. Everybody through towards Agostini then. There's Mark Fowler's yellow M3 being chased by Rob May in the AE86 Corolla, more famous as a drift car than a race car. Oh, David Griffin's gone wide. That's Hamilton and James Everard up alongside him. There's contact between the two of them. That's going to put Griffin out of the race. His suspension's broken. And James Everard, is he going to be able to keep going as well? That's the end of David Griffin's race. You could see the left front suspension is broken. He won't go any further. Now that is probably going to be a safety car because he's on the track there trying to get going again. I don't think he's going to. Well, he went wide at Hamilton, and as he came back on, James Everard, I don't think knew he was there. Look at his front wheel. That's the end of David Griffin's race, and that's almost certainly going to be a safety car. Your leader is still Gary Preble. Here's the pack coming through. There's Andy Cripps in the green BMW trying to close up the Laser Tools BMW as well of Andy Sheraton, the man who got Laser Tools sponsorship for this championship. Daniel Stewart's XJS behind him. Now here come your leaders. Ian Bauer in the clear in the pre-93 championship now in his BMW with the demise of David Griffin and James Everard. I hope James Everard has been able to keep going again, to get going again in the BMW E30 M3, the beautiful Fina liveried car. Now, can the marshals get David Griffin's car clear, and can we continue racing? We will wait and see. It's Mark Fowler in 4th and 2nd of the pre-93s. 3rd pre-93 is Rob May in the Corolla. He's up into 5th position. David Griffin's car is still there. There's no sign of a safety car at the moment. Marshall signalling there. I'm not sure what the signal is there, but he's signalling that we need to do something. But the race is continuing at the moment with Gary Preble in a clear lead of over 4 seconds. Don Hughes in 2nd, and they're coming round towards Agostini and then into the right-hander at Oggies. There's yellow flags there. David Griffin's car is on the track there. I'm surprised the safety car hasn't been deployed, because David Griffin is stuck on the outside of Oggie's corner. Now the safety car is going to be deployed. Don Hughes in 2nd there, holding off Ian Bauer, but the leaders are just approaching where the hazard is. They'll be slowed down by the marshals. You can see the safety car lights flashing there because David Griffin's car is stuck on the track, so the safety car is going to be deployed. It's Gary Preble leading from Hughes, Bauer, Fowler, May. Scott Smith in the Clio is up into 6th position. Now, where did he start on the grid? He was on row 6, so he's up into 6th place. He's gained 5 places on that first lap. And Andy Cripps, we said he was one to watch already, is up into 7th place. 8th is Luke Bennett's Honda Integra. The Honda of Andy Abrams is 9th, and Andy Sheraton rounds out the top 10 in the BMW E30. James Everard is still going. He's 12th behind Daniel Stewart's XJS. Safety car boards and flags out then. And there is the rather sorry looking BMW of David Griffin. The front suspension is broken. Oh, and is that Daniel Stewart slowing down on the right there? Yes, the XJS has pulled over to one side, so he's got a problem. Looks like something hanging off underneath there. Maybe the exhaust broken. There is James Everard. Now, he's escaped that, by the look of it, without any damage. That contact with David Griffin. Griffin went off coming through the left flick at Hamilton's. And as he came back on, it was as if he and James Everard didn't see each other, and contact was made. Well, there's your leader, Gary Preble. The safety car will pick him up. There's Don Hughes in 2nd. There's a safety car. He's picked up the leader. Now this will give the marshals chance to remove David Griffin's car to a safe position. And the man to benefit from that is going to be Ian Bauer, I would think, because that will keep him in the lead, I think, of the pre-93 championship. Gary Preble is well clear and all set to win the pre-03 championship. especially with main rival AJ Owens' Civic out of action this weekend. He's racing his father's Sierra Cosworth. Well, there's Dave Griffin's car. If you're wondering why it's got a novice cross on the back there, that's because he had a novice co-driver at a recent event. The recovery vehicle making its way out towards Oggie's corner. There's the back of the pack. There's Alan Hersey. We normally see him in a Reliant Scimitar, not a BMW. Trying something different this weekend. Ian Bauer and Mark Fowler, the top two in pre-93. Behind them, Rob May having a great run in his Corolla. The AE86. Well, the Preble family up tell you are watching our feed. Hello to them. Enjoying this with Gary in the lead. The former King of Castle Combe, as he was known. He and his brother Adam Preble won many saloon car titles at the Wiltshire Circuit. Now, there's David Griffin's BMW. There's David on the left, the Australian-born driver. He'll probably head back to the paddock for a Diet Coke now. We can see the recovery operation in progress here, thanks to our recovery team for their prompt service. The straps being fastened as the pack comes up past them. Preble, Hughes, then it's the Beamers, Bauer and Fowler. There's Rob May's Corolla, Scott Smith going well in the Clio, and there's Andy Cripps from the back to 7th already. Luke Bennett, Andy Abrams, there's Andy Sheraton in the Laser Tools car behind James Everard, Alan Hersey, the estate of John Hillier, Steve Barber rather, and finally Steve Walden in that group. I think that's all we've got left running. Yeah, we lost Daniel Stewart's XJS. We saw him pulling over. Trevor Kiffin's pulled the Alfa Romeo into the pits as well. And there is David Griffin's broken BMW. A lot of front suspension damage there, sadly, for the E36. And he was due to race in the Classic Thunder race just after the lunch break as well. I'm not sure he'll get that repaired in time. We haven't had the grid through yet for the second Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloon race yet, so bear with us on that a little later on, hopefully. Under the safety car, with just under 7 minutes of this race to go, I imagine they'll do another lap here because that BMW is not quite safely on the flatbed yet. The E30's there still going. Look at that beautiful Fina liveried car of James Everard. That's Roger Stanford's old car. He and his son Jack used to race a pair of those cars. David Griffin's car is getting clear, but I don't think it'll quite be in time for us to go green this time, the JS Holmes recovery vehicle. So we're likely to do another lap behind the safety car. Or are we? No, the lights have just gone out. I think they've just got it clear in time. I think we're going green this time. The lights, I think, just went out there on the safety car. Yes, he's pulling into the pit lane. Well done to the recovery team. I thought we were going to have another lap under safety car conditions there, but no, the green flag is out. The pack is unleashed. We're racing again. Well done to the JS Holmes recovery team there. Gary Preble leads them off. Don Hughes in second place. Down into Riches they go. They've already pulled clear of the pack behind them. I think the rest of the pack were rather caught out there because the two pre-03 cars have pulled away by at least a couple of seconds from the BMWs behind them. There's Bauer, there's Fowler, and the rest of the pack rather left behind. So Gary Preble leads, looking for 2 wins out of 2 this weekend. This will make up for a non-start in the second race at Cadwell Park. He won the first race for the pre-03s there, but engine damage kept him out of the second race and allowed Ross Craig to win. And now roles are reversed because Ross Craig didn't take the start in this one, had a steering issue with the Honda Civic. Great shame for him. There's Ian Bauer leading the pre-93s in the Castrol livery car, replica of the cars used in the Italian Super Touring Championship in the 90s. So it's the Super Turismo BMW in third. The Australian BMW is heading back to the paddock. Through Oggies they go. Don Hughes in the Peugeot 306. Old-fashioned club racer, enters his 306 wherever it's eligible to race, really just about any saloon car event he competes in. Now there's Andy Cripps, he's got past Rob May, and so has James Everard. Scott Smith dropping back in the clear. Andy Cripps is flying through the order, and he could be fighting for the lead in Pre-93 fairly shortly with his fellow M3 pilots. In Pre-93 Class B, the only Class A runner, Daniel Stewart, is out of the race. There is Cripps, the green machine. It was an early retirement in yesterday's race, but he's repaired the M3. Chased by James Everard, the ex-Alfa Romeo racer. And he's going to make a move here, up the inside, coming through the bomb hole, and he goes through. Now, does that mean Cripps is in trouble again? Is the green BMW slowing again? Because that seemed like a fairly straightforward pass by James Everard there in the E30 M3. Beautiful machine, that is. Try and see if Andy Cripps is in trouble again, because he's lost time very suddenly there after his charge through the order. Next target for Everard is Mark Fowler for 4th place. Over the line they go. There is Cripps. Rob May should be next through, and then Scott Smith in the Clio. Then Luke Bennett and Abrams. Here are the leaders. Don Hughes, in fact, just did the fastest lap of the race, 2:08.886. Lifting a wheel there, Gary Preble through Palmer's corner, up towards Agostini, named after Giacomo Agostini, one of the most successful motorcycle racers of all time. They pulled clear of Ian Bauer. They can see the BMW in the background. They got the restart absolutely right, these two. Where is James Everard up to? Is he catching Mark Fowler? Yes, he is, in the ex-Stanford family BMW. He's got a message to say that's actually Jack's old car, not Roger's, so apologies to the Stanford family there. Roger busy with his Lotus Cortina this weekend, but a non-finish earlier on for him. There's Ian Bauer, still leading the Pre-93 championship in his beautiful Castrol BMW. James Everard has gained 5 places on that restart. He leads his class in Pre-93. So do Bauer, May, Walden, and well, Stewart out of the race, the only entry in Class A. Pre-03 Gary Preble leads his, and here comes James Everard. He's catching Mark Fowler now for 4th place. Fowler second in class behind Bauer, second overall in Pre-93, but look at the way James Everard is going here. That E30 M3 is absolutely flying, and Fowler a little sideways there, a little twitch as he came out of the bomb hole. Through Coram, the long right-hander. Here they come. Fowler gets a wheel onto the grass on the inside. They come into Murray's. That's BMW under real pressure from its older predecessor there of James Everard. Gary Preble, meanwhile, has just done a new fastest lap, 2:08.016. He leads by 1.4 seconds with just over a minute of the race to go. So we're on the last lap now, that means, of this Pre-93, Pre-03 touring car race. It seems strange not seeing David Griffin in the lead battle after that incident on the first lap. But the recovery team did a sterling job and were able to continue racing with the loss of only 1 lap behind the safety car. Partly because it's such a long lap here at Snetterton. Fowler still under fire from Everard. Bauer is 8 seconds up the road. He's safe for the Pre-93 victory and trying to continue his quest for the championship. Mark Fowler under fire from the Fina BMW of James Everard. So similar to the cars that won the Spa 24 hours back in the 80s, and he's up the inside into Agostini. He goes through. Great drive by James Everard, sliding his way around there, hanging the tail out almost as he came out of Agostini. Behind them is the green BMW of Cripps, and Andy Abrams, who was 10th, retires his Honda Civic into the pits. Mark Fowler nearly rally crossing there. He nearly did a Dave Griffin across the grass there. We're in the closing stages now, the clock about to count down to 0. It's going to be a double win for Gary Preble in the white Honda Civic. Here he is, coming through Nelson's for the last time. Through the bomb hole. You can see there the circuit drops away. Chased by Don Hughes, but he's not going to catch the former king of Castlecombe. He's the king of Snetterton this weekend. It's not all that often, it has to be said, we see the pre-03 cars beat the pre-93 cars overall, but Gary Preble is going to do it twice, and it's going to be another 1-2 for the pre-03s. Here he comes, up towards the line, and it's going to be a win for Gary Preble, 2 out of 2, and that's surely all but confirms him as the pre-2003 touring car champion this year. Second goes to Don Hughes, 2.3 seconds the margin of victory. Ian Bauer wins the pre-93s, that puts him in pole position for the championship. And fourth is going to go to James Everard, I think, in the E30. There he goes across the line. Mark Fowler's dropped back on that last lap. He takes fifth, though, ahead of Andy Cripps. Good run through from the back of the grid. And next home it should be Rob May to win his class. The top 4 finishers, incidentally, all win their classes. Here comes Rob May in the Corolla, in to take 7th overall and win Class D of the pre-93s. And then a gap further back, I think it's going to be Scott Smith next in his Renault Clio. There's a battle of some very different BMWs. John Hillier chasing Andy Sheraton. There's the Clio of Scott Smith, 8th place. Luke Bennett's Integra, 9th. And rounding out the top 10 is going to be Alan Hersey in his BMW Compacts. Sheraton is 11th, Hillier 12th, Steve Barber in his Civic 13th. And the only other finisher, I think, is going to be Steve Walden in the orange BMW, because we lost the other 4 runners. Daniel Stewart is still going in the XJS. He rejoined from the pits, but he might be too far behind to be classified. Okay, well, we'll confirm the results as soon as we can then, as Steve Walden's BMW crosses the line. And the provisional results as follows. Gary Preble the winner, and winner in pre-03, completing 6 laps ahead of Don Hughes by 2.39 seconds at the line. The pre-93 winner Ian Bauer takes 3rd ahead of James Everard. Great run through from him on the restarts. Take 4th in the E30. Mark Fowler completes the top 5. The top 4 all win their classes. Andy Cripps in 6th ahead of Rob May in the Corolla 7th. Scott Smith 8th ahead of Luke Bennett, and Alan Hersey rounding out the top 10. He wins his class as well. Andy Sheraton holding off the estate of John Hillier for 11th place. 13th for Steve Barber. Steve Walden is 14th. They were the only finishers, because we saw Andy Abrams a lap from home pulling into the pits in his Honda Civic. We also lost Daniel Stewart in the XJS. I think he was still running at the finish. I did see him on the Senna straight, but possibly not enough laps completed to be classified. We lost Trevor Kiffin into the pits, and of course David Griffin in that incident early on. Okay, we can now go down to Parc Fermé with Ian Waterhouse to hear from our race winner.
Right, everybody, welcome back down to Parc Fermé, and it's deja vu, isn't it? Gary, congratulations, talk us through that one.
Thank you. Yeah, a little bit different today. Obviously started from pole after a fantastic race yesterday, so we had good grid position, managed to get a great start, built up a lovely lead, and then the safety car come out and unwound all of that, so I thought, okay. And then we're on the first lap of the safety car, and I see Griffin still stranded there, and I didn't bother sort of warming the tyres up too much because I thought it was going to be another lap on the safety car. But obviously the marshals worked their magic and managed to get the car out the way in time, and it took me by surprise a little bit when the safety car actually pulled off. I thought, oh, okay, well, it's go. So Don got a fantastic start behind me, and yeah, he kept me honest. I had to really get my head down and concentrate hard for a few laps to keep him astray, and yeah, just battling with my own little issues with no 6th gear.
Yep, still.
But yeah, just kept well away from it, lifting off on the back straight just a little bit, not too much. But yeah, I'm really pleased with the sector times, and I think we got fastest lap of the race, so absolutely chuffed.
What's it like, Gary, that when you are racing, you start to build up a bit of a gap, and then the safety car wipes it out? Is it like, is it difficult to sort of get the head around that you've got to do it all again?
It's demoralising, yeah. It's you know, but it is what it is. Obviously, you know, the circuit safety is the key issue. So
and a great job by the marshals as well.
Yeah, fantastic. You know, the marshals always do a brilliant job. Yeah, you just got to get your head down and reset and just treat it as a completely fresh start and go again, and just treat it as another little race. So it does make it interesting, because obviously Don's on slicks. His then tyres came up to temperature, where in the opening few laps his are a little bit greasy until they get hot. where my treaders have normally got a little bit more advantage on the road tyres.
Yeah.
But that's what makes it a great race, and it's a fantastic series, and yeah, I really enjoy it. I love it.
Fantastic, congratulations,
Thank you very
Gary
much.
Preble, making it a
Thank
double
you.
bubble here at Snetterton. This is we've got Fowler's card. I wanted to find Don Hughes as well. Let's grab Don. I think what happened, Don, is you'd run away from us, so you don't want to talk to us now. He's feeling upset. Let's grab a word over here as well. Look, I'm very well. How are you? How did you go out there?
Yeah, I was quite happy to get first in class. So yeah, it was. I think David was unlucky. I think he came back on and hit the collided with the M3, and I don't know if it broke his car or something like that. But yeah, no, it was a decent enough race, and then with Dave's generally.
Well, he won yesterday, didn't he, and ran away.
Yeah, with him out, I thought I just need to keep in front of the yellow car now.
Yeah.
So that was it really.
Well, look, congratulations, well done. Great weekend as well, great.
Yeah, no, it's been good. Nice one. Cheers.
Well done, thank you very much. Right, I believe it's time for the next race. I'm going to have to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, because the track action is coming on thick and fast.
Good to hear from our touring car racers down there. Then we're heading back to the big rigs next up for our last race before lunch, which will be the British Truck Racing Championship. Now, there's been a slight change to the results of the race we saw earlier. A couple of trucks got 5-second penalties for exceeding track limits. They didn't all change position though. Ryan Smith got one, Craig Reed, as we know, got one, and Simon Cole. That dropped him behind Craig Evans. Martin Gibson got a 5-second penalty as well, and that's dropped him behind Steve Thomas into 6th place overall and in Division 1. So a few trucks with 5-second success penalties. No, Martin Gibson, sorry, a 2-second penalty for gaining an unfair advantage. So apologies there. It was a 2-second penalty for Martin Gibson for another reason, which has effectively docked him 1 place. It must have been for that contact with Steve Thomas. So that'll change the grid very slightly for our 4th truck race of the day. Of course, the reverse of the finishers being used here. I think we've got a couple of interviews from our man Pointy down in the truck racing paddock.
Back now in Parc Fermé with driver Simon Cole from Division 2 with the Pink Beast, as is very famously known around the paddock. A bit of a latecomer to the season this year with some serious technical difficulties starting off the season. Obviously we're getting that sorted out now.
Yeah, we're getting there. Snetterton's never our best track anyway, never has been, never will be. The truck's not really set up. All the other boys are like Division 1 chassis. We're still in the old days, 90s chassis here. We've got the power, but it just doesn't like the technical circuit.
Well, we noticed we had a couple of non-starters in that last race. Brad Smith and, of course, Jock Borthwick not making it on, which will make you front runner for the second race of the day. We're going to be in pole position. Have you got any plans to keep it there?
Well, I was on second then, and I pushed as hard as I can, and we'll just see what we can do. Each race is different in this, you know. The lorries break down quite often, so we'll see the best we can do, really.
That's all we can do. Well, good luck for later on, Simon. I hope you get a result. Stick it in there, keep it ahead, yeah?
Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate.
Thanks very much, Simon. Thank you. That's all down from the paddock now. Let's go back to Dave in the commentary box. Well, first of all, you join me here in Parc Fermé again with driver John Newell. Now, a bit of bad news for you in that race, but also, may I highly commend you, and I think everybody here at Snetterton was expecting to see a massive, massive race incident today. Yeah. But you managed to land on those brakes like something I've never seen before.
Yeah, definitely. I'd got Mark Taylor on the outside because I took him coming into bend here. So I was concentrating on him, come round on power, just start putting power down. I thought, whoa, these two spun in front, just nailed brakes to the floor and prayed.
I mean, we were all watching on the cameras, the spectators, we could hear the gasps from space. Yeah, really, really fantastic driving skill to be able to miss that crash. What was going through your mind when you just see Steve Thomas 360ing in front of you?
Just hit these brakes as quick as possible and hope for best.
It took you a little while to get going again. Yeah. Was that just because obviously you locked up, stalled it?
Stalled the engine, so the engine resets about 6 seconds, so I have to sit and wait.
Wow, I mean, that's incredible. So then you got caught up in a little bit of Division 2 action, not quite making your way through them, unfortunately, but we're going to be in pole position for race 2 today and Sunday. Hopefully that's going to stick.
Oh yeah, we'll be gone. We've got to be.
Well, thank you very much, John. Well done again. Fantastic.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Great driving. Thank you, buddy. That's all from us here down in Parc Fermé now. Let's go back to Dave for race 2 of this Sunday.
Cheers, Pointy. Thanks for catching up with the drivers down there as we get ready for our next race for the trucks. I'll give you the grid in just a moment. You'll see the marshals moving off their posts again, of course, for this one. This is race 4 of the weekend. For the trucks in pole position, it will be the man we just heard from, number 18, John Newell, finished at the back of Division 1 after having to pull up and refire the engine after avoiding that incident in the previous race. Alongside him, Martin Gibson, number 11, fighting with David Jenkins for the championship lead. Martin penalised 1 place for some contact in the previous race. Second row, 33, Steve Thomas, and number 81, Mark Taylor in their MANs. Third row, number 7, Stuart Oliver in the Volvo, and number 1, Ryan Smith. He got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits in the previous race, but didn't affect his finishing position. He was safely ahead of Stuart Oliver. And David Jenkins, number 69, starts 7th, the winner of our previous race. Then there's a gap of a couple of rows, and we go on to Division 2. Simon Cole in the pink Mercedes will lead them away alongside Craig Evans, number 10. Behind them, 46, Bradley Smith, and number 3, Stephen Powell. Then number 6, John Powell, who beat Steve Home in that photo finish in the previous race between the Powells, alongside number 5, Adam Bintz. 68, Craig Reed, 3 wins out of 3 so far in Division 1, despite a track limits penalty in race 3. Starts alongside 16, Brad Smith, hoping to get a finish this time. And number 32, Jock Borthwick, hopefully will complete the grid. Thanks again to GT Tyres, Vision Track and Truck Sport UK for their support of the series. I can hear diesel engines in the background, so hopefully they are making their way to the grid. Yes, here they are. 300 of you watching on our feed at the moment. Give us a like and let us know if you're watching in the comments. Out come the trucks for their 4th race of the weekend. They have another one later on. Simon Cole and Craig Evans heading up the grid for Division 2. The Powells will go into battle again. There's Adam Bintz, Craig Reed. I think Craig Reed is the last man out of the paddock, so we haven't got Brad Smith or Jock Borthwick, unfortunately. Paddock entrance exit at Agostini. Pit lane a bit tight for the trucks to use it. The GT Tyres MAN leading the field round, driven by Sean Taylor. Who's it going to be this time? Will it be another win for David Jenkins? Will it be Ryan Smith? Will it be Martin Gibson? Martin on the front row this time, of course. I reckon Martin's in with a chance of win number 2 this weekend. Or can John Newell hang on for what I think would be his 3rd win of the season with his new MAN? Craig Reed going for 4 out of 4 in Division 2. He's got 6 trucks starting up ahead of him. One truck that hasn't raced this weekend, Paul McCumiskey, Paddy Mack with the Volvo. Didn't get past qualifying, sadly. He barely did a lap at Donington at Convoy in the Park either. Up towards the grid they come then. They will form up 2 by 2, and then the pace truck will lead them for a rolling start. One or two of you predicting a win for John Newell here. We'll wait and see in our comments. Let us know in the comments who you think is going to win this next truck race. There'll be a lunch break after this, and then we resume after lunch with more classic touring car action. Don't forget we've got the Snetterton Saloons as well, 45-minute mini enduro with a mandatory pit stop of 90 seconds. Brave marshals standing in front of these trucks coming up to the grid, aren't they? I certainly wouldn't want to be stood in front of a race truck. Quick hello to Rod K on YouTube, watching from Brisbane, Australia. Stay safe, thanks to all Marshall's support staff and commentators, he says. Thanks very much, Rod. Glad you're enjoying it. Thanks to our camera crews as well for bringing us the action. We've got spectators from Australia, New Zealand, South America, Sweden, all watching here this morning. Hello to all of you. This will be another 15-minute race. Can John Newell and Martin Gibson hang on in front? The big three, if you like, of Stuart Oliver, Ryan Smith and David Jenkins at the back of Division 1. Or can anyone stop Craig Reed in Division 2? Unbeaten so far this weekend. Getting ready for the rolling start. Here we go. So off they go then on their green flag lap prior to the start. Very smart looking GT tyres, 3-axle MAN tractor unit leading them round. Newell and Gibson. It's Taylor, Thomas, Oliver and Smith, Jenkins at the back. Jenkins fighting with Gibson for the championship lead. Ryan Smith looking to close the gap once again after his problems at Donington and in the first race yesterday. Cole and Evans head up Division 2. Stephen Powell in there. He could be in with a good chance here. Can he end Craig Reed's run? Adam Bint, a much improved weekend from the Oxfordshire driver in the black Volvo. Hardly call it a Volvo white with that paint, John, can you? Of course, Volvo white's the American truck division of Volvo. Who was it made the first successes of Volvo white? Slim Borgwood, the Swedish driver, ex-Formula 1 driver. George Allen as well, raced them successfully, and Richard Walker. Some of the greats of truck racing of years past. Of course, the modern greats Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith has said he wants to do the European series if he can find the budget, but I think he really wants to match Stuart Oliver's record of 10 British titles. There they are together. David Jenkins, a big rival of Ryan Smith as well. Saw that at Donington at Convoy in the Park. There's Division 2, Bradley Smith in there looking for his first ever win. John Powell, number 6. He's had a few wins in Division 2 over the years as well. Came home in front in race 1 on Saturday, but unfortunately was disqualified after jumping the start. They form up then 2 by 2. What an impressive sight they make. Trucks forming up then for race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. John Newell and Martin Gibson leading Division 1 ahead of Steve Thomas and Mark Taylor, then Stuart Oliver, Ryan Smith and David Jenkins, the earlier winner at the back of Division 1. Simon Cole and Craig Evans head Division 2 ahead of Bradley Smith, Stephen Powell, John Powell, Adam Bint and Craig Reed, going for 4 wins out of 4 this weekend at the back of Division 2. This will be a 15-minute race. This is going to be another cracker from the big rigs. The MAN pace truck leads them round, keeping it steady 2 by 2. What's going to happen as they go into Rich's corner for the first time? It is certainly not for the faint of heart. Simon Cole in the Mercedes Beast at the front of the Division 2 pack. Here we go then. Pace truck pulling into pit lane. Red lights are on the gantry. The revs are up and here we go. Race 4 for the trucks gets underway here at Snetterton. Good start by the pole sitter. John Newell leads them down towards the first corner. David Jenkins trying to get through on the inside. I think he's going to run out of room. He has to go over the curb there. No room to get through for Jenkins. Simon Cole, good start in Division 2 to take the lead from pole position. John Newell it is though, the Yorkshireman who leads in the number 18 MAN into Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Martin Gibson second, Steve Thomas in third, Ryan Smith trying to get past Mark Taylor for 4th place. There's the Division 2 pack headed by Cole, Smith, Evans, Stephen Powell, Adam Bint very sideways there in the number 5. Somebody's gone wide over the grass. Didn't quite see, I think it might have been Stephen Powell. As Division 1 make their way around, David Jenkins ran out of room on the inside, unfortunately for him there, coming into Riches. Couldn't get up the inside of the number 7 of Stuart Oliver. Cole leads it from Smith, Powell and Evans in Division 2. John Powell has dropped to the back of the pack by the look of it. It's through Agostini go the leaders. John Newell leads in number 18 from number 11, Martin Gibson. Got caught in a bit of a tangle at Agostini in race 3 of the weekend, which has put them to the front of the grid in this one with the reverse grid being used, and Ryan Smith's got through for 3rd place ahead of Steve Thomas. So the Mercedes up to 3rd, chasing Martin Gibson. It's Thomas, Taylor, Oliver and Jenkins line astern. Cole still leads Division 2. He would dearly love to hang on for his first win of the season here. Problems there for Adam Bint. Was there a bit of contact there? I'm not sure, but that's put Adam Bint to the back of the Division 2 pack there, running wide over the grass at Oggie's corner. Cole still leads. Here comes David Jenkins attacking the number 7 of Stuart Oliver. Goes up the inside into Brundles. They're just about going to get through there, and Oliver gives him room. David Jenkins up to 6th in the Division 1 battle. Cole still leads Division 2 ahead of Bradley Smith, then Stephen Powell. Now where is Craig Reed? There he is in 4th. He's made up a couple of spots already. Adam Bint at the back trying to challenge Craig Evans, the number 10 MAN, the Brown sponsored machine. Ryan Smith attacking Martin Gibson. Martin was having a few braking problems in race 3 earlier on. It's John Newell who will lead the first lap in truck number 18. Over the line they go then. Newell from Gibson by just over a second. Ryan Smith just under a second behind them. Stuart Oliver has dropped to the back of the Division 1 pack as a result of that move by David Jenkins into Nelson's corner. John Newell leads up towards the hairpin for the second time. See a bit of steam coming off the water-cooled brakes there as he brakes for the hairpin. First three breaking away slightly. Difficult circuit to overtake on this one. So will John Newell hang on in front? Somebody kicking up some dust there in the Division 2 pack. John Powell, I think that was, number 6. David Jenkins to the inside at Palmer's, attacking Mark Taylor. Tricky to go side by side through there. Simon Cole still leads Division 2 with Bradley Smith on his tail. Craig Reed, I think, being a bit frustrated by Stephen Powell. Those two fighting for the championship, of course, so Powell maybe not concerned about... Oh, where's Adam Bint going? He's gone straight on at Palmer. He must be pulling over. Yeah, he's got a problem, Adam Bint, and he's out of the race, sadly. That's a great shame. He's been having a good weekend in the Volvo, but he's out of this one. Pulls it, sensibly pulls it safely quite away from the circuit there. So Newell and Gibson still lead Division 1. Smith in third. Now, did Steve Thomas and David Jenkins and Mark Taylor get through there? Yes, they did. Jenkins has got ahead of Taylor. Made the move into Oggies. We don't see moves made there very often, but talking of moves, Martin Gibson is thinking about making a move on John Newell for the lead, I think, but he knows Ryan Smith is there behind him. Jenkins is now trying to pull alongside Steve Thomas. Swing their way through Brundle and Nelson. There's Jenkins up the inside. Oh, Steve Thomas over the grass. Look out. That could have been dodgy there if he'd come back on a little bit later. He's held it together there, and he's held on ahead of David Jenkins. Well, a bit of grass tracking there for Steve Thomas. Next through is Mark Taylor, then Stuart Oliver. I thought Steve Thomas was going to slide straight on there and go into the tyre wall, but he gathered it up. He's still in fourth in the MAN. The Division 1 field, of course, all MANs bar the Mercedes of Ryan Smith, the Volvo of Stuart Oliver. This battle for fourth place heads up towards the line. David Jenkins is going to try and take fourth place from Steve Thomas, but he'll be on the wrong side, on the outside going into Riches. Now he moves back across. Jinx to the inside going towards Rich's corner. Have we had a change for the lead in Division 2 there? I think Bradley Smith's got through. Yes, he has. First three go through the hairpin. David Jenkins has got ahead of Steve Thomas. And now Stuart Oliver attacking. Nearly hits the back of Mark Taylor there as they fight for sixth place. They're driving these trucks around like minis or other lightweight cars. They're throwing them around. Taylor on the inside for Palmer, so he'll keep sixth place ahead of Stuart Oliver. Down towards Agostini. Oliver on the outside. Can he out-drag Mark Taylor? Yes, he can. So Stuart Oliver up into sixth place. The leaders, meanwhile, heading through Oggies. Still Newell leads from Gibson. Smith in third place. Now, who's in fourth? Because we've had so much change of order in those last couple of laps. It's David Jenkins fourth, Steve Thomas fifth, Stuart Oliver sixth, Mark Taylor in seventh place. Now, in Division 2, we'll wait for them to come through. Bradley Smith had taken the lead at the end of the previous lap from Simon Cole. He's still there. This is looking good for the Iveco pilot. Cole second. It's the other Iveco of Craig Reed up to third. He's got ahead of his championship rival Stephen Powell. And then John Powell in fifth place. Craig Evans behind them. Of course, we've lost Adam Bint into retirement. Here come Division 2. Craig Reed trying to get up alongside the pink Mercedes. That's off Simon Cole. Holds the place. Reed will move to the inside going into Brundle, but Cole holds him back. Swing their way through Nelson's. A little bit wide there for Simon Cole. Craig Reed moves to the inside into the bomb hole. Has a look on the inside. Cole doesn't give way, holds the place. Good driving here by Simon Cole. Sliding about there on the exit of the bomb hole up towards Coram. Then Stephen Powell in number 3. Behind him, John Powell, number 6. The lead gap is 0.8 of a second. In fact, there's 1.8 seconds covering the three leaders in Division 1 now. And Bradley Smith, this is impressive, number 46, looking for his first ever Division 2 win. But Craig Reed is now coming through for second. He's going to get past Simon Cole on the straight here. Yes, he's got him for second. and now he'll try and hunt down Bradley Smith. There's Craig Evans in the background, number 10 at the tail of the field. Still your leader is John Newell, ahead of Gibson and Smith. We'll pick up Division 1 in a moment because did I just see Mark Taylor going slowly there? We'll see if the Division 2 runners catch him up, because it looks as though Mark Taylor had slowed up there in the number 81. He's dropped behind Stuart Oliver, we know that. Somebody wide onto the grass there. That was Simon Cole, I think. There's Mark Taylor. Yeah, something's happened somewhere to Mark Taylor, because he's dropped well behind the rest of the Division 1 field. So whether he's got a problem, I'm not sure. But look at the way Craig Reed is closing Bradley Smith down in the battle of the Iveco trucks. Mercedes third, and then the DAF coming through for fourth on the inside. Side by side there, Stuart Oliver and Steve Thomas. Takes, that's 5th place at Williams Corner. So Stuart Oliver up to 5th, and here are our 3 leaders in Division 1. John Newell from Martin Gibson, Ryan Smith in 3rd. Trying to close down Martin Gibson for 2nd place here. Flying Ryan going for his 6th consecutive title this year. Martin Gibson currently fighting David Jenkins for the lead of the championship. Jenks up into 4th place now. Swing their way through Corham towards Murray's, the left-hander. Black and white flag is out again. We've seen that in every truck race this weekend for driving standards. They need to mind their P's and Q's. David Jenkins on his own in 4th place now. He's dropped Stuart Oliver. He's 5th. It's Steve Thomas 6th, and Mark Taylor dropping away in 7th. We can see there. A little bit of damage to the Taylor number 81, so there may have been a bit of rubbing in there somewhere. Meantime, Division 2 is still led by Bradley Smith, but we'll see what the gap is to Craig Reed. It was 3 seconds. I think it'll be less than that now. Yes, down to 0.8 of a second, so surely Craig Reed shortly is going to take the lead in Division 2, I would think. John Newell still hanging on in front of Division 1. The gap is 0.9 of a second to Martin Gibson. Ryan Smith a second further behind. David Jenkins going hell for leather to try and close on them. There is Craig Reed. He's caught Bradley Smith now, the youngest man in the race, Bradley Smith. Can he hang on for a first Division 2 win? Is that a little bit of smoke I can see there, or was that just dust from Bradley Smith's truck? He's got Craig Reed on his tail. The 2 Ivecos. Simon Cole still 3rd in Division 2. He's going well. Better performance from him. And Stephen Powell dropping back behind John Powell in 5th. Just under 4 minutes of this race to go for Bradley Smith to hang on. Through Hamilton's, then the right at Oggies and up towards Williams. Used to be able to see the famous Snetterton scary tree at that point. A well-known landmark, sadly not there anymore. You can see where it used to be there in the background as they come through Oggies. Yes, the scary tree sadly now rotted away. Bradley Smith still leads Division 2. Still your leader in Division 1 is John Newell. Going through to complete lap 5 this time. 3 minutes of the race to go, so we'll get a couple more laps out of this. Simon Cole still holding off John Powell for 3rd in Division 2. Again, a little bit of dust kicked up there by Bradley Smith. Just needs to keep being careful here, holding off Craig Reed. Can he take his first ever Division 2 victory? The lead gap is down to half a second between Newell and Gibson. Ryan Smith is only 0.6 off Gibson now as well, so the Division 1 battle is closing up. Jenkins is 7.5 seconds behind them in 4th. Reed all over Smith for the lead of Division 2. Here comes Craig Reed. Now, this time he's ready to attack as they come down the centre straight. He feints to the outside. He's going to move back to the inside here. Through they come. Mind the flag marshal there. Up towards Riches. Is he going to get the inside line away? No, he's not. Well defended, Bradley Smith. Still your leader is Newell from Gibson. Then Ryan Smith for Division 1. Bradley Smith takes the inside for the hairpin. He's having to be so careful here, soaking up the pressure from Craig Reed in his similar Iveco. Moves alongside, but he's going to be on the outside on the run to Palmer's. They're side by side on the run down towards the left-hander. Is Craig Reed going to go round the outside here on the left-hander? He's going to have to be late on the brakes. Has he got him? Runs out wide, and he's got him round the outside. That's an excellent bit of driving by Craig Reed, but Bradley Smith is fighting back. This is tremendous stuff between the two Division 2 leaders. Bradley Smith back to the inside. He's going to be late on the brakes for Agostini. Reed round the outside. He cuts him off. And Craig Reed, I think, is going to hold the lead of Division 2. Yes, he's done it. Great bit of driving by Craig Reed, and for the 4th time this weekend, he's into the lead of the Division 2 category. Simon Cole still in 3rd. Meanwhile, back with Division 1, and Ryan Smith has just taken Martin Gibson for 2nd place into Brundle. We're watching the Division 2 lead change, but Ryan Smith at the same time is getting past Martin Gibson, and now he will go after John Newell for the lead. John Newell looking for win number 3 this year in his MAN. It's MAN, Mercedes, MAN, the top 3. They'll be coming in to start the last lap this time. Can John Newell hang on? Just over 30 seconds to go. So it'll be one more lap up towards the start-finish line then. Black and white flag still out for driving standards warnings. We haven't had any notification of any penalties though. There's Craig Reed, still ahead of Bradley Smith. Simon Cole still holding back John Powell, looking for his best results of the weekend so far. Here come your leaders, up towards Wilson's for the last time. And I think John Newell has just about done enough here. Ryan Smith might have other ideas though. The gap was 1.4 seconds over the line. Can Ryan Smith catch the number 18 of John Newell? Yorkshire v Nottinghamshire for the lead. Martin Gibson from Warwickshire in 3rd. It's the Snetterton Saloons where we have an inter-county competition as well. Down to Agostini for the last time in this British Truck Racing Association Championship, 4th race of the weekend. Swing their way through Agostini. Up towards the left flick at Hamilton's. John Newell just needs to keep a cool head here. He knows Ryan Smith is there, so it's going to be fairly close. There is Smith in the Mercedes Actros. Williams for the last time. Martin Gibson's closing back up on Ryan Smith here. They're well clear of everybody else. David Jenkins 6.5 seconds down, although he has just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:24.870. There's Jenkins in the background. Division 2 still led by Craig Reed, ahead of Bradley Smith. So Craig Reed's going to make it 4 out of 4. And he's going to put himself well and truly in pole position for the Division 2 title here this weekend. Through towards the bomb hole for the last time, John Newell, the container and tanker lorry businessman from near Rotherham in South Yorkshire. Returned to truck racing a couple of years ago after a long absence. He's pulled clear of Ryan Smith and he is heading for victory here at Snetterton. It's going to be win number 3 of the season. Flag to flag here on the Snetterton 300 layout. Here they come up towards the checkered flag. It's going to be a win for number 18. John Newell takes it. Second place is going to go to Ryan Smith, just ahead of Martin Gibson. The lead margin over the line, 2.73 seconds. Fastest lap on the last lap for John Newell as well, 2:24.482. David Jenkins takes 4th. It will be Stuart Oliver in 5th position in his Volvo, I think, ahead of Steve Thomas and Mark Taylor. There's Oliver over the line in the Volvo. Steve Thomas will be next home, number 33, ahead of Mark Taylor. And then your winner in Division 2, making it 4 out of 4, will be Craig Reed. Here he comes into Murray's for the last time. Can he make it a maximum in our last race of the weekend at the end of the programme? That's coming up at 4 o'clock. Here he comes then. Craig Reed Win number 4 in Division 2, 8th overall. Second place, a best ever result for Bradley Smith, the youngster in 46. And Simon Cole, 3rd in Division 2. Well done to him. 4th for John Powell. Bit of a struggle in that one for Stephen Powell, only 5th in Division 2. And the final finisher will be Craig Evans, number 10. Because, of course, we lost Adam Bint early on. He pulled up on the outside of Palmer's. We'll confirm the provisional results of that one. Craig Evans over the line, our final finisher. It's a win for John Newell by 2.73 seconds over Ryan Smith, and Martin Gibson taking 3rd. David Jenkins 4th, ahead of Stuart Oliver, Steve Thomas and Mark Taylor. Division 2 won again by Craig Reed, number 68. Bradley Smith in 2nd, the winning margin in Division 2, 3.7 seconds. Best ever result for Bradley Smith, and also a great result for Simon Cole's Mercedes, 3rd in Division 2. John and Stephen Powell next home, and Craig Evans the final finisher. Adam Bint was a retirement. A couple of non-starters in that one as well, unfortunately. They were Jock Borthwick and Brad Smith. Okay, and the truck's heading back into Parc Fermé. Then in a moment we'll hand down to our man Pointy, who will be on the scene to talk to some of the drivers.
Back in Parc Fermé now with the fantastic finish to the 4th race of the weekend. We're joined here now with none other than John Newell, not only taking 1st position in the race, also getting fastest lap with a 2:24.4. Let's just go over and open his door. Got this, come on, there we go. Hello. First of all, fantastic result. We had high hopes for you, and a brilliant end to the race. We'll just give you a second to take your helmet off, take a breather. Fresh adrenaline, ladies and gentlemen, rushing to get ready. So, John, no issues this time?
No, definitely no issues this time.
Whoop, there we go. No issues this time. Fantastic race.
Yeah, brilliant. Got a good start. Put a bit of a gap in, then I seen Ryan take Martin, and I thought I better start putting my foot down now, so I put my quickest laps in towards the end and just kept maintaining that gap.
Yeah, I mean, just telling the camera, 2:24.4, managing your fastest lap of the race in the last lap and the fastest lap of the race overall.
Yeah, that's what I needed to do to keep Ryan behind.
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, you were pulling a good gap ahead of him the entire race. Fantastic result. Thank you very much for such a great show.
Yeah, brilliant, superb, thank you.
Good luck with the last race of the weekend. John Newell, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's head down the paddock and go and find our Division 2 first place winner. Bradley Smith, that came in 2nd place. We spoke to him yesterday. Let's go and see how he feels about his result.
Right, I think we'll hear from the Division 2 runners with Pointy in just a moment. Thanks to him for his input as always this weekend. We'll find Craig Reed and Bradley Smith hopefully as well. His best ever result there was 2nd in Division 2. After that we're going to go into our lunch break. It should be just under an hour. We'll be back underway around 1:35 with our next race, which is the Classic Thunder Saloons and Blue Oval Saloon Series. They had a great race in the sunset here yesterday at Snetterton. I think we can hand back down to Pointy with the Division 2 runners.
And taking 2nd place in Division 2, but taking his first podium of the weekend, Bradley Smith, congratulations.
Thank you very much, mate. I enjoyed that so much.
Fantastic start to the race, and you pulled a really good gap ahead. What managed to get you past Simon Cole so early on?
Yeah, well, I've been struggling all weekend in my starts. I've been like first, second row all weekend. I've been just mucking on my starts, been at the back. So this race, I thought let's just go for it.
Obviously you dropped back a little bit during the race. Obviously that's a stamina thing, I think. Do you reckon there's any issues with power, or is it just that little bit more experience from the front runners?
No, yeah, well, experience with the front runners, obviously I've never been up there before, but we've changed all the front end of the truck because it weren't working before. So yeah, just handling and chopping off a bit. It was good. Really enjoyed it.
Well, fantastic result. Let me shake your hand. Really good, well done. And we'll go and give you some silverware shortly. That's all from us down here in Parc Ferme. And back to Dave for some more racing action.
Well, actually, not racing action just yet, Pointy, because it's now lunchtime. A chance for our marshals to have a break, as we can see there, they've already stopped for lunch. And we're going to as well. For about 50 minutes, we're going to have a lunch break until 1:35 p.m. when the Thunder Saloons and the Blue Oval Saloons will be out for their 15-minute race, followed by the Jaguars. Then it's the Snetterton Saloons, their 45-minute race. I'm looking forward to that one. And then a final truck race to round out the day. So, time for a stop for lunch then. Chance for a bit of grub and a cup of tea. Hope you've enjoyed the action so far from Snetterton on BARC TV this weekend. We'll be back in about 50 minutes' time. Hello and welcome to another edition of Full Throttle, bringing you the best of British motorsport from around the UK. Today we're at the Brands Hatch circuit in Kent for big rig race action. Yes, the British Truck Racing Championship is in action alongside the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Let's head down into the paddock and hear from some of the competitors.
I want to know what it's like in one of these going down Paddock Hill Bend, because people watching might not realise it's actually pretty steep, isn't it?
It's very steep. I mean, all you can see is tarmac until you come up the hill. But I mean, for us, this is the first time we've ever raced in this sort of temperature here. So it's the quickest I've ever been around that circuit today. Wow. Which is because we're usually either like April to November, so it's brilliant, you know. I mean, it's a bit of a shame yesterday because we tested in the wet, which was, but the track's so sticky, the tyres are good, so it's only going to get improved over the weekend. So
you're going to get
looking
quicker.
Forward. Oh yeah, I mean
quicker.
we're braking late, different gears around bends, and we've never raced in these conditions here.
Wow.
So it's good and it's a lot faster. I mean, we used to drop half a peg in the first bend, now we're top gear all the way around.
Really?
So, yeah. So
because you've got to be brave, haven't you? You've got to keep your foot
yeah,
in.
you've got to be in it.
Back out.
A bit of left foot braking just to keep it level and then power back out the bing. So it's no, we're looking forward to it. It'll be good. So
John, talk us through qualifying baking conditions. Was it quick out there?
Yeah, it was quick out there. We just made a couple of mistakes on his final lap. Really, we should have been up to P2, not P4. We lost half a second in turn one, trying a different line.
So you're confident then, come the race, the pace is in this then to get further up?
Yeah, 100% the pace is in it. It's all down to me at the minute.
And Chuck, of course, it was just your first ever qualifying session, wasn't it? What was it like out there?
Yeah, it was good. Better as yesterday in the wet. Enjoyed it. A lot more grip, obviously. Got new tyres on. Learning a lot. It's a steep learning curve. You know.
Is that what this weekend's about for you? Is it about learning, or it's still competitive? You still want to give it a good fist, don't you?
Yeah, but we had little problems there when the air leak had to come in and bedding the brakes in. So I only really got 2 or 3 laps, but I've got a little speed signal issue with it, so I need to Ryan's trying to fix that just now. So yeah.
Well, great to hear from a couple of the drivers there after qualifying down in the paddock with Ian, and we'll bring you the grid lineup for our first of 5 truck races across this weekend. The more powerful Division 1 trucks, the more heavily modified machines, start in the first group, the Division 2 trucks behind them. So in pole position, it will be the reigning 5-time British Truck Racing Champion, number 1, Ryan Smith, debuting a brand new truck this weekend, and alongside him the 10 times British champion, former European champion as well, number 7, Stuart Oliver. On the second row, number 11, Martin Gibson with his MAN, alongside 18, John Newell, also debuting a new truck here today. Row 3, former champion number 69, David Jenkins, starts alongside 81 of Mark Taylor, and a newcomer behind them, 157 from Birmingham, Jonathan Willis, ex-short oval hot rod racer, starts on row 4. Then there's a gap, and then we've got the Division 2 trucks. The reigning champion number 3, Stephen Powell, we just heard from, was pipped to pole at the end of the session. 68 Craig Reed it is who takes pole in his Iveco, alongside number 3, Stephen Powell. Behind them, 16 of Brad Smith lines up alongside number 5, Adam Bint in his Volvo White. The next row, at number 6, which is John Powell, and 41 Simon Cole in the Mercedes Beast, as it's known. And finally, number 10, Craig Evans, made his debut last season alongside our newcomer, number 32, Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman. He had his qualifying times disallowed for overspeeding during qualifying. These trucks are electronically limited to 100 miles per hour, and you will be penalised if you exceed 100 miles an hour. It is monitored carefully. They have electronic speed limiters fitted to them, but if your truck does go over 100 miles per hour, then you will get a penalty, and in this case Jock Borthwick had his qualifying times disallowed. He has to start from the back of the grid. Here they come then up towards the red lights. When they go out, these 1,000 horsepower engines will release their power. I'm really looking forward to this race. The pace truck is in the pit lane. Up towards the red lights they go. Here we go. The power comes on and away they go. Truck Racing 2021 is underway. Front row men lead them into Paddock Hill Bend. It is a good start by Ryan Smith. The new Mercedes leads the way into the first corner in Division 2. It's side by side between Craig Reed and Stephen Powell. Leading the way it is Ryan Smith. Somebody running a bit wide there. Mark Taylor's got onto the dirt at the back of the Division 1 pack. It's Smith who leads from Oliver, Gibson, then David Jenkins has got ahead of John Newell up into 4th place, and the Division 2 trucks keeping up at the moment with Division 1. We expect to see them split apart. You can see the dirt on the tyres of the 81 there. He went wide coming out of paddock, but he gets past Jonathan Willis up into 6th position. It's Ryan Smith in the Mercedes that leads. Second, the Volvo of Stuart Oliver. Martin Gibson in 3rd place. Somebody running a bit wide there in Division 2. That was Brad Smith in the 16 that ran out wide. He's lost a spot or two. They start to sort themselves out around this first lap of this 15-minute race. Then there's Jonathan Willis on his debut in the 157 truck. 2 newcomers in this, of course. Jock Borthwick at the back of the field. There's the grey number 32. There are the leaders in Division 2. It's Ryan Smith leading by nearly 2 seconds at the end of the first lap, ahead of Stuart Oliver. Gibson in 3rd, then Jenkins, Newell, Taylor and Willis. Craig Reed leads Division 2. On our graphics there you can see Division 2 in white, Division 1 in blue. Brown Druids for the second time. Fly-in Ryan Smith going for 6 titles in a row. Look at the lead he's got already in the Mercedes. Oh, and a tangle there. That's Jonathan Willis and Craig Reed. That's the Division 2 leader gone. Oh dear, the Iveco gets itself out of the gravel. Now can Jonathan Willis get the Lawson's Direct MAN going again? Stephen Powell has inherited the lead in Division 2 with his newly liveried MAN. Adam Bint in 2nd in number 5. There's the 2 Team Oliver Kelso Truck Products machines 2nd and 3rd. David Jenkins up to 4th. Didn't go too well in qualifying. Then John Newell in truck number 18. 11 minutes to go in this first British Truck Racing Association Championship race of the season. Division 1 runners fairly spread out at the moment. It's getting dialed back in really for the new season. 5 races this weekend. The leader is lapping a second quicker than everybody else. There is Ryan Smith. He really is the Lewis Hamilton of truck racing, leading by a similar margin as well, nearly 6 seconds ahead. There's Jonathan Willis in 1:57 after his off earlier on. A little bit of damage to the rear of the truck where he was clipped by Craig Reed. He's not all that far off, being lapped by Flying Ryan in his new Mercedes Actros. Here's Division 2, boys. Powell, Bint, Smith and Borthwick still the order. This is good driving by Jock Borthwick from Hoyk in southern Scotland. A little bit of smoke from the back of Smith's truck there as he goes through Graham Hill Bend. I think that's possibly a very small leak in one of the pipes there. He's lapped Craig Evans in the number 10. Keeping an eye on the number 1 here. You can see Ryan working away. You can see how tightly packed into their cabs these drivers are. Our close up there as Flying Ryan continues. His lap time this time, so he's lapping under 1 minute. The only driver apart from David Jenkins currently lapping under a minute. His last lap was a 59.4. There's Stuart Oliver in second place, Martin Gibson third and David Jenkins fourth. They pretty much held station for the full duration of this race. Is Jenkins closing up? Yes, he is very slightly on Martin Gibson for third position. Stephen Powell continues to dominate Division 2 with his newly liveried MAN. His gap was 3.2 seconds. Now is Brad Smith closing on him in the slightly lightened number 16. See as they go over the lines, the DAF catching the MAN. Over the line they go, still 3.3 seconds in it. Borthwick happy with the podium place, I think in third. Craig Reed is next, then Adam Bint. And Craig Evans and Jonathan Willis to lap down. John Powell has retired into the pits. Craig Evans just gets out of the way. Let's see quicker runners through there. Now David Jenkins has caught Martin Gibson for third. There's a bit of damage to Jenkins' truck there. Didn't see what he hit. He's hit something though, you can see. John Newell, his beautiful new MAN. Built with support from MAN in Germany. Chasing there in 5th position. Gibson gets away a little bit on the straights. Now, David Jenkins doesn't seem to have the straight line speed of the 69 truck here. A couple of laps to go for Flying Ryan Smith out in front. There's Brad Smith, no relation, holding off Borthwick for second in Division 2. And here comes Ryan. Certainly a bit of smoke or steam coming from the Mercedes there, but it's not slowing him down. John Newell laps Jonathan Willis. The leader coming up to lap Craig Reed. Looking at the time left here, 1 minute 20, so I think they're going to get 2 more laps out of this. So we should see a 16-lap race to kick off the season. Oh, and somebody slowed there, that's Borthwick. Borthwick has stopped on the home straights. Now that might be an early finish if he can't get it going again from there, because that could lead to a red flag. The 32 truck has stopped on the front straight I saw there. He was third in Division 2. And the red flag is coming out. We have a red flag because of that stationary truck. I thought the red flag got straight away. There is Jock Borthwick. What a shame. He was on for third in Division 2 on his debut. I don't know what's happened there. He's stopped right next to the pit wall. And of course a very dangerous position there with the trucks coming out of Clark Curve hard on the throttle. The red flag comes out. The race will finish with 1 minute to go. So checkered flag showing on the timing screens then. So it will be a win for Ryan Smith. There's only 1 minute or so left to go, so the race I don't think will be restarted. Stuart Oliver second, Martin Gibson third, fourth will be number 69 David Jenkins, fifth number 18 of John Newell, and 6th 81 Mark Taylor. Seventh the Division 2 winner, number 3 Stephen Powell, 8th and 2nd in Division 2 number 16 of Brad Smith, 9th and 3rd in Division 2 recovering after a spin Craig Reed in the 68. We see the result confirmed. Jock Borthwick shown as 10th, but he won't be classified as he brought out the red flag. So 10th and 4th in Division 2 will be Adam Bint in the Volvo. 11th overall will be Jonathan Willis on his debut in the MAN. And he will take 7th in Division 1. And the final finisher, number 10, Craig Evans, with his MAN. John Powell pulled off into the pits after a couple of laps. An early finish then to our first truck race of the season, and it's Flying Ryan Smith and Stephen Powell who take the win, starting their title defences in perfect fashion.
Ryan, race 1, congratulations, talk us through it.
Yeah, we went out in quali this morning, obviously the new brand, Mercedes-Benz. It's the first time we've driven it this weekend.
It looks very shiny and new, I have to say.
Yeah, and we went in qualifying, did 1 lap and got a really fast time, so I said to Arnie, the main mechanic, let's come in and see what other people do, and nobody got near it, so that's all it was needed. And race 1, it was just a matter of controlling from the front and you know, doing his job, but it's just a pleasure to be back now after what
it's so nice, isn't it? What is this thing like to take around the Indy circuit here?
It's very good. You know, a seat card back, weather's good. Yesterday wasn't so good, but we've got new sponsors on board, UFI filters, you know, Arctic are back with us again. It's, you know, we've had companies have gone through tough times, but they've stayed with us. And hopefully this year can be a successful year again.
But it certainly was last year, wasn't it? Race 2 coming up, of course. Now I heard a little birdie tells me you were saying you can go even quicker.
We can go quicker, but it's about saving the tyres, saving the engine, so the guys ain't got to work till late. So we'll play safe. We'll get round turn 1 in single file, then we'll start attacking and trying to pick people off and see what we can do from there. But the early signs with the new Mercedes is good. As I said, we've got new support with the sponsors. The partners have been fantastic. So, you know, we're on to something good this year, I think.
I think so. Look, what sort of life can you get out of these tyres? I mean, how long do they last?
We should do today if we keep taking the inside rears to the front. So we should get on today and see how they hold up by the end of play today. And see where we go from there.
So, man, best of luck for race 2. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
A reverse grid in each division from race 1, so it's 157 Jonathan Willis, the newcomer, who starts on pole for this second race, alongside 81 Mark Taylor. Second row 18 John Newell and 69 of David Jenkins. Then on row 3 Martin Gibson, number 11, alongside number 7 Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith, number 1, has to start from row 4 this time. Then there's a gap and we've got division 2. The 2 non-finishers from race 1 should be starting from the very back. They don't count in the reverse grid. So in pole position for division 2, number 10 Craig Evans, alongside 5 Adam Bintz. Second row 68, which is Craig Reed, and 16 of Brad Smith. Third row number 3 Stephen Powell and 32 Jock Borthwick. And the final row 6 John Powell and 41 Simon Cole should be there. The pace truck is in pit lane. Here we go, race 2 of the weekend, the final race of this Saturday for the British Truck Racing Association Championship. Jonathan Willis and Mark Taylor on the front row. They come up towards the red lights. The power comes on and away they go. Super start by Mark Taylor. He will take the early lead as they go into Paddock Hill Bend. Division 2 are flagged off behind. Craig Evans and Adam Bint leading them down towards Paddock. Looks like it's Bint in the Volvo. Oh, we've got a spinner. We've got a couple of spinners seen from the cab of Martin Gibson there. He's got through on the inside. One of them is Mark Taylor. The other is Jonathan Willis. We've lost our 2 front row men already, and I think that has put Martin Gibson into the lead as they come out of Druids for the first time. So the red flag is out. We'll try and see the reason. We've got a couple of trucks. In fact, we've got several trucks in the gravel trap at Paddock Bend. Stuart Oliver is one of them. Mark Taylor and Jonathan Willis have gone off as well. We'll try and see a replay.
Yes, indeed. Just looking down onto the bottom of Paddock Hill now, we've got Truckside Recovery starting the laborious task of dragging the 2 stranded trucks out of the gravel. But yes, Stuart Oliver seems to be relatively unscathed, just showing those many years of experience now, the ability to get yourself going on the gravel.
We've just seen a replay of what happened there. It was a bit of an over-optimistic lunge by David Jenkins trying to get up the inside. He clipped the back of Mark Taylor and sent him into a spin. So that's what happened. Willis and Oliver went off in avoidance. Here they come up towards the red lights on board with Martin Gibson as we get underway. What's going to happen this time? Into Paddock Hill Bend up towards nearly 100 miles an hour before they reach Paddock Bend. Mark Taylor and Jonathan Willis are going to join in from the pit lane. Adam Bint has taken the lead in Division 2 in his Volvo, but it's John Newell who leads the way up into Druids for the first time. David Jenkins in second, Martin Gibson's third, and it looks like so far they've all got round okay with John Newell in the lead.
Yes, looking back to Division 2 now as we just come round Druids. Steve Powell trying to make his way down through Graham Hill. Craig Reed trying to get past Jock Borthwick, newcomer, who's doing quite well to hold his own at the first half of this race. But Adam Bint screaming ahead of the Division 2 pack, closely followed by Brad Smith.
So there are the Division 2 leaders coming through clear ways. Stephen Powell in behind Borthwick, as you say there, Pointy. Simon Cole under fire as well, but it's John Newell who will lead the first lap then over the line ahead of David Jenkins. Martin Gibson behind them. Ryan Smith's doing the fourth. He's got ahead of Stuart Oliver. Then the Division 2 leaders already. The cavalry charge from the pit lane starting to come through. Mark Taylor and Jonathan Willis, but John Newell under pressure. The tanker lorry businessman from South Yorkshire under fire from David Jenkins. On board with Martin Gibson. Charges his way down Graham Hill, chasing after David Jenkins, holding third place at the moment. You can see how hard he is having to work at the wheel of that MAN. The first 5 breaking clear slightly. Then we've got the Division 1 and 2 mixed further back as David Jenkins up the inside as they go into Surtees, and he takes the lead away from John Newell.
Absolutely super tight pat now as Ryan Smith riding the bumper of John Newell. Certainly not going to make it easy for him though, is John. Of course, Stuart Oliver and Martin Gibson behind them as well. Ryan now looking for the inside line. Can he squeeze past John? Oh, he's on the grass, but John not quite letting the door shut. Unfortunately, no. Ryan takes that now straight through. Quite a professional move, and I do believe we see Stuart Oliver making the move past John Newell. He must be having some kind of issues with the truck today, Dave.
Well, Stuart Oliver coming through there as well. Martin Gibson will possibly try and see what happened to him at Paddock Bend a lap ago. We may have a replay of that from the number 11 truck. Yeah, Ryan Smith was there on the inside. Was there contact there? I think Ryan may have just bounced off the curb coming out of Paddock, which sent Martin Gibson out wide. He just ran out of room. I don't think there was any contact there. Martin bouncing through the gravel on the outside, and Stuart Oliver able to come through as well. So the lead is with David Jenkins from Ryan Smith now. 1.5 seconds in it at the end of the last lap. It'll be less than that this time. Oliver third, Gibson fourth. Fifth is John Newell. Still leading Division 2 is Adam Bint, looking for his first win in a couple of years. He had a fair few problems with the black Volvo White last season. It seems a bit of a misnomer to call it a Volvo White in that livery, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed. Had the new livery for last year's season, and a couple of technical issues really held him back for the entire year, unfortunately. But having some pressure gauge issues and taking it a little bit easier earlier on today certainly seems to have fixed up that truck and making some serious headway as we continue the second race of the weekend here. Brad Smith under pressure from Mark Taylor, but this is obviously Division 1 on Division 2, just not finding that gap past the Brad Smith Division 2 truck, and Craig Reed taking up third position of the Division 2 race here, looking for a space past obviously Brad Smith and Mark Taylor.
Well, Ryan Smith has taken the lead from David Jenkins. He got through on the inside at Paddock that time through, as we see Mark Taylor making the move on Brad Smith at Graham Hill Bend. David Jenkins under pressure from Stuart Oliver now for second place. We've got 8 minutes of this restarted race to go, so we're not yet at half distance, but Ryan Smith's Mercedes already through into the lead, the Mercedes Actros.
Very, very tight top 3 now for Division 2. Adam Bint looking very comfortable at the front there. Brad Smith, trying to find every possible gap through with Craig Reed snapping at his heels. And of course, further ahead of the Division 2 pack now, we've got Mark Taylor pulling nicely away. But is it too late in the day to be looking for the rest of the Division 1s? That is the only problem, as they come down out of Division 2s, down the pit straight into Paddock Hill again. 2.5 minutes roughly left of today's race. Back with the Division 1s now, we're still looking at that undying battle of defence from Dave Jenkins, as Martin Gibson trying to pull out all the stops, late braking, taking the outside line, on board again now with the number 11 MAN Martin Gibson truck, and it is looking very, very tight, certainly testing Dave Jenkins with everything that he's got. Really it's going to be an exciting finish if he continues to push as hard as he is. Stuart Oliver perhaps taking the back seat for the moment, looking for a gap if one of these two make a mistake, Dave.
Yes, he certainly is the 10-time champion and 1-time European champion, just keeping a watching brief on his protege Martin Gibson ahead of him, swinging their way through Druids Bend. 90 seconds of the race to go while Ryan Smith's away, and God, he's leading by 8 seconds now. He's heading for his second win of the weekend, but can Adam Bint hang on to win Division 2? A wheel arch hanging off the Volvo there as he heads through Paddock Bend. Well, Ryan Smith, we've hardly seen him. He's run away and hid at the front of the field. Flying Ryan in his Mercedes Actros is heading for his second win, the ex-Norbert Kiss truck, the great Hungarian. But Brad Smith is really attacking now. Adam Bint for the lead. Can Adam in the Volvo, the Oxfordshire driver, hang on in front?
Well, he's certainly got the heritage. He's been doing this for quite a while. The truck has been with him the whole way as well. So if anybody can hold that position, it's going to be Binty. But of course, Brad Smith, fantastic bit of driving. They almost look inseparable, those front three, with Craig Reed just following the same line as the two front runners of Division 2, looking very comfortable. I think they're just going to be happy to take the podiums they've got at the moment. There's no real need to be risking the rest of the weekend with a last-minute dash. Although, wait, as we see now, we've got Brad Smith looking down the outside line. Will he take? No, he doesn't. Backs down behind Binty now. Craig Reed still just looking for that gap between the two of them, I believe.
Yeah, here comes the battle up into Druids. The leader about to start his final lap, I think, Ryan Smith. He's heading into the last lap. We'll concentrate on the Division 2 battle as they swing their way out of Druids, down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. So Ryan Smith surely heading for victory. Who's it going to be as they come through in Division 2, though? Adam Bint holding on for dear life. He's a very defensive driver. I saw him do this at Pembrey a couple of years ago, where he held the entire Division 2 pack off to take a brilliant win. Ryan Smith is away and gone. He's heading for win number 2 here this evening. David Jenkins is still holding second ahead of Martin Gibson. Still Adam Bint is holding on ahead of Brad Smith. They're about half a lap behind the Division 1 leaders. There's David Jenkins, has held his second place ahead of Gibson and Oliver. They're coming round towards the finish line now. The checkered flag will be in sight. It's going to be 2 out of 2 for the man going for his 6th consecutive title this year. Here comes Flying Ryan out of the final corner. The new Mercedes Actros working faultlessly. It's going to be 2 wins out of 2 for Ryan Smith here at Brands Hatch. He takes the win in British Truck Racing Championship race number 2 of the weekend. David Jenkins will come over in second ahead of Martin Gibson. Great drive by him. Stuart Oliver 4th. It will be John Newell in a rather lonely 5th place. But who is going to win the Division 2 battle? We'll hand back to that. There on the Cooper Straight now, heading towards Surtees for the last time, and Brad Smith is going to go for it. Here they come. It's Adam Bint somehow holding on ahead of Brad Smith. Everything he can throw at him. Craig Reed's going to have a look up the inside as well. They're going to finish line astern, these 3. Stephen Powell trying to make it 4. But I think Adam Bint has just about done enough. He had a very poor season in 2020, but he's going to hold on for victory here ahead of Brad Smith. A very happy Adam Bint comes over the line and wins Division 2. That's a terrific drive. And we can confirm the results of that one. Ryan Smith, the winner by just under 10.5 seconds. The winning margin in the end, another clear win for the new Mercedes. David Jenkins holding off Martin Gibson for second, a determined drive by Martin. Stuart Oliver 4th ahead of John Newell, a rather lonely 5th. Mark Taylor made it back up from the pit lane start to 6th, well done to him. Adam Bint in 7th overall, a great win for him in Division 2, he'll be very pleased with that. Bradley Smith took 8th place, less than a second behind him. 9th place going to Craig Reed, 3rd in class. Stephen Powell had settled for 4th and 10th overall. And Jock Borthwick in 11th. Jonathan Willis made it back up to 12th. Then Craig Evans a lap down, and we lost Simon Cole. Unfortunately, was an early retirement into the pits.
Quite an eventful race that, wasn't it? But when you managed to finally get past, you kind of pulled away again.
I just needed to get in single file, get my head down and do what I know I can do. So yeah, it worked out perfect. I just waited, single file, let the commotion happen in the first turn, and just pressed it from there.
It was a perfect display, really, wasn't it? Just sort of stay out of trouble and then pick him off as you get there.
Well, some brilliant action from the big rigs, as we always see here at Brands Hatch. Plenty more to come from them later on, but for now, we'll take a short break. Welcome back to Brands Hatch Circuit, where the big rigs are ready to race once again. It's time for race 3 for the British Truck Racing Championship. And in pole position it is number 157 Jonathan Willis, the reverse grid being used from yesterday's finishing order with the Division 1 trucks at the front, Division 2 behind. So Jonathan Willis starts on pole in truck number 157. Number 81, Mark Taylor alongside him. Second row, number 18, John Newell, and number 7, the 10 times champion and former European champion, Stuart Oliver. Row 3, number 11, Martin Gibson. And alongside him will be number 1, Ryan Smith, because David Jenkins, number 69, got a penalty after some contact in yesterday's race. He has to start at the back of the Division 1 trucks. Then there's a gap and we've got Division 2. That's headed up by number 10, Craig Evans. Division 2 for the slightly less powerful, less modified trucks. Alongside him is number 32, Jock Borthwick. Then we have the reigning Division 2 champion, number 3, Stephen Powell, and 68 of Craig Reed. Behind them, number 16, Brad Smith. And number 5, yesterday's winner of the second race, Adam Bintz. And finally, we should have 41, Simon Cole, and number 6, John Powell. I don't think those 2 trucks are there, but we do have an extra truck right at the back, number 46, Bradley Smith. So we've got 2 Brad Smiths in this race. Nice and confusing for us commentators. Bradley Smith in number 46 in his Iveco. Didn't race yesterday, but he is here today, and he's at the back of the field. Here we go then, the pace truck into the pit lane, up towards the red lights. When they go out, we will be underway and racing. Waiting for the lights to go out. 15 minutes of truck racing about to get underway. The power comes on, and here we go down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Almost 1,000 horsepower from most of these engines. They charge their way into Paddock Hill Bend. Jonathan Willis has run a little bit wide on the exit, and he's into the gravel. John Willis into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, and Stuart Oliver ploughs through the gravel as well. That was nearly a carbon copy of the start of the second race yesterday. Mark Taylor, number 81, has the lead, and in Division 2 it's 2 by 2 into Druids. There's contact there between Craig Evans and Borthwick in the 32 as they start to stream their way down towards Graham Hill Bend. Number 81, Mark Taylor, has the lead.
Yes, unfortunate start to the race there for John Willis as he sits now in the gravel. We will be seeing any lights coming out to bring that race to a standstill or not. We can't see any flags just yet, although I think the marshals will be getting very close now to putting out some yellows. Yes, we have marshals coming out onto the track now with the yellow flags. Just a replay now of that John Willis. We also see Stuart Oliver taking a little bit of a detour there as well, but of course that little bit of extra experience getting him back on the track. And I do now see as well the red lights flashing around the circuit as the race is brought to a complete stop. Again, like you said, Dave, almost a carbon copy of what we had in the first race yesterday. The truck's now regridding. Looks like the marshals quick off the mark there to get them lined up again for a definite restart.
Gibson positioning himself tight to the inside, try and get up the inside. Mark Taylor positioning himself to try and move across as soon as the red lights go out and hold off John Newell. He's got to be wary of Stuart Oliver as well. Here we go. Division 2 trucks are flagged away with the Union flag. The second group, they head down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. It is Mark Taylor who has held his lead. Stuart Oliver round the outside in the number 7. John Newell in third place in the number 18. But it's Taylor who leads the way in the number 81 as they head up towards Druids for the first time. And Ryan Smith around the outside. Ryan Smith could get third place here. Not the best of starts for Martin Gibson in the number 11. Oh, we've got a tangle. Adam Bintz and Jock Borthwick are in the gravel at Paddock Bend. Disaster in Division 2, and yesterday's winner could well be out of the race, and we could be seeing another red flag. It looked like Jock Borthwick spun around and Adam Bintz hit the front of him. Nowhere for Adam to go there. Great cloud of dust as they went into the gravel trap, and another two trucks to be recovered there. Damage to the front of Adam Bintz Volvo white Aerodyne. I would imagine some damage to the 32 of Borthwick as well. The pace truck is into pit lane. Will it be third time lucky then with British Truck Racing Championship race 3 of the weekend? They come up towards the red lights, they go out, and we're underway, and a great start this time by John Newell in the number 18 with his new MAN up the inside as they head through Paddock Bend for the first time. Let's hope nobody runs wide into the gravel this time. Newell has got the lead. In Division 2 it is Craig Reed who's made a great start in the red number 68 Iveco. Stephen Powell goes through in the second. It's Newell that leads. Mark Taylor's caught in the middle. Ryan Smith is there on the outside. This is going to be frantic. There's contact on the exit of Druids. Mark Taylor and Stuart Oliver. Taylor slides sideways, and look at Ryan Smith. He's charged through. He got the line right through Druids, going round the outside, then onto the inside for Graham Hill Bend. and he's up into second place ahead of Mark Taylor, who nearly spun coming down Graham Hill. But out in front it is John Newell. Leading Division 2 is Craig Reed.
Yeah, fantastic start to the race now. I do believe we are properly underway. Mark Taylor unfortunately dropping a few spaces back now, with Stuart Oliver looking to take the next position away from him. On board with Martin Gibson, as we can see him just creeping along behind looking for a space, but quite a lot of clear air behind him though. There's quite a large gap before the Division 2. Craig Reed coming onto the pit straight now, just coming past John Willis, who does appear to be struggling yet again unfortunately in this race. Steve Powell looking for a space next to Brad Smith. Craig Evans for Josh Borthwick.
Division 2 pack heading up into Druids. The battle for second between Stephen Powell and Brad Smith. Jock Borthwick is going well. Bit of smoke from the 32, or maybe just steam. He's 11th overall. Craig Evans and Bradley Smith still behind him as the lead pack heads round towards the conclusion of another lap. Craig Reed continues to set the pace in Division 2. He took pole yesterday's race, and Bradley Smith goes off onto the grass heading down Graham Hill. Just lost out to Craig Evans. Don't know if there was any contact just before there, but Bradley in the very smart Iveco keeps it going. There's Brad Smith, his namesake, the Unity Recovery sponsored number 16, chasing Stephen Powell. Leaders heading up towards Druids once again. 3.5 seconds in it between Smith and Newell. Taylor in third, then Oliver, Jenkins, Gibson are your top 6. John Newell is being caught here by Mark Taylor in the number 81. Then it's Stuart Oliver. There's David Jenkins. A quiet race from the man from Stafford so far, former British champion on a few occasions. Ryan Smith, the man going for his 6th consecutive title this year, is going the right way about it. He's unbeaten so far this weekend. He took the lead just a lap into this race, and look at the lead he's got here, nearly 4 seconds up on John Newell, who's being harried now by Mark Taylor. He's hanging on there at the moment. David Jenkins is now pressuring Stuart Oliver for 4th position. We've got a couple of laps left to go. David Jenkins, of course, had to start from the back of the Division 1 grid, got a penalty for some contact in one of yesterday's races. Jock Borthwick safe in the pit lane. It was an oil pipe that came off the turbo, I've just been told, which caused those flames. It was a bit of oil getting onto the hot elements of the engine. The officials spotted those flames, and he did get the black and orange flag, the black with orange disc, which means technical problem, call into the pits. That's the end of Jock Borthwick's race as Division 1 heads over the line. I think we'll get this and one more lap out of this. Ryan Smith leading by 7 seconds over John Newell now. The Mercedes heading for win number 3 for the weekend.
Yes, just half a minute left now of this first race of the Sunday with the British Truck Racing, and it does appear to be quite a civil end to the proceedings after quite a few false starts this morning. Still concerned about the number 11 truck, Martin Gibson. I think a bit of work to be done before the after lunch race this afternoon to see whether he can find some of that speed that he obviously had yesterday. Just looking down onto Clark Curves now, as we've got Ryan Smith just coming past Bradley Smith. Quite a good performance from Bradley Smith, really, if we take into consideration he hasn't driven around this track before, and of course not responsible for either of the 2 crashes earlier on in the races either, which is a claim on its own, I'd say.
Well, we're on the last lap of the race now, just counted down to 0, so it is going to be a hat-trick for flying Ryan Smith in the Mercedes. But who's going to be 2nd and 3rd? They're heading up into Druids now. Stuart Oliver under attack from David Jenkins. That's for 4th place. It looks as though John Newell is going to hang on for 2nd place, and Mark Taylor will be pleased with 3rd. But can David Jenkins get through on the inside? He's having a look. Stuart Oliver closes the door at Graham Hill Bend, gets the tail hanging out slightly over the curb. Craig Reed is heading for victory in Division 2. He's increased his lead by a few tenths of a second over Stephen Powell. Win is going to go to flying Ryan Smith in the number 1. We'll watch the battles further back for the minor placings. Checkered flag is out. Ryan Smith has come through to take the win. It's going to be John Newell who will come over in 2nd. They've just lapped the 46 of Bradley Smith there. Mark Taylor's going to be 3rd. David Jenkins pulls out, trying to go round the outside on the run to the line, but he doesn't quite get there. Stuart Oliver by 2 tenths of a second takes 4th, and it's going to be Craig Reed who will take Division 2. Martin Gibson dropped back into 6th position overall, but in 7th overall, here comes Craig Reed, in the Iveco to take the victory in Division 2. Stephen Powell, the defending champion, will take second in that division. 3 different winners in Division 2 so far this weekend. Win going to Ryan Smith by nearly 7.5 seconds ahead of John Newell and Mark Taylor, an overall podium in third. Stuart Oliver fourth, holding off David Jenkins in the closing stages. Martin Gibson completing the top 6. Craig Reed, 7th overall, the winner of Division 2 ahead of Stephen Powell. Then Jonathan Willis and Brad Smith completing the top 10. Bradley Smith taking 11th. And then Craig Evans a lap down completing the finishers. We lost Jock Borthwick, of course, into the pits. Now time for pickup truck racing. Well, welcome back after the lunch break here at the Snetterton 300 circuits. The sun now coming out on this Sunday afternoon. Here live with BARC TV, getting ready for our next race, which will be a combined race for the Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons and the Burton Power Products Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford. The race yesterday will set the grid for today's events. The results of yesterday's race setting the grid. It was a win for the BMW of James Card yesterday, fighting off the similar M3 of Jason West. Fabulous field of cars behind them. The winner in the Blue Oval Saloons was AJ Owen. We normally see him in his Honda Civic, of course, in the pre-03 touring cars. But trying Thunder Saloons this week, trying Blue Oval Saloons, sorry, this weekend with the Sierra Cosworth. He came 8th overall yesterday. We'll give you the grid as soon as we can. This will be a 15-minute race. That's followed by the Jaguars. A little while after that, we'll have the Jaguar Saloon and GT Championship. Then a 45-minute pit stop race for the Uncle Luke's Snetterton Saloons. Uncle Luke himself, Luke Allen, will be racing in that one. Owns Uncle Luke's sign and sticker shop. There's liveried a number of the cars featuring in that race. And then we have the final race for the British Truck Racing Championship at 4 o'clock, which will round off the programme. Great racing across the weekend here at Snetterton. Thanks to everybody making it possible. Our camera crews, also the marshals, medical staff, the recovery crews, and everyone else here at the Snetterton circuit. Sky's still looking a bit uncertain, but the sun burning through the cloud now. And we'll be underway shortly with our next race for the Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons and the Blue Oval Saloon Series. A couple of penalties handed out in yesterday's race for a couple of cars that overtook the safety car. We had a safety car early on when Joey Binks came to grief in his Ford Sierra Cosworth RS500. We were debating that car at the start of yesterday's race. It is actually a replica of the car that Carl Jones, the Welshman, raced in British touring cars in the late 80s. It's not the original car. It's a very good likeness, though. The Duckham's liveried Ford Sierra Cosworth RS500, a very beautiful car indeed. A car I remember seeing race when I was a lot younger than I am now. A very good replica raced by Joey Binks, but he came to grief early in yesterday's race. So we'll await the cars to start making their way out onto the grid then, and we'll bring you the grid when they do so. Before then, we have got a couple of interviews from down in the assembly area.
Right, everybody, welcome down to an absolutely glorious assembly area here. Not weather-wise, we think there could be a big threat of rain coming, but just look at these cars. Now, somebody I wanted to catch up with yesterday, didn't get a chance. It is my good friend AJ. I mean, I call him a friend, he might not agree with me, but AJ, you're taking this machine out obviously for the first time, and what a day it was for you yesterday. What happened?
Oh, it was completely the opposite of what I'm used to from the Civic.
It's not Honda, is it?
No. It's a bit of understeer, and then you think, all right, I'll give it a bit more power. Then you get this whack full of boost, and then the rear comes round. So it's all. No, it was good fun. It's been 7 years since I've driven this, and yeah, my dad drove it at Brands, and so I said, can I just spin in it at Snet? And here we are. It's good. It's a new engine that my dad's built himself.
And you're missing the point here, AJ. Yesterday's race took the class win.
Yeah, it was good. I didn't sort of expect it because obviously rear-wheel drive, front-wheel drive. You know, from 7 years of racing front-wheel drive relatively successfully, and then jumping into this, so it was a bit of a whirlwind. But no, it was good. The aim was just to sort of do the similar lap time that the Civic does, which it did in qualifying. So I was really impressed with that straight out of the box. We've got a little breathing issue with the engine at the minute, but we spoke to a couple of really nodule blokes and they've helped us out. So we've made a little change for race 2. So yeah, just as long as we can finish, that's the main thing. Get 2 good finishes under his belt. I'm not the most sympathetic of people with it versus my dad, bless him. But no, it's good. I'm really happy with it, and yeah, if we can get into the 209s today, that'll be good, and that'll round out a good weekend.
Well, let's hope the rain doesn't come then, because no chance if that comes.
No, I like the rain. It'll be mix it up a bit, wouldn't it? So no, bring on the rain.
Top man, cheers AJ. Good luck. Have a look at this as well. Neil Philpotts. Look at this Mitsubishi as well. He's just reversing. I'm going to grab a word of him as well. Just look at it. Look at this car. Oh, I'm in absolute heaven here. I really am. Don't forget, what a great Aston. Well, James Card, though, of course, taking the outright honours yesterday. The 2 BMWs going to go toe to toe. Let's go and have a word. One of my was a Mitsubishi. So one of my old cars was a Mitsubishi.
Was it?
So I've got it was a Colt. It was a Colt.
It's a lover.
But I always wanted one of these. What's it like to drive?
Oh, it's very exciting, I can assure you. Just getting it together here, though, was a bit difficult. I've come with the wrong tyre choice, so I'm struggling with that.
Did it hold you back a little bit in yesterday's race?
I've done my first spinning. I was spinning on the circuit, which I've never done before, but hopefully don't do that today.
Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Enjoy the race. Right, it is time to get out on to the track here for the Classic Touring Cars. It's the Boss and Thunder, and it's going to be loud. I'm going to hand you over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
It certainly is going to be loud. Here they are on track then, ready for the rolling start. It'll be a 15-minute race, and the grid reads as follows. The front row, James Card and Jason West in their BMWs. On the second row, Ricky Can will be at the wheel of the Aston Martin V8 Vantage for this race, alongside Jason Hughes in the Vectra. Row 3, Brian Bransom's BMW, Colin Voice in his Mark 1 Escort. The fourth row is Paul Wood BMW, AJ Owen, who we've just heard from in the Sierra Cosworth. The fifth row, Neil Philpotts and the Mitsubishi Starion, Kevin Denwood's BMW. Row 6 will have James Everard's E30 M3, Ian Bauer's BMW that we saw earlier on. Row 7, Martin Reynolds Ford Anglia, Tom Abbott's Ford Capri. Row 8 will be Will Hunt's Ford Fiesta, James Dunkley in his XR2. Row 9, Colin Claxton Mark 1 Escort, Dan Mackay Ford Fiesta. The 10th row, Stuart Place Mark 1 Escort and Anton Martin's Mark 4 Escort XR3i. Row 11, Bradley Gelman failed to finish yesterday with his Sierra Cosworth, Mike Chittenden's beefy BMW, Joey Binks in the Carl Jones replica Cosworth, Andy Cripps number 33 with his BMW, and Clive Hainsford in the Mazda RX-8. The very modified Mazda RX-8 will complete the grid. Getting ready to go racing then, a combined grid for the Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons and the Burton Power Products Blue Oval Saloon Series. The pace car into pit lane. A power about to come on, get ready to be thunderstruck. Here we go, James Card and Jason West in their BMWs lead the field away, down towards Riches for the first time. Brian Branson gets away well in the orange BMW from a little further back on the grid. Are they all going to make it round? There's some dust being kicked up there. Has somebody lost it there at turn 1? No, I don't think they have. The BMW's together, and it's Jason West trying to get around the outside, but he goes wide at the hairpin. James Card there on the inside. Jason Hughes in the Vectra, the ex-Jason Plato car, is there in third place. And we are underway then. There's Bradley Gelman. Good to see him back out. So Jason West at the inside in a Palmer's takes the lead from James Card. Brian Bransom is fourth. Ricky Can in his Aston Martin is fifth. A fantastic sight this field makes. There's Gelman towards the back ahead of Clive Hainsford in the yellow Mazda RX-8 we saw. They are missing a few cars that failed to finish yesterday's race, unfortunately. Battle is on for third place. Looks like Brian Bransom is up to third, going well in the orange BMW. So it's BMW M3s 1, 2 and 3. A shame we haven't got any of the Australian supercars that we normally see in Thunder Saloon races. No Andy Wilson with the Monaro, no Andy Robinson with his Ford Falcon this weekend. There's Bransom and Hughes, third and fourth. Then a gap back to Ricky Can, Colin Voice and that awesome Mark 1 Escort. AJ Owen leads the Blue Oval Saloon Series split. Open to everything Ford. Side by side, the two BMWs, they head down the Bentley straight. James Card trying to get round the outside into Brundle. They're side by side on the entry. Yes, Card moves ahead. There's Neil Philpotts, the Mitsubishi Starion, chased by Alex AJ Owen in Father Craig's Ford Sierra Cosworth. First time he's raced it, he's already had a win with it in the Blue Oval Series. He's ahead of Paul Wood in his BMW M3 there. These are the quickest and most powerful cars we will see here at Snetterton this weekend from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. It's BMWs 1, 2 and 3. The Vauxhall Vectra in fourth place. Jason Hughes, the current championship leader. He's unbeaten in his class. The championship in the Blue Oval Saloons is less clear-cut. Colin Claxton has had a good season so far in his Mark 1 Escorts. He's further down the order at the moment in about 16th place. Here comes James Card. He's got the lead back again now from Jason West. Two BMWs together, chased by Brian Bransom. Jason Hughes in fourth place. Then Ricky Can, Colin Voice, Phil Potts, Paul Wood, James Everard has got ahead of AJ Owen. And James Everard starting a little further down the grid. Watch for the E30 M3 coming through. We've seen how quick he can be earlier on. James Card defending his lead there from Jason West. Brian Branson just keeping a watching brief with his E36 M3, the two E46 M3s out in front. James Card, a regular for several years now in the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship with that car. Chased by Jason West. Brian Branson in third. Then a gap back to Jason Hughes, who himself is an ex-British touring car driver. He's got his MG ZS touring car here this weekend as well. There's Joey Binks in the background, the Duckham Sierra we mentioned. The rest of the pack makes its way through. AJ Owen leads the Blue Oval Saloon. Second of them is Tom Abbott in the blue Ford Capri. And third is Will Hunt in his Ford Fiesta ST. Colin Voice with the Mark 1 Escort Castrol liveried car at the inside there, challenging Neil Philpotts in the Starion. Paul Wood in the BMW behind them. Swing their way through the bomb hole. That's awesome. Aston Martin. It was Sam Wilson raced that car yesterday. Ricky Can, the car's owner, has taken over today. He's got Neil Philpotts in the turbocharged Mitsubishi Starion, closing up on him there. Colin Voice in the Space Frame Escort behind him. And we've got the BMW of Paul Wood. Four of them together. This is the fight for fifth position. The first quartet have got away. Philpotts draws past Colin Voice on the run over the start-finish line. James Everard is trying to catch this lot as well. He's got ahead of AJ Owen, who still leads the Blue Oval Saloon Series split. Three BMWs just caught a glimpse of going through there. Jason Hughes on his own in fourth in the Vectra. He won't mind, because if he wins the class, he'll still be unbeaten in class this year and continue to lead the championship. Paul Wood closing on Colin Voice. Still the three BMWs, Card, West and Bransom at the front of the field. James Card in the silver BMW still leading. Starting to open up a bit of a lead now over Jason West. We see them there in the background. Meanwhile, AJ Owen's got the Sierra back ahead of James Everard's E30 M3, the ex-Jack Stanford car. How many cars took the start of this one? 24 in total, so missing one or two off the grid. Nine and a half minutes to go. James Card, Jason West, Brian Branson. Then a gap back to Jason Hughes in that Super Touring Vectra. And then the fight for 5th. Looks like Neil Philpotts has got the Mitsubishi ahead of the big Aston Martin now. Jason Hughes, aka Jason Plato, you can see on the window there. And there's another Jason West, under fire from Brian Branson. This is allowing James Card, the Derbyshire driver, to get away. Looking for win number 2 this weekend in his silver M3. Over the line they go. And Hughes on his own in 4th. This field really starting to open out now. Brian Branson has a look up the inside there into Rich's corner. Can't get the orange M3 alongside Jason West in the Underscore sponsored car. Through Wilson's hairpin. The lead was 1.6 seconds that time through for James Card. Done the fastest lap of the race as well, 2 minutes 1.9. Neil Philpotts is now 5th, 6th is Ricky Cann in the Aston Martin. Colin Voice's Escort 7th. Still leading the Blue Oval split is AJ Owen, winning his battle with James Everard's BMW. I think we may have lost Tom Abbott's. The Capri is falling down the timing screen, so we've lost him somewhere. We'll have a look for him around the circuit, see if he's pulled up. Jason West losing a bit of ground now to James Card. Through Williams' corner. Down the Bentley straight go the leaders as we reach half distance in this Classic Thunder and Boss Blue Oval Saloon Series race. They're being bossed at the moment by AJ Owen. Martin Reynolds is now 2nd, the Blue Ovalers, in his awesome hot rod style Anglia. There's Neil Philpotts in 5th, ahead of the Aston of Ricky Cann. Colin Voice, Paul Wood with his BMW. Everard and Owen still rounding up the overall top 10. We saw in the background there Martin Reynolds got Clive Hainsford in the Mazda RX-8 behind him, and James Everard nearly loses the M3 there in the background. Got a wheel onto the grass. Neil Philpotts, great performance by this rare Mitsubishi Starion. It's back in the late 80s. They appeared occasionally in touring car racing. Never very successful in the UK though, sadly. As for that Aston Martin, well, Ricky Cann has raced a number of Astons over the years. The Gulf liveried car, the powder blue and orange. Blue Oval still Owen Reynolds and Will Hunt in the more modern Fiesta ST, 3rd in them, just ahead of James Dunkley in his Fiesta XR2. Leaders head out of Palmer, the lead gap 1.5 seconds, but Jason West has just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:01.61 seconds. Through the left at Agostini. 3rd is Brian Branson. He's 1.6 seconds off Jason West. Here comes the fight for 5th. Jason Hughes all on his own. He's nearly 11 seconds behind Brian Branson. He's 14 seconds ahead of this battle, headed by Neil Philpotts. There's 169, that's Mike Chittenden's BMW. BMW M3 on steroids, that one, with the wide arches. Still leading the way, it is James Card. There's the Mazda RX-8 we mentioned. Clive Hainsford, Martin Reynolds Anglia. Here's the battle of the Fiestas, the more modern ST of Will Hunt, chased by James Dunkley, the XMG racer, in his very pretty Fiesta XR2 Mark II. There he is. He's got Andy Cripps, who started from the back in his BMW after problems yesterday on his tail. Now they're currently fighting for 15th place overall. This is for the lead of Class D in the Blue Oval Saloon Series, the two Fiestas. They've got Cripps on their tail. He's a Classic Thunder racer, of course. Can't be Blue Oval because he's not a Ford. Andy Cripps with his Beamer. Through to the Bentley straights. Will Hunt ahead of James Dunkley. There's the Anglia of Martin Reynolds, the white and yellow, almost hot rod style Anglia, 14th place. Here comes Andy Cripps up the inside. The power of the BMW should tell here. Yes, he splits the Fiestas. Now for Will Hunt in the Fiesta ST. He's third overall in Blue Oval at the moment. James Dunkley fourth. Car number 33, that's Andy Cripps, is going to be shown the black and white flag for exceeding track limits. So he'll get a warning from the officials. If he does it again, he may be penalised. There's Anton Martin, the Mark IV Escort. He's been lapped, and Stuart Place's beautiful Mark I Escort. Maybe a lap down, but that is still a stunning looking car. Very beautiful indeed. Ricky Cann has got back ahead of the Phil Potts Mitsubishi there at Agostini, and here comes Colin Voice as well in the Mark I Escort. See the class leaders there on the right of your screen. Card leads Classic Thunder B, Class C by Jason Hughes, Class H. Well, the three historic classes have all got only one entry in them: Phil Potts, Cann and Voice. The Blue Oval Saloon classes you can see there as well. AJ Owen, Martin Reynolds, Will Hunt, and Dan Mackay with his Fiesta further back. Now the lead, the battle for fifth coming up to lap. There's the car that we mentioned earlier, Joey Binks, the Duckham's Cosworth RS500, replica of Carl Jones's old car from the BTCC in the late 80s. Unfortunately, it hasn't got the Dayglow yellow headlamp covers that the original had. Made it look even cooler, in my opinion. Car that I remember fondly from my youth. The original, Carl tells us, is somewhere in Italy. Maybe we'll see that out racing someday. Ricky Cann locks up big time there in the Aston. He's going to go off onto the grass. Look out, Neil Philpotts behind. Ever seen an Aston Martin competing in rallycross? No, you have. Good save, Ricky Cann. I suspect his brakes might be going off. 2 minutes to go, so I think we're on the last lap now, although we might get one more in. I didn't see the time when the leader crossed the line. 1 second in it between Card and West. Brian Branson has just done the fastest lap of the race, so he's closing on the two leaders as AJ Owen once again gets past James Everard there down the straights. Behind them, there's the BMW of Kevin Denwood in 11th place. Well, there are the leaders. It's not over yet between the battle of the BMWs at the front. Brian Branson a little further behind now. He has got the fastest lap though, 2:01.156. There's Colin Claxton. Could be a favourite for the Blue Oval Saloon Series title this year. I was about to say Bradley Gelman had come through well from the back of the grid in the Sierra Cosworth, but unfortunately, as I was about to say it, he pulled into the pits, so he's got a problem. Great shame for Brad. 1 minute on the clock then, so we will get one more lap out of this, and the leader's being slightly held up there by Colin Claxton, trying to get out of the way at Coram. That's allowed Jason West to close in just a little. Here they come then through towards Murray's. Then on to the Senna Straights. Here's the fight for fifth position. Phil Potts from the Aston Martin of Cann. He's got back ahead of Colin Voice after that mistake at the end of the previous lap, and he goes past the Mitsubishi as well of Neil Philpotts. Ricky Cann recovering. Now the lead battle is starting to heat up slightly, I think, between the BMWs. They're on their last lap now. Will it be Card, West or Branson that wins this? I would say it's between Card and West. There they go through the hairpin, but Branson's not far away. They've lapped Mike Chittenden, who's slowing up in his M3. He's out of it. Yep, he's pulling off. Extraordinary looking car, that is. Those wide arches, a proper modified saloon. He's out. 2 retirements for him, sadly. Here come the leaders. Down to Agostini for the last time. AJ Owen further back. He's all set to win the Blue Oval split. But James Card is heading for a double in Classic Thunder. It's had some electrical gremlins with this BMW this year. Only a couple of tenths ahead of Jason West at the line, so Jason not finished yet. He had a win at Cadwell Park with this car as well on August Bank Holiday Monday. It was Andy Wilson who won the other race at this Holden Monaro on that occasion, but failed to start the second race. to be close. They're coming up to lap Dan Mackay in the Fiesta there. Hopefully he won't get in the way if they catch him before the finish line. Here they come. It's going to be checkered flag this time. Will it be James Card or Jason West? Jason West has got to unleash his finishing kick, if you like, through these last couple of corners to try and attack. Hopefully Dan Mackay has seen them. I don't think they will catch him before the line, actually. Here they come. I think James Card has just about done enough. In towards Murray's corner for the last time. Jason West closing, but I think it's going to be too late. And it's going to be 2 out of 2 in the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons for James Card in his BMW M3. The Derbyshire driver takes the win. West second. Brian Branson makes it a BMW clean sweep of the podium. Well done, James Card. 2 out of 2 this weekend, making up for a mixed season so far. A lonely 4th is going to go to Jason Hughes, and that means he will extend his championship lead in the Classic Thunder Saloons. He'll win his class. He's won the class in every round so far this year. The Vectra across the line in 4th. Bit of lap traffic behind Colin Claxton. So 5th, we should see Ricky Can in the Aston Martin. There's the cars behind him. There is Ricky Can, ahead of Colin Voice and Paul Wood in 7th. Neil Philpotts has dropped back as he had a problem on the last lap. I caught a glimpse of him coming through towards Bombhole. Can is 5th, Colin Voice 6th, Paul Wood 7th, and yes, Philpotts must have a problem. That's or he's had a spin somewhere. Is the Mitsubishi going to come through? Yes, here he comes. Neil Philpotts finishes 8th. Still wins his class though. AJ Owen wins the Blue Oval Saloons in 9th, and James Everard rounds out the overall top 10. Rest of them come through, some lap traffic there. Next home, it should be Clive Hainsford. There he is, he's got Kevin Denwood on his tail. Clive Hainsford, who after a non-finish yesterday started from the back of the grid, but Kevin Denwood battles his way past coming out of Murray's. They're going to be side by side on the run to the line. The power of the RX-8 should tell here. That modified machine, yes, he gets there, ahead of Kevin Denwood. A flash of the lights there from Martin Reynolds as he crosses the line. Almost disco strobe lights there from the Anglia. He's second in Blue Oval. Third in Blue Oval we should see Will Hunt. Next over the line it's going to be Andy Cripps. There's the BMW. Will Hunt just tops his battle with James Dunkley. They were nose to tail all race long. Well, AJ Owen wins both our Blue Oval Saloon Series races. Then here's the provisional result. James Card the winner by 3/4 of a second over Jason West, and Brian Branson making it a BMW top 3. Jason Hughes a class winning 4th, Ricky Can a class winning 5th in the Aston, Colin Voice a class winning 6th in the Escort. 7th goes to Paul Wood ahead of Neil Philpotts, who dropped back there on the final lap. It's AJ Owen in 9th overall. He wins the Blue Oval Saloon Series. James Everard 10th, Clive Hainsford just out dragging Kevin Denwood for 11th. Then Martin Reynolds 13th, Andy Cripps from the back of the grid takes 14th, and Will Hunt rounds out the top 15 with his Fiesta. Behind them, James Dunkley was just behind Will Hunt over the line. Dan Mackay, a lap down, was next home. Then Colin Claxton, Anton Martin in their escorts. Stuart Placer, another escort, was next. And Joey Binks, the final finisher in the Carl Jones Duckham's Sierra Cosworth replica. We lost Mike Chittenden, we saw in his BMW on the last lap. Bradley Gelman pulled into the pits in his Sierra Cosworth, and Tom Abbott was the other retirement in the Capri. We can head down to Ian in Parc Ferme then to hear from our race winners.
And everybody, and breathe. What a cracking race that was. Here is your race winner, James Card, and boy oh boy was it close though between him and Jason. Don't go too far, Jason, because well, in fact, let's do it together, guys, because my word, you two don't half go for it, don't you? But James, you just managed to pip him at the end.
Oh, only just. You know, he got ahead of me at the beginning and just made a bit of a mistake onto the back, and I just got the legs on him. And then I got a bit of a gap, and then the traffic was unlucky to me, and my tyres just went completely off. I've got one really old tyre, and the last few laps I had nothing. I thought you were going to get me. It was close.
You said that actually yesterday, didn't you? The pace at the end of the race wasn't quite there. Maybe next time, right?
Next time, definitely.
You get it. Because there seems to be a lot of pace in your Beamer over there.
Yes, yeah, there is. It takes a bit of time to come in, but yeah, it's a quick car. So thanks to G over here from G Sport.
G, there he is. There he is, G himself. The G man.
He's hiding. Get a close up on G. Get a close up on G. There you go. G, do you want to say some words?
He doesn't want to say anything, but that's the real star over there.
Yeah, absolutely. He builds both cars.
Does he?
Yeah,
himself. Oh, fantastic. Yeah. So he must be a very proud man, actually.
Exactly, he's very happy.
Oh, guys, fantastic racing. Thank you so much. You really give the joy. It seems that BMW is the way to go, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Of course, other manufacturers are available. Let's go have a word actually, because we've got Brian over here as well. Brian, let's have a quick word. Just saying, BMW is the way to go, isn't it? It seems in this class.
It certainly is, yeah. I don't want to say anything, but yeah.
There wasn't a lot in it between you three. Were you just sort of watching them and just thinking, hang on, if they make a mistake here, I'm straight through?
I reckon if I had another sort of 5 minutes, and I could have probably tried a bit of a move. I made a mistake on I think it was the second from last lap at the end. I carried it on in third onto the back straight, and it was too much, and it spun me out, so I lost a load of time because I was sort of bumper to bumper, and then I sort of got back up to him, and then the checkered flag. So it's a bit of a shame, but that was good. P3's better than.
It's been a great weekend, hasn't it? It really, as it always is with the classic touring cars. Isn't it? Why is it so good to race with a Boston?
It's just fair racing, you know. It's nice that there's never any contact as such. You know, it's just a nice atmosphere, nice club. You know, nice bunch of cars and guys to go with it, so yeah.
Well done, congratulations, thanks for talking to us, Brian. And of course I think we must give a big shout out to AJ Owen again. You can see he's got the trophy on his blue Sierra over there. We caught up with him before in assembly area. He's picked up the boss category again, the blue oval sports saloon. So congratulations to AJ Owen, congratulations to James Card. That is it for the classic touring cars, the Boss and Thunder, but there's still plenty of action to bring you, and I can tell you something as well. There's a little bit of moisture in the air. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard to tell you what's going to come up next.
Well, yes, we can see it's starting to cloud over here at Snetterton, unfortunately. We are going to take a quick break next before our next race. And the next race is going to be the Jaguars. Oh yes, that's coming up in about 20 minutes time. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club Jaguar Enthusiasts Club Saloon and GT Championship. Now, we know they were affected by the rain at their last round at Cadwell Park. They won't want to be again, I don't think, because a Jaguar is tough enough to handle in the dry, never mind in the wet. That's coming up a little later on then, about 20 minutes from now. We're going to take a short break and we're back underway with the Big Cats a little later on. Race 2 of the day then will be for the Burton Power Products Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford, and also the Jaguar Enthusiasts Club Saloon and GT Championship. Lots of XJs and XJSs, two great British brands on the grid together then. They had a race yesterday, and the grid for this one based on the results of that first race. It was Malcolm Harding who took the win in his Zac Speed Mark II Escort despite a spin at Paddock Hill Bend. Fought back from 5th to 1st, had a titanic battle with Stephen Goldsmith, newcomer in his Ford Anglia. They start on the front row for this race. Then we've got the first of the Jaguars. Colin Philpott will be starting alongside Tom Robinson in his supercharged XJR 6. The third row, a pair of Mark I Escorts, Tony Paxman and Colin Claxton. They had a big battle yesterday as well. There's no Simon Beament, so Martin Reynolds will start alone on the 4th row. Row 5 will be Tom Lenthal in his Jaguar and Will Hunt in a Ford Fiesta ST. Row 6, the Jaguar Championship leader Michael Seaborn with his XJ40 alongside the XJS of Rick Walker. On row 7, XK8 Jaguar of Derek Pierce, Jaguar veteran alongside Sam Daffin in his Ford Fiesta. The 8th row, XJS of Daniel Stewart and XJ40 of Tim Morantz. On the 9th row, the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, Stuart Kay, with his Ford Capri alongside Dean Sewell in a Series 1 XJ6. On the 10th row, we have Simon Dunford celebrating his birthday this weekend with his XJS alongside Peter Moffat. He's in a Mark 1 Escort. Malcolm Wise with his Ford Sapphire Cosworth starts alongside Michael Atkinson's Jaguar. Then we've got David Ringham's Jaguar XJS alongside the similar machine of Cliff Ryan. Then the cars that failed to finish yesterday, Michael Holt's Jaguar, Dan McKay Ford Fiesta. Craig Owen's Sierra Cosworth starts alongside the Fiesta XR2 of James Dunkley. Then Fiesta of Anton Martin, Jaguar XK8 of Chris Boone. And at the back of the grid, it's not Guy Connew driving the 65 car this time. It will be Simon Lewis, that car switching drivers. We can head down to the paddock then with Ewan Dunlop.
He was in the boss class, and I have found Malcolm Harding yesterday, pole sitter and winner in race 1. Malcolm, tell us about your quite exciting race actually.
Yeah, it was a bit of an eventful start. Basically, we got away. It was a standing start. We got away all right. Went in the first thing, did about 4 laps, 3 laps, something like that, and then we had a little spin, a bit unexpected. I weren't sure really what happened. Someone said it was a bit of oil, but I didn't see anyone else spinning, so I don't know really. Anyway, we come back, we ended up winning the race, so it was all good really. Had a good race with the lad here next door in the Angler. It was quite good.
Fantastic. Now, what did you do overnight? Because you got pole position again for the next race coming up shortly. Same tactics, same racing strategy?
Same thing, soften the car a little bit more. Hopefully it'll be a bit more grippy today. Should be all right really.
So
hopefully
2 wins, a couple of poles, that's going to be an incredible weekend if you can pull it off.
That'd be cool if it all comes together. And we're also doing the other series after this, which is what they call it now, but yeah, doing that series as well afterwards, which we normally run. So Classic Thunder.
We'll try and grab you if we can. I know you wanted to say a couple of words as well.
Yeah, big thanks to all the marshals and everything for all the help they do, along with helping us put the meetings on and be out of race.
Fantastic.
You know, without them we couldn't do it. Thanks a lot, guys.
Absolutely right, Malcolm. Great entertainment. Look forward to seeing you racing again this afternoon. Also to Goldsmith. It was hard to get hold of Stephen yesterday, but he's promised to speak to us. Stephen, come on. It's time to have a chat, Stephen. Second in qualifying yesterday, second in the race as well. You're having a lovely couple of days.
It's been good, hasn't it? You wouldn't expect it, would you?
But it's a beautiful looking car. Tell us a little bit about it, because it doesn't look like many others on the racetrack.
No, it's built like a classic hot rod, really. Try to keep it period for people watching. It's not until you get close to it that you see the work that's gone into it.
Can you catch Malcolm?
I don't know. He's on slicks and I'm on treaded tyres. You know.
Oh, why is that?
They run 2 different formulas, slicks or treads.
Okay.
Yeah.
Best of luck with race 2. We'll be watching, see if you can catch him. We'll have a chat with you afterwards as well, okay?
Yeah. I'll try.
Cars coming to the grid then for our second race of the day, the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series and the Jaguar Enthusiasts Club Saloon and GT Championship, and all Ford front row. Malcolm Harding, yesterday's winner in the Zack Speed Escort, alongside the Hot Rod Anglia of Stephen Goldsmith, new to the championship this weekend. Colin Philpott, yesterday's Jaguar winner, unfortunately is a non-starter. He's not there, so Tom Robinson will start as favourite for the Big Cats alone on the second row. The third row, the Mark 1 Escorts of Tony Paxman and Colin Claxton, and then we've got Martin Reynolds' very modified Ford Anglia alongside the number 7 Jaguar of Tom Lenthal. Away they go then, racing over 15 minutes. A super start by Steve Goldsmith in the Anglia. He's got the advantage down into the first corner. We've lost somebody, I think, on the inside there. That was Will Hunt, who got squeezed to the inside in the Fiesta by the look of things. I think he bounced off the arm coat. The Fiesta ST has got going again there. Your leader is Steve Goldsmith from Malcolm Harding in second, sideways in the beautiful Castrol Escort. Tom Robinson has got his supercharged Jaguar XJR 6 up into 3rd place. And Colin Claxton with a good start, as he made yesterday, up into 4th in his bewinged Mark 1 Escort. Tom Lenthal in 5th position in the Jaguar XJS, but it is Steve Goldsmith looking for his maiden race win in the Ford Anglia, coming round to complete the first lap. 2nd place is Malcolm Harding. Now Malcolm had a spin while leading at Paddock Bend a few laps into yesterday's race and fought back from 5th to take the victory, taking the fight to Goldsmith here. Tom Robinson should be clear at the front of the Jags through this one as Tony Paxman attacks Tom Lenthal there going into Paddock Bend. Side by side further back, Sam Daffin in the Fiesta and Tim Morantz. Leaders into Druids for the 2nd time. Goldsmith with Harding right on his tail. Robinson, Claxton, Lenthal, Paxman in 6th, Martin Reynolds in 7th. With all these bewinged, almost space frame Escorts and Anglias out there, it is more like a classic hot rod race on the short ovals. Where's George Polly and Barry Lee? George Polly famous for his Anglias and later his Toyota Starlets. George's grandson Ryan, now a successful circuit racer in Renault Clios. Barry Lee was famous for his Escorts alongside many other things that he raced. The first 2 going clear. There's the Jaguar leader, Tom Robinson. Claxton is 4th, and then the battle for 5th. Tony Paxman has got back ahead of Tom Lenthal in his XJS. Martin Reynolds with his new Anglia in behind them. Harding has a look as they go into Druids for the 3rd time. It is Malcolm Harding who's got the fastest lap of the race, 54.206 compared to 54.335 for the Anglia ahead of him. A bit sideways off the curb there for the Escort as Michael Holtz there, number 11, who failed to finish yesterday, making his way up from the back, chasing Daniel Stewart's XJS. Plenty of battles all the way down the order, as always. So away go the 2 leaders, already pulling clear of the 3rd place man Robinson. First 3 cars all leading their classes. 4 classes in the Jaguars. There's actually 5 because we've got an invitation class runner, Chris Boone, as well. Harding has a look on the outside, trying to do a Robin Slater there. Martin Reynolds having a look there further back. He's going to try and take Tom Lenthal, but meantime around the outside for the lead, Malcolm Harding very late on the brakes for Druids Hill Bend. Can he hold the lead? Yes, I think he's got it. Harding will have the inside for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, and he takes the lead from Steve Goldsmith in the Anglia. Battle is rejoined from yesterday. Here comes Goldsmith along the Cooper Straight. He's going to get the inside run into Surtees. They're absolutely side by side. Harding defends as they run through McLaren into Clearways. Great fight between the 2 classic Fords at the front. Plenty of more modern Fords as we've seen further back as well. Up over the line to complete lap number 4. Malcolm Harding will lead at the line for the first time. Steve Goldsmith is not letting him get away. Flash of flame from the exhaust of the Anglia. Tom Robinson clear at the front of the Jaguars in his supercharged number 4. Had a double win at the last meeting at Castle Combe, as did Malcolm Harding in the Blue Oval Saloons. He's taken 5 wins in a row in that championship now, looking perhaps a favourite for the overall title. Down into Graham Hill Bend, and he's pulled away from the Anglia of Steve Goldsmith there. Has Goldsmith got a problem, I wonder? No, he's dropped back a couple of car lengths, but he's still there. Thought we'd lost him for a second coming through Graham Hill Bend. But Harding definitely pulling away now. Through Clearways, Clark Curve, then up to the Sir Jack Brabham Straights. The Jaguars, it's Robinson leading, Lenthal 2nd, and Rick Walker, the Class B leader, in 3rd. 4 classes, as I said, in the Jaguars. Class A for the road standard cars, up to Class D for race modified machines. 1 invitation class runner as well, Chris Boone, the former champion. He's 14th overall at the moment. We seem to have lost Tony Paxman. His Escort has disappeared, the number 57. He's dropping down the live timing, so we've lost the Escort somewhere. Whether he's pulled into the pits, I'm not sure. I didn't see him pull in there, so he's disappeared somewhere out on circuit. There's Robinson in 3rd place. Ah, there's Tony Paxman. Just caught a glimpse of him. He's in the gravel at Clearways. He's gone off. There go the leaders. The gap was 0.8 of a second last time through. It's now up to just over a second. Now, I wonder if we'll see a safety car with that car off. There's yellow flags heading into Surtees, so no passing at this point of the circuit. Tony Paxman, axle deep in the gravel, gets out of his car. That's his race over. He's not going to get out from there. Here comes Martin Reynolds challenging Colin Claxton, the two Norfolk-based drivers. This is the fight for 4th place. They're in the same class, so this is for second in Class B of the Blue Oval Saloons, which is led by Steve Goldsmith. Around the outside comes Reynolds, another classic hot rod style car. Martin Reynolds had plenty of success in a Mark 1 Escort last season as well, and he goes through past Colin Claxton. Up into 4th overall and 2nd in class. They're a few seconds down on Tom Robinson for 3rd overall though. Doesn't matter for them, they're only interested in class points. Next through, Tom Lenthal leading his class in the Jaguars, as is Rick Walker behind him. But Walker has got Michael Seaborn on his tail now, and Michael is the overall leader of the Jaguar Championship, the Castrol liveried Jaguar XJ40, so he wants to get ahead of Rick Walker and get maximum points in his class. Martin Reynolds still there in 4th place. Stunning cars in this field as always. 8 minutes of the race to go, and it's still Malcolm Harding leading with Steve Goldsmith on his tail. Pick up the leaders again in a moment. Somebody is pulling off into the paddock. I think it's Will Hunt in the Ford Fiesta ST I just caught a glimpse of elsewhere. There are the leaders. I think the yellow flag has been withdrawn there. Tony Paxman is out of harm's way. Up onto the Sir Jack Brabham straights, and Steve Goldsmith starting to fight back against Malcolm Harding. Over the line they go. Flash of flame again, spectacular from the exhaust of the Ford Anglia. Oh, and a cloud of smoke there. I thought that was the leader. It's one of the back markers, Dean Sewell's Jaguar XJ6 at Series 1. We saw that car smoking yesterday as well, and the blue flags waving frantically here for the back markers to warn them the leaders are on their tail, and Malcolm Harding is struggling to get through David Ringham in the Powerbell Motorsport Jaguar ahead of him. Moves aside now. Oh, that could have lost Malcolm Harding the lead if Steve Goldsmith had got the inside there. The big Jaguars, there was nowhere to go for them there. They were already side by side out of Druids. Of course, they're having their own battle. There's still a yellow flag there at Clearways, I've just noticed, on the outside from the marshals. So no passing there. Goldsmith goes out wide, trying to close down Malcolm Harding. The battle of the Ford hot rods at the front of the field. Robinson still leads the Jags in 3rd overall, but he's nearly 11 seconds back on these two. And there's another Mark 1 Escort about to be lapped. That's Peter Moffat's version. It's over 6 minutes of this race to go. Well, Peter Moffat didn't see Malcolm Harding there. He turned in. That could have been nasty if Harding had tried to pass there. Be so careful with these back markers. They need to look out for the blue flags. Blue flag means hold your line. There's a faster car coming up on you. Peter Moffat he's not giving way here, and that's held up Steve Goldsmith. There was the yellow flag. That's why Goldsmith couldn't go through there. Apologies there. The yellow flag was still out. So Goldsmith gets through, but he's lost time there to Malcolm Harding as a result of that delay. Nothing he could do there. It is Will Hunt's car we can see in pit lane. I think he hit the barrier coming off the line, clipped the wall on the inside. That could have caused some damage there. The other car I've lost is Chris Boone in his Jaguar XK. It's pulled into the pits. There's Craig Owen being lapped in his lovely Sierra Cosworth. Good to have Craig back racing this year. Father of Alex AJ Owen, the pre-03 touring car champion. We'll see him out in his Honda Civic today as the leaders make their way through the back markers. In terms of class leaders, in the Jags, Tom Robinson leads Class D, Tom Lenthal Class C. In Class B, it's still Rick Walker, number 54. In Class A, for the road standard cars, Tim Morant. In Blue Oval, Class S is led by Malcolm Harding for the more special saloon type cars. Class B is led by Steve Goldsmith, our 2nd place car overall. Bit of damage there on Malcolm Wise's car, I noticed, the front bumper hanging loose. In terms of other class leaders, Class E in blue oval is led by the Fiesta we just saw there, Dan Mackay, number 59. And the other class entries, Class C, D and Class Invitation, the Jags have all retired. Classes with only 1 or 2 entries. 4 minutes to go for our race leader Malcolm Harding, looking to make it 6 wins in a row in the Blue Oval Saloon Series, supported by Burton Power Products, long-time Ford specialists. There is Dan Mackay about to go a lap down, a man from Kendal in the very north of England. Long journey to Brands Hatch today. Here's a battle in the Jags. Now this is for the lead, I think, of Class B. Rick Walker, Michael Seaborn and Derek Pierce we saw there. Here they come. Rick Walker in the green XJS leads it, but Michael Seaborn trying to get through. And there's a car stopped, so I can tell you, on the run into Paddock Hill Bend. Michael Holt has come to a stop on the inside of the run to Paddock Hill Bend. There he is. So Michael Holt gets out of his car. That's on the edge of the circuit. Now that could bring out the safety car. He's on the pit lane exit there. So I thought I saw a car pulled up there. Bit of smoke there from David Ringham's Jaguar. He's a lap down. The leader's coming up to lap, I think that's Tim Morant's Jaguar. He moves aside, the big XJ40. It's Malcolm Harding, 3 minutes to go, crosses the line. I think that car is safely far out of the way there because it's got the pit lane exit between itself and the edge of the track. We come into the closing stages now. It's looking good for an overall win for Malcolm Harding. Steve Goldsmith has dropped back by a couple of seconds. He seems to be struggling a bit to deal with the back markers. Tim Morant there, you'll notice in the colours of the old Jaguar Formula 1 team from the early 2000s. Great to see a few tribute liveries on these big cats. Tom Robinson in the British Racing green and white, the colours that the Jaguar Group C team used briefly before Silk Cut came on board. Creating one of the greatest racing liveries that I've seen, certainly a personal favourite of mine, the Silk Cut Jags. Daniel Stewart about to go a lap down in his XJS. Through goes Harding and Sam Daffin's Fiesta as well. Here's that battle, and Michael Seaborn's lost a place to Derek Pierce in the XK8, the newer Jag. So it could be bad news for Michael Seaborn. It might affect his overall championship lead. He lost that on the previous lap. The lead gap is now up to 2.8 seconds for Malcolm Harding, so Steve Goldsmith is definitely dropping back here. And they're nearly 23 seconds up on Tom Robinson, who's still leading the Jags. Just saw him in the background there going up Halewood Rise. That's the advantage the two Fords have got. Malcolm Wise fighting it out there with Dan Mackay. They're 12th and 13th overall. Now a lap down. Craig Owen has pulled the Sierra into the pits. Another retirement, unfortunately, for him. Steve Goldsmith, he must have been delayed somewhere. Look at the way he's throwing that Anglia out of Clark Curve there. Said it looks like a classic hot rod. He's driving it like a classic hot rod, hanging the tail out. Trying to catch back up to Malcolm Harding, but he's now over 3 seconds behind. There's yellow flags out on the run into paddock. You can see there from the marshals on the right of your screen. Takes another victory. He's dominating Blue Oval this season. Steve Goldsmith comes over in second, 3.4 seconds back, and a big cloud of smoke there. Was that tyre smoke or was it engine smoke from Michael Seaborn? I think he locked the tyres up there coming into paddock, having crossed the line. He comes in 9th place. Third overall is going to be Tom Robinson, and he will win the Jaguar Enthusiast Club Saloon and GT Championship race. There he goes over the line, beaten by Colin Philpott yesterday. Colin a non-starter today. It'll be Martin Reynolds, 4th overall. Good run by him. And it should be Colin Claxton in 5th place in his Mark 1 Escort. Well, good to see some action there from one of our previous events down at Brands Hatch in Kent. We're back here at Snetterton. The weather's still looking threatening. Let's hope we don't get a cloudburst during our next race, which is for the Jaguar Enthusiasts Club Saloon and GT Championship. XJ6s, XJ40s, XJSs we'll see out on the grid for our next race. They had a race yesterday totally dominated by Tom Robinson in his supercharged XJR6. Took pole position by 8.5 seconds in qualifying and won by over 40 seconds. 4 classes in this race. Well, we should see 4. Class A for the road standard cars, and then it goes B, C and D up to the fully race modified cars in Class D. But we haven't got any Class C entries this weekend. So it's classes A, B and D we're going to see out in this one. We lost 1 car yesterday. Unfortunately, Roger Webster, number 42, had an accident in qualifying and is out for the weekend. He's okay. His car is sadly not. The XJS pretty much wrecked its front end when it went into the tyre wall at Wilson's hairpin. But Roger's okay. Hopefully we'll see him back out. It will probably be next year now, as the Jags do have a round to go at Mallory Park in Leicestershire next month. It's Michael Seaborn who is the current points leader with his XJ40. He's in Class B. He was beaten in Class B yesterday by a driver we normally see in Class C. But Tom Lenthal, who is leading the Class C points, has come out in Class B. He's borrowed Derek Pearce's car to race this weekend. Maybe trying to take a few points off Michael Seaborn. So a few tactics being employed here this weekend in terms of the championship for the Big Cats. And we'll see them line up shortly. But before we do, I think we've got 1 or 2 interviews from down in the assembly area.
Right, hello everybody, welcome back to the assembly area. And if you joined us yesterday for the Jaguars, you know I'm like a giddy little schoolboy, because who doesn't love Jaguars? I certainly do. However, it is raining. Yes, you heard me right, it is now raining. Let's go have a quick chat with Simon Dunfold over here. Just look, how can you not be in love with these cars? Oh, Simon, rain.
I know. I think it will, won't it?
It is doing, yeah? Yeah. Well, they're not hard enough yet.
It's going to make it exciting, especially after the trucks we've been playing.
Yeah.
We had that brand, and well, you could just see the bluey red glitter. It's very pretty, but this is a really slippery track.
Yeah.
So you've got to know whether
the trucks have been out, kicking up a bit of dust.
Yeah. We could have done with rain this morning to give the place a bit of a wash.
Yeah.
And then, but then we've got a green track, so we don't have a
No.
All in all, it's going to be interesting for spectators.
All in all, it's going to be great to watch. It certainly. Can I just say as well, I love Jaguar. I've got a real thing for Jaguars. This has got the original walnut dashboard in here as well, hasn't it? Look at that.
And electric windows.
Wow.
Everything.
There you go. So you can just drive this home.
This is MOT'd.
Is it?
Yeah. But this is standard class. Both of these are standard class.
Yeah.
So we hang around at the back having our own little race.
Yeah.
And all the 500 horsepower cars go playing together.
Tom's car just disappears.
Or Tom goes into... I can't say play with himself, can I? 'Cause that's probably wrong connotation. But yeah, it's, but I like the close racing of the standard car.
Excellent. So, thanks for talking to us. Enjoy it, won't you? Brilliant. Keep it on track. Top man, thank you very much. Let's have a word over here as well, shall we? Just look at this livery as well. Oh, I just don't know where to look. It's so nice. Let's have a quick word to see how we're feeling about, of course, the wet weather conditions now, which have suddenly come in. There are grooves in these tyres, actually, so they'll probably be okay. Just watch your back as well. Let's grab a quick word here. It's come. The rain has finally come.
It's every time for us.
Are you happy about that?
In 5 minutes before we start, I think.
Just to really throw a curveball in. Do you mind the rain?
Not a great deal of experience with it, although it seems to rain every time we're here. So it just seems to close the grid up a little bit more. It's a bit slippier, it's a bit more fun. They slide around anyway, so it doesn't seem to make much difference.
How do you see over this bonnet? Because it's what, 1 kilometre long, is it, the bonnet or something?
It's around about that. Similar to my road car though, so I'm used to it.
Good man, good man. The best of luck, enjoy it. Thanks for talking to us. Right, stay with us, don't go with it, because this is going to be an absolute cracker. It's time for the classic touring cars. It's the Jaguars, and I can tell you something. The man on pole position, just listen to it. It's got a turbocharged engine. Wow, turn the volume up. I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Well, the circuit looking a little damp, just as it did at Cadwell Park for the Big Cats. Let's have a look at the grid then in pole position. The grid based on the result from yesterday. It is number 4 Tom Robinson with the XJR6 alongside 58 Tom Lenthal in the XK8, normally raced by Derek Pearce. Second row, 97, that's Lawrence Kopok. He starts alongside Michael Seaborn, the championship leader, number 24 in the XJ40, effectively a Series 4 XJ6. Row 3, 54, Rick Walker in the lean, mean green machine, as we've called it, alongside number 28, Daniel Stewart. Daniel Stewart in Class B, as is Rick Walker. On the 4th row, 144, Cliff Ryan, that's a Class D car. Here's Jaguar XJRS alongside the first of the Class A cars, car we've just seen, Simon Dunford, number 5. And the final row, 45, David Ringham, and 114, Steve Anderson in the ex-Lawrence Ball car. Michael Seaborn gave us a little bit of info in the run-up to this race. Michael Seaborn leading the championship, of course, coming into this one, looking for a class win today. There's his main opposition, Tom Lenthal, who normally runs that car for Derek Pitt. Oh! Tom Lenthal's spun on the way to the grid. That tells you how slippery it is. Goodness me. And that's just on the green flag lap. And he was out of position anyway behind Rick Walker. I think that's the second time he's spun. There's Cliff Ryan in 144 with the XJRS. Well, Tom Lenthal there, he was out of position anyway because he was behind Rick Walker. He should be on the front row. So that could be a second time he's spun. I didn't see Steve Anderson there at the back of the grid either, so where has he gone? Is he there? Well, Tom Robinson will be on pole, but it's going to be very, very slip and slide from this field. Cars coming to the grid then for our second race of the weekend for the Jaguar Enthusiasts Club Saloon and GT Championship. Tom Robinson on pole in car number 4. The rain coming down as they come up to the grid. The XJR6 won by 40 seconds yesterday, Tom Robinson. Tom Lenthal, having spun on the green flag lap, is in the pit lane. Looks like he may be going to start from the pit lane. We're missing a couple of cars. Lawrence Kopok is not there, number 97. Michael Seaborn, the championship leader, is there. Rick Walker and Daniel Stewart on row 3. Cliff Ryan and Simon Dunford on row 4. David Ringham is there, and I think that's Steve Anderson at the back in the Gulf liveried car. So we haven't got Lawrence Kopok. We do have Michael Seaborn. The gaps meaning the drivers are a little confused on where to line up at the moment. This will be a 15-minute race, and this, if it's anything like when the rain came down at Cadwell, this is going to be chaos. We may only have 8 cars on the grid, plus one possibly starting from the pits, but this is going to be fun. From the big cats, they're hard enough to handle in dry weather, never mind in slippery weather like this. Well, Tom Robinson, in qualifying, he was 8.5 seconds a lap quicker than everyone else. He won by 40 seconds yesterday. The marshal's signalling to the starting gantry there. I think the start's going to be delayed, possibly. We're going to wait and see here. So possibly they might be going to do another formation lap. We're just waiting to confirm here what's going to happen. There's Tom Lenthal, the marshal not letting him out of the pit lane. Now, what's going to happen here? The start has been delayed. We're just waiting to find out what's going to happen. Drivers just being informed on what's going to happen. We're not sure, unfortunately, what they're going to do here. We're not in direct communication with the marshals at the moment from the commentary box. Well, obviously the start has been delayed because of the conditions. We have the safety car on circuit. Does that mean the race is going to start behind the safety car? Are we going to have a rolling start? The officials just communicating to the drivers down there what's going to happen. I think this race may be going to start behind the safety car in view of the wet weather. While we have this pause, a little bit of info on Michael Seaborn's XJ40. Now, we thought he'd had some contact in yesterday's race with Lawrence Coppock because we saw his bonnet starting to fly open. But he sent me a message after the race yesterday and said, the reason for my car disassembling itself is the legacy of some damage from a shunt at Cadwell Park last year. He says the car has never been what you would call straight. It's been very pre-loved by its previous driver, Gail Hill, one of the UK's leading lady racers, even to the point of having been on its roof a few times. So rather than get it properly sorted, I've made do with a very big hammer. I've had a nightmare since trying to stop airflow getting up under the bonnet because it all fits but only sort of. I've had a nightmare trying to stop airflow getting up under the bonnet and buffeting the pins out because the cable tie budget only extends so far. Isn't that brilliant? Thank you, Michael Seaborn. So now we know why the front end of his car doesn't quite fit together properly and why his bonnet keeps flying open. Great entertainers, these Jaguar racers. We've got a recovery vehicle in the pit lane, I've just noticed there. Is that... that looks like a Legend being unloaded. So that might be why the start was being delayed. We hadn't perhaps got the recovery vehicles back in position. But as we say, we saw the safety car on circuit, so it might be... yes, there it is. It might be a start behind the safety car. Tom Lenthal in the pit lane, spun on the green flag lap. No Lawrence Coppock, number 97, the second of the Class D cars. Now, normally we would expect Tom Robinson to run away with this again, but the conditions could be a leveller. As we saw at Cadwell Park, he was leading and then spun into the tyre wall. We don't obviously wish for that to happen to him again, but he'll have trouble getting the power of that XJR6 down onto the tarmac. Yeah, it's a car from one of our other classes being recovered there. Board being displayed by the marshals there. Unfortunately, from our position, we can't see what it says. Yes, it looks like we are going to have a, well, at least another lap behind the pace car. I think we're going to have a rolling start. The countdown has not yet started on the timing screen. So missing a couple of cars. Tom Lenthal, I think, is going to join in at the back. Yes, there he is. Or is he going to move through to the front? Now the countdown has started. So yes, the race starting behind the safety car. We see the clock start to count down. Apologies for the confusion there. Starting behind the safety car then, by the look of it, with our Jaguar Saloon and GT Championship. And the time has gone down to 7 minutes, so I'm not sure what's going on there. This was meant to be a 15-minute race. There's 114, the ex-Lawrence Ball car, Steve Anderson at the wheel. Tom Robinson, number 4, at the front of the field. Is it going to be a double for the man looking for the Class D Championship this year? Main focus is on Class B for the less modified cars. Tom Lenthal, who has recovered from spinning on the initial green flag lap. The light improving a little over the circuit. You can see looking towards Oggies there. Michael Seaborn in the XJ40. There's Daniel Stewart, Cliff Ryan, Simon Dunford, David Ringham, and Steve Anderson. That's your field for this second race of the weekend for the Big Cats. It's going to be very tricky out there indeed for them. Time's now gone back to normal. So we will start under the safety car. Sorry for the slight confusion there. We weren't 100% sure in the commentary box what was going on initially there. Just the 2 Class D cars out there. Now we've lost Lawrence Coppock. Tom Robinson is there, Cliff Ryan. Starting behind the safety car then in our second race of the weekend for the Jaguar Enthusiasts Club Saloon and GT Championship. Tom Robinson on pole in the number 4, looking for his second win. He won by 40 seconds yesterday. The conditions could well be a great leveller today. Michael Seaborn, I reckon, could be one to watch here in the XJ40, the overall championship leader. The Class A cars, the more standard machines, Simon Dunford, David Ringham and Steve Anderson at the back. Simon Dunford leading the Class A Championship. We heard from Simon pre-race that car has an MOT, could be driven home from the circuit today. Tom Lenthal there, second on the grid in the XK8. His objective is to beat Michael Seaborn in Class B. There's Daniel Stewart. I think we've lost Rick Walker as well, possibly number 54 in the green XJS. So it looks like we've got just 8 cars for this race for the Jaguars. There's just under 10 minutes left on the clock then after the safety car starts. Now the safety car should be pulling into the pit lane this time by. It does so. Up towards the red lights then. As we get ready to go, Jaguar Racing, the red lights are out and away we go up towards Bridges for the first time. Good start by Tom Lenthal. Tom Robinson is in there with him. Now can Robinson get the car turned in? This extra powerful XJR6, the supercharged machine. Has he got it round the first corner? I think he has just about. I'll wait to see as they come out of the hairpin. I think we've lost our camera up at the hairpin. Apologies there. So I'll wait to see when they come back towards us at Palmer. I think the rain's getting into our equipment slightly, so sorry about this. Wait for the cars to come back towards us then. Tom Robinson, here he comes, down towards Palmer. A wiper going. He's going to have to be so careful not to let the back end come round. Michael Seaborn's got ahead of Tom Lenthal. That's important for his championship hopes. Up into second overall. There's David Ringham, the car prepared by Powerbell Motorsports. That's Robinson from Seaborn. Conditions have totally changed here at Snetterton. Third is the 58, normally raced by Derek Pearce. Now by Tom Lenthal. Daniel Stewart in fourth place, number 28. You can see them tiptoeing their way around there. They daren't use the throttle almost at all there. Daniel Stewart 4th, it's Cliff Ryan in 5th. It's Tom Robinson with the lead. He is going to have to be so careful. That is the most powerful car on the grid. You can see he's hardly using any throttle at all there. You can see the back just steps out on him as he puts his foot down out of the corner. That's Oggies. Simon Dunford could be one to watch here in the road standard Class A XJS. He's got ahead of the Class D car there of Cliff Ryan. See, the more powerful cars, they just cannot put the power down. We could see one of the lower class cars win this if Tom Robinson starts to struggle. He's not struggling at the moment. He's out in front in the number 4 as they head down towards Brundle. Side by side for second. These two fighting for the championship. Lenthall's going to get back ahead of Michael Seaborn, or is he? They don't want to take too many risks in these conditions. Seaborn back up the inside. He holds second. And here they come into Nelson Corner. Look how careful they're having to be. This is the wettest part of the circuit. Daniel Stewart snaps sideways there. They're having to be so careful with the controls here. They can't go all out and race in this. They'll just go flying off onto the grass. Well, Robinson's starting to get away. His only class rival is Cliff Ryan, who's further back in the black XJRS. Michael Seaborn in second in the X-Gale Hill XJ40, effectively a Series 4 XJ6. Third place, Tom Lenthall, the newest car on the grid, the XK8. A couple of years ago, Chris Boone won the championship title in an XK8. Daniel Stewart 4th, the two Class B cars side by side there. Over the line they go. Shame we lost Rick Walker, the lean green racing machine as his XJS is known. The Jaguar Formula 1 green liveried car. He didn't take the start in the end. Simon Dunford is now 5th, Cliff Ryan 6th, David Ringham 7th, and Steve Anderson in 8th place. Again, apologies for the loss of our camera up at Wilson's hairpin. We'll get that back as soon as we can. Here they come back towards us at Palmer's. Tom Robinson holding it together at the front of the field at the moment. Going out wide there through the left-hander. Seaborn second, and Lenthall's down to 4th. Daniel Stewart's got through into 3rd place. He's going well in the 28s. There's Simon Dunford, superb in 5th place, leading Class A. There's Cliff Ryan. But no real racing going on, or is there? Well, there was, but Daniel Stewart's going to spin out. Look out, Michael Seaborn. Oh, that was close. Well avoided there, Michael Seaborn. A full 360 from Daniel Stewart. See, that's what happens as soon as you are anything other than gingerly with the controls. You just turn around. And back down to 4th goes Daniel Stewart. Michael Seaborn leading the class, but now Tom Lenthall 2nd. I thought Seaborn was going to harpoon I thought Stewart was going to harpoon Michael Seaborn there as he spun. They've held it together there. He's Seaborn now in a clear 2nd place overall. Lenthall is 3rd. Then Daniel Stewart in 4th place, and Daniel Stewart nearly loses it again. You can't take any liberties with an XJS in the wet. As I said, they're tough enough to handle in the dry. He's all over the place, Daniel Stewart. Tom Robinson, clear at the front of the field again. And he won't be lapping 8 seconds faster than everyone else today, I don't think. Through Nelson, there you can see the tail comes out again. It is so slippery there. Tom Robinson, I think, will especially after spinning into the tyre wall at Cadwell Park, he's just going to be happy to finish in one piece. The wheels are just spinning on the number 4 car there. 4 minutes for the Jaguars to survive, really. Let's hope they all do survive in one piece. As we said, we've already lost one car in qualifying yesterday when Roger Webster crashed his XJS into Murray's. There's David Ringham further back in the number 45. Let's just hope that all 8 cars can get to the finish here in one piece. Over the line they go. 3 minutes 40 to go. Robinson's fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 58.927. Really wet at Riches now. See, the rain is absolutely teeming down, and Robinson ran wide there coming out of Riches, so he's struggling with this now. It's getting dangerous out there now. Such a shame. The Jaguars always seem to be hit by the rain. You can see how wide Robinson is going there. Seabourn is still second ahead of Lenthal. They can't race in this. They're just battling for survival. They're just hoping they survive the distance really now. Robinson leads. Seabourn in second. Such a great shame. They had such a good race yesterday. Look at the way Daniel Stewart's moved back up after that quick spin. He's got ahead of Lenthal again. Now Daniel Stewart, he'll have learned by his mistakes earlier on to be careful. He spun here at Agostini last time through. He's made his way back up onto the tail of Michael Seabourn. Is he going to attempt to pass? I don't think he's close enough there for second. This is for the lead of Class B as well. Michael Seabourn will be defending here because he wants to win the class and keep his overall championship lead. But Daniel Stewart, this is the best we've seen him run. He's up alongside Seabourn there. Round the outside at Hamilton's. Is he going to go straight on? No, he's held it together. Sideways again there off the corner, and he's got second place and he's got the lead of the class. This is great from Daniel Stewart. Seen him in the pre-93 touring cars with that car as well. He's gone wide though at Oggies. Can he hold the lead of the class in second place just ahead of Seabourn? Lenthal is in fourth place. It really is getting worse out there now. Well, they got the forecast right at least. And our drivers for the next race, the Snetterton Saloons, I think will be drastically changing their setup as well for the 45-minute race. As away goes Tom Robinson. He's once again a country mile ahead of everybody else. Even though he's taking it as steady as he can. Stewart second. Seabourn third. It's still Lenthal in fourth place, I think. Then for fifth, we've got Simon Dunford and Cliff Ryan. You can just about see them there coming under the bridge. And the last two, David Ringham and Steve Anderson. Tom Robinson, 50 seconds to go. I'm afraid, Tom, you've got one more lap to do here. Such a quick change of weather. Only in England. Can just about see Tom Robinson through the spray up there as he heads over the line. Look at the rain coming down now. Flashes the lights there. Has the checkered flag come out? Yes, it has. We couldn't see it there. Yeah, the checkered flag has come out slightly early. So the checkered flag is out for Tom Robinson. He's won it. Daniel Stewart comes over in second and wins Class B. Michael Seabourn is third. And it will be Tom Lenthal, I think, in fourth place. But the officials perhaps sensibly opting to bring out the checkered flag a lap early there. There's Tom Lenthal over the line for fourth. Simon Dunford fifth. He wins Class A. Sixth goes to Cliff Ryan. David Ringham will take seventh, and Steve Anderson eighth. Yes, I thought we were going to have another lap to run there, but sensibly the checkered flag came out a little early. It is just would have been too dangerous out there. You can see the standing water now. Great shame that the Jags were hit by the weather. Well, Steve Anderson, number 114, the Gulf livery Jag, hasn't come through yet. So whether we've lost him somewhere around the last lap, I'm not sure. Winning margin 17.6 seconds for Tom Robinson. He completed just 3 laps during that race, which is a sign of how slow the pace was. Of course, we did start behind the safety car, and we finished a little earlier than planned. But we have to say, fair play to all the drivers there. They were sensible, they were careful, and concentrated just on getting to the finish in one piece, which all except I think 2 of them have. Rick Walker disappeared ahead of the safety car starts, and we haven't seen Steve Anderson come through. Ah, there he is. So Steve Anderson comes through to complete the finishers. Not sure what happened to him there. Oh, the win goes to Tom Robinson, 2 out of 2 for him for the weekend. Second for Daniel Stewart, 17.6 seconds down. Third for Michael Seaborn, and second behind Daniel Stewart in Class B. Good recovery by Stewart from his spin. Tom Lenthal in 4th place. 5th, Simon Dunford, he wins Class A. 6th place goes to Cliff Ryan. David Ringham 7th, Steve Anderson 8th, and we lost Rick Walker at the starts. Okay, so there'll probably be a short pause here before we get our next race underway, the Uncle Luke Sign and Sticker Shop Snetterton Saloons. A big grid of all manner of different saloon cars. They will be underway just as soon as we are able. We can go down to Parc Fermé, where hopefully Ian Waterhouse is kept dry enough to have a talk to some of our drivers.
Right, everybody, hello, welcome down to Parc Fermé. As you can see, conditions have deteriorated quite rapidly, but there we have the drivers. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go do it though. I'm going to go talk to them. Let's go. Let's just go get wet, shall we? We've got DJ Stewart here. Have a quick rather than racing. Look at this, honestly, look, it's like an inch or 2 already. Don't get out. No,
oh, it's
no.
Brilliant.
Was it fun out there?
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah.
It
had a dreadful weekend, but we had some newly scrubbed in tyres in case it rained.
Yeah.
And yeah, it paid off.
It certainly did. I mean, look, it's amazing. Snetterton, it has the nickname, but even watching
for me, it's fine. I haven't got as much power as he has, and actually, if I had kept my cool, I think I might have put him a bit more under pressure. But yeah. I just got a bit excited because I thought, oh Christ, I got a podium or a second or maybe a first, and it all went to my head and I came off. But I got it was incredible. Just if you have the right tyres, it makes such a difference. So that's all.
So you got a big smile on your face. That's the most important thing, and everybody made it home, I think, didn't they? So that's even more impressive.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah. I mean, it's dangerous sometimes, isn't it? But that was great fun.
Right, I'm going to go because I'm getting absolutely stoked. Well done, mate. Cheers. Right, I would normally go talk to more drivers. I hope you can appreciate I don't even have waterproof on. I left it in the car. The car's the other side of the circuit, so I'm in trouble. Right, I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to tell you what is coming up next.
Well, what's coming up next, thanks Ian, I'll let you go and dry off, is the Uncle Luke's Snetterton Saloons. This is a new initiative for this year, a one circuit series. No championship points on this, it's open to any saloon or GC car. This is open to just about any car among mainly local racers. There's an inter-county competition in this series as well. Drivers representing their county. We've got Norfolk, Suffolk, Essex, Lincolnshire, Cambridgeshire, Bedfordshire, and also an out-of-region group as well. So it's an inter-county competition, as well as the various classes based on engine size for this variety of cars. We should have a field of, let's have a look at the grid sheets. Should have 34 cars for this next race. Hopefully they'll all line up for it. It'll be a rolling start, 45 minutes. Every car must make a mandatory pit stop between 15 and 30 minutes. The pit window opens at the 15-minute mark, and then they have 15 minutes to make a stop, which is from pit in to pit out. It has to be a minimum of 90 seconds. That's how it's going to work. This race sponsored by Uncle Luke's Sign and Sticker Shop. Luke Allen, the owner of that, he's going to be racing in this event as well. We do have a couple of interviews with the drivers that took place down in the paddock when conditions were a bit more favourable earlier on.
Right, here we are down in the assembly area. It's almost time for the Snetterton Saloons. It's a 45-minute race, and it's going to be run in very tricky conditions indeed. You can see the rain is now coming down, but I've come down here because I absolutely love this Citroen, I have to say. Guys, we're trying to stay dry at the minute here, aren't we? Trying to stay dry.
The best place, I've got a roof over my head.
This could spice things up a bit, couldn't it?
It could be interesting, yeah, it could. I think people say it levels the playing field, but it doesn't, because some people like it and some people don't.
Yeah.
You know, and you go out there, you see what happens, and try and keep it on the black stuff and keep it pointing forward.
Here's the huge question then: do you like it or not?
I don't know, because this is my first race.
Is it?
Yeah. So it's going to be exciting for all of us.
First ever race, and I've shoved the camera in your face. Sorry about that.
I love the attention. It's fine. I love it. You come every time.
Good man. Look, enjoy it, guys, won't you?
Thanks
Best
very
of luck.
much.
Really have a good time, and congratulations on your first race. I'd love to see that. Great stuff, isn't it? Let's go for a walk. Look, cars are just coming in. A few cars I recognise actually from a number of other series as well. But let's have a look over here. The number 78 to Lee Holland in the Mazda MX-5. Might be regretting not having a roof. It looks like now, doesn't it? Lee, no roof for you. You can have a puddle in this by the end.
Yeah, it's my third time at Snetterton racing this year, and it's rained every single time by the time we come over to the holding area, so no difference here. But I've gone for me dry tyres, fingers crossed it might dry out.
Yeah, well, you never know. I mean, the clouds look pretty daunting over there, but they might actually be blowing away, not towards us.
Right, okay, so fingers crossed then, I might make some progress. If not, I'll just go backwards.
Best of luck, enjoy it, won't you? Thanks for talking to us. Lovely stuff. Got the Beamers over here. Ray Honeybone there in the Apple Car Centre car, but let's stick with the Beamers here, because BMW always go well, but it could be quite slippy slidey, couldn't it? Right, we like the rain because it's something to talk about. It gives us a real good thing to talk about. Do you like the rain?
I very much do like the rain, yeah. Had a right result last time out. This isn't actually my car, so learning as I go a little bit. I've done a few laps in qualifying today in it. This is actually the series organiser's car, so I really need to hold it together and not stick it in the wall.
Make sure, yeah, we will be watching. Remember that 325. Keep a sharp eye on it. But of course, the thing about qualifying, completely different conditions now. So really, what people did, it's almost a bit of an open field now.
Yeah, start from scratch, right? And I think the good thing with this is a Class C car, so when the rain's a leveler, isn't it? So we'll see how we get on as long as we keep pointing in the right direction.
Good, top man. Enjoy it, won't you? Thanks for talking to us. Right, it is now time for the Snetterton Saloons. This is going to be a cracker race. Remember, 45 minutes of action here in Norfolk. I'm going to hand over to Dave Claudard, who's going to talk you through all of the on-track action.
Well, hopefully we'll get underway soon then. Thanks, Ian. Okay, it is going to be a rolling start. The cars will be brought to the grid, then led round for the rolling start by the pace car. We'll bring you the grid as and when we can. Qualifying, of course, took place this morning for this big field of saloon cars. So we'll have a look at the grid then. In pole position, number 147, David Fielder. He's in a BMW M3. It's BMWs to the fore on this grid. Brian Branson, we saw him out in the Classic Thunder race earlier on. We'll start alongside him in number 26. Second row, Stephen Scott Dunwoody in his M3, alongside number 40, Jasvir Sapra. We've seen him in a variety of events with his M3 over the years, so BMW is on the first two rows. Row 3, number 90, which is Phil Knibb. He's in a TCR car, a Seat Cupra, alongside number 2, Rick Kerry, the ex-BTCC driver, with his V8 engine BMW 1 Series. That's going to be a handful in the wet. Row 4, number 38, Carl Catliff, another M3, alongside 63, Mark Havers, also in a Seat Cupra TCR. Row 5, number 93, Kester Cook, with his very modified Ford Fiesta. He's in Class C, alongside number 5, Stephen Pearson in another BMW. Row 6, number 13, Ollie Elmer. He's in a Honda Civic Type R. And number 72, Peugeot specialist Carl Chambers in a Peugeot 208 GTI. Row 7 is the series sponsor, 192, Luke Allen. He's in his Honda Civic. Alongside Uncle Luke is number 66, Richard Clark, with a Ford Fiesta ST 180. Row 8, we've got number 33, Sean Green. For him on the entry list. What's he in? He's in a Honda Civic Type R, alongside 44, Ray Honeybone, long-time competitor with his Renault Clio. Row 9, another Honda Civic, 46, Peter Dunmore, and number 14, Mark Lloyd-Jones. He's in a VW Golf Mark V GTI. Then further back on row 10, we've got number 27, Martin Reynolds, in yet another of his classic Fords. You've seen him in his Anglias this weekend. He's in an Escort this time. Alongside number 24, James Sundler, and he's in a Renault Clio V6. That's a rare car. V6 engine Clio, saying sometimes struggles to run that because he can't get parts for it, but he is there. Row 11, we've got number 68, which is the first of the two driver cars, the Honda Civic, started by Edward Timperley. Freddie Hewitt will take over, alongside number 81, that car being shared by Chris Earle and Michael Williamson, the BMW Z4. I believe it's Chris Earle going first. Row 12, number 556, which is Alan Lee. He's in a Ford Mustang Cobra. That's going to be a handful in the wet, alongside 806 Ben Taylor with a BMW Mini Cooper. Row 13, we just spoke to number 325. That's Simon Donoghue, sharing with the series organiser Frank Rodber. I think it's Simon going first, and he will share with number 70. He will share the 13th row with number 78 Lee Hollin in the MX-5. Row 14, we've got the Hornigold family. Number 124, Robert's going first. Ashley will take over. They're in an MG ZR. Number 17, Christian Dean, ex-BMW racer. He's in a Renault Clio alongside him. Row 15, 127, Scott Smith. He's in a Renault Clio alongside 181 Tim Pole, and he's in a BMW Z4. Row 16, 58 Miles Mosley. He's in a Peugeot 306, alongside number 15, which is Nick Underwood and Andy Gregory, the newcomers in their Citroën Zara. Nick Underwood is going first. And on row 17, at the back of the field, number 29. We saw this pairing out in the MG Owners Club Championship yesterday. That's Max Cawthorne and Jonathan Upchurch in their MG ZR. I believe it's Max going first, alongside Mark Perriam, number 3, with the only Class E car, the VW Golf. So 34 cars we should have for this 45-minute endurance race. So perhaps we're waiting at the moment just to see what the conditions are going to do before we get this race underway. No sign of cars yet. We'll wait to see what's going to happen. We're awaiting the cars to come out from the assembly area, then probably just waiting to see if the rain is going to ease off here at Snetterton before we get this next race underway, or the Uncle Luke's Snetterton Saloons. Uncle Luke's Snetterton Saloons racing in the Vinoteca Rodney and the Horse NZ Pills race. There's never been a motor race called anything like that before. I'm told that's a brand of locally brewed beer, I believe. It'll be a rolling start. 90-second pit stops, as we say, from pit in to pit out. It's a minimum of 90 seconds. No refuelling allowed. Some cars with driver changes. I think we've got 4 cars shared by 2 drivers. 5 cars, I should say, because Simon Donoghue was going to run his own BMW, but when that gave trouble, he's jumped in to share with Frank Rodber, the series organiser. So a bit of a gap at the moment, presumably because of the weather. So we'll just wait to see if the cars will be released anytime soon. Apologies for the slight delay here, but obviously we want to ensure the best conditions possible. We'll bring you an update as and when we can. You have tuned in, ladies and gents, for the Snetterton Saloon, sponsored by Uncle Luke's Sign and Sticker Shop. Apologies for the delay. Conditions having taken a dramatic turn for the worse here at Snetterton, with heavy rain falling at the moment. We're just waiting to see what's going to happen. We're unsure at the moment. The race, I suspect, will take place. Cars have not yet been released from the assembly area for what will be a 45-minute race plus a mandatory pit stop. As we say, apologies for the delay to the programme here caused by the weather conditions. It's still raining heavily at the moment. The officials possibly waiting to see what the weather's going to do, and hopefully we'll get the race underway soon. Possibly a delay here to let drivers alter their setup for the wet conditions, because during the previous race they would have been in the assembly area waiting to go, but most of the cars probably set up for dry conditions, so maybe a pause in proceedings here just to inspect the circuit and allow the drivers to make a few last minute changes, and then once the officials are happy we'll get the cars onto track ready for this 45-minute Snetterton Saloons race. Looks like we've got some of the official vehicles on track there at the top end of the Senna Straits, possibly just an inspection taking place here from the BARC officials. I can see one of the course cars out on track as well, up at Coram in the background there. So it looks like the track inspection taking place, just making sure that things will be safe for us to get this Snetterton Saloon race underway. Hopefully we'll get a decision before long. Yes, don't worry, we haven't got a van lining up for this race. We saw there's the course car just making the inspection. Hopefully we'll get an update soon. Again, apologies for the delay here due to the weather taking a dramatic turn for the worse here at Snetterton. You can see inspections taking place. I believe that's what's going on there. Just making sure that it will be safe to race despite the conditions. Hopefully we'll get a decision soon. Okay, so we've got martial activity in the pit lane then. Looks like we are nearly ready to race now that an inspection of the circuit has taken place in the interests of safety. So thank you for your patience there, viewers. If anything, the sky has lightened a little and we have cars coming out onto track. So this is great to see. Well, thanks again for your patience there, everyone. Slight delay because of the rainstorm, but now the cars are coming out onto track for the Uncle Luke's Snetterton Saloons. BMWs and Seat Cupras towards the front of the field. It's the black M3 of David Fielder in pole position. The orange car of Brian Branson will be alongside him. Second row, the blue M3 of Stephen Scott Dunwoody, ex-Ford Sierra Cosworth racer. And then we've got the grey car of Jasvir Sapra. We don't know which county David Fields was representing, unfortunately, in the inter-county competition because he was a late entry. We haven't been told where he's from. Brian Branson is representative of Norfolk. Stephen Scott Dunwoody, Bedfordshire. And, well, Jasvir Sapra is out of region because he's from Coventry. Row 3, Phil Nibb in his Seat Cupra TCR car, the white and blue car there. And the white and turquoise car is ex-BTCC driver Rick Kerry with his V8 engine BMW 1 Series. The bigger the engine, the higher the class. It's A, B, C and D, one Class E car as well, which is the Golf at the back of Mark Perriam. Behind Mark Havers there, the green and white Cupra, Stephen Pearson. Hasn't he got good taste? Blue with bright pink wheels on his M3. Carl Chambers in the Peugeot 208 behind him. Regular racer with a couple of clubs. We've got Clios out there, we've got Honda Civics, BMW Z4s, even a Ford Mustang Cobra. Number 556, Alan Lee. In these conditions, you are very brave. Hopefully we'll have the full complement of 34 cars in. Thank you again for your patience during a slight delay there due to a track inspection given the conditions. One car stopped at the exit of the assembly area there, number 46, that's Peter Dunmore with his Honda Civic. He's now making his way forward. Two races have been held already for the Snetterton Saloons this year. The BMW of Kevin Bird won the first one. And the second was won by Ryan Polly from the famous short oval racing family in a Honda Civic, but neither of them here today. So we will see a new winner in the Uncle Luke's Snetterton Saloons. I've got no idea who it's going to be. I've got no idea what's going to happen when this race gets going. No success penalties or anything like that, like we might see in Brick Car Endurance. Everybody on a level playing field. Five cars shared by two drivers. Will be a rolling start, 45 minutes, and the pit stops from in to out of the pit lane have to be a minimum of 90 seconds. Pit window opens 15 minutes into the race. We will let you know. It'll come up, should come up on our timing screen. It might be 2 laps behind the pace car here because it was dry in qualifying. The changing conditions, we might give the drivers an extra lap to get used to the conditions. Okay, we believe that the worst of the rain has now passed here at Snetterton. It will be, I think, 2 laps behind our pace car. Away they go. There's the first few rows away. There's Carl Catliff, the white M3. There's Uncle Luke in the blue and white Honda Civic, number 192. Various Civics, Golfs, BMWs. There's that Mustang. That's going to be a handful in this wet. Lee Holland with the MX-5. Miles Mosley was down as racing a Peugeot 306. That looks like a 106 to me. Kester Cook up there with that very modified Ford Fiesta. It's a very quick little car indeed. A couple of MGZRs in there towards the back. It's David Fielder in his black M3. I think the biggest spoiler we've seen here this weekend as well on that car. Brian Bransom alongside. Then Stephen Scott Dunwoody, Jasvir Sapra. The 38, that's Carl Catliff, the white car. Carl Chambers in the Peugeot. Fiesta ST behind him, Richard Clark. This is going to be very tricky in the early laps. Two TCR cars, the Cupras of Phil Knibb, number 90. The green and white car, that's Mark Havers, number 63. Rick Kerry in the V8 engine 1 series. Hopefully he's taken his brave pills. Just warming their tyres. There's Uncle Luke giving us a wave in 192, the series sponsor. A couple of Clios there, Scott Smith and Christian Dean. Used to race a BMW. BMW's numerically dominant in this race. Let's hope all the drivers will race sensibly here, racing with their heads, and we won't see too much chaos. Luke Allen, the ex-touring car racer with the pre-03 touring cars in his Honda. One BMW Mini in there, that's number 806 Ben Taylor. That is a 106 that Miles Mosley's driving, not his usual 306. Let's look at the spray on the Bentley straight, and we haven't even started racing yet. I've got no idea which way this race is going to go. Any one of them could win. Oh, the lead at the pole sitter rather's nearly lost it there. That's where it's wettest, at Nelson's corner. David Fielder nearly lost it there. That's just behind the pace car. Got to be so careful, especially in rear-wheel drive machinery. As I said, the conditions are going to be the leveler. Anyone can win this one. Even that Golf of Mark Perriam at the back, the smallest capacity car out there. There he is, right at the very back, the Mark II Golf. Citroen Zara of Nick Underwood and Andy Gregory, racing newcomers. What conditions to make your racing debut in. Kester Cook, the little Fiesta. The pocket rocket, Stephen Pearson behind him in his BMW. Looks like we'll do another lap behind the pace car, just to let the drivers get acclimatised to the conditions. They qualified in the dry. Roll around one more time. One car into the pit lane. I think that's Rick Kerry up there in the 1 Series. Maybe not happy with the conditions. Steve Scott Dunwoody, Jasvir Sapra. Very quick driver indeed, Jasvir Sapra. He could be in with a good chance of victory here. There's Carl Catliff. This is Rick Kerry that's pulled into the pit lane. There's Rick Kerry. Is he going to rejoin or is he pulling into the paddock? Have we lost the 1 Series? Signalling right. Stops in the pit lane. Is he going to join in when the pack comes round next time? He's talking to the marshal there. Looked to me as though he was heading back to the paddock. Yes, he's heading into the paddock. Oh, that's a great shame. Very powerful car, that one. So pick your winners. Who are you following in this race? Tell us in the comments. Let us know who you're following in this Uncle Luke's Snetterton Saloons 45-minute race. There's that Ford Mustang of Alan Lee. The little 106 there, that's Miles Mosley. Hopefully he won't be miles behind in this one. There's that Golf at the back, that's Mark Perriam alongside the MGZR of Max Cawthorne and Jonathan Upchurch. Jonathan racing that car with the MG Owners Club yesterday. Max Cawthorne was out in his MGB. We should have seen an MGB special V8 based V8 engine machine here today. Ollie Neves and Hugh Pelling's car. That unfortunately has withdrawn. Cars forming up then, ready for a 45-minute race in very wet and slippery conditions for the Uncle Luke's Sign and Sticker Shop Snetterton Saloons. This is a 45 minutes endurance race with a mandatory pit stop. Front of the grid we've got 147 David Fielder with his BMW M3. Similar M3s of Brian Bransom, number 26, the orange car. The blue, number 48 of Steve Scott Dunwoody, and number 40 Jasvir Sapra. Making it all BMWs on the first 2 rows. Phil Knibb, the first non-BMW with his Cupra TCR. Rick Kerry should have been on the outside of row 3. He's a non-starter. He's pulled into the paddock. Huge variety of cars out there. It's ready to take the green flag for our longest race of the weekend here at Snetterton in treacherous conditions. Best of luck to all the drivers involved here in the Snetterton Saloons. Their 3rd race of 2021 for this new series. David Fielder and Brian Bransom on the front row of the grid then, in their BMW M3s. 5 classes in this race based on engine capacity. There's an inter-county competition for the drivers as well. The pace car pulls into pit lane. The red lights are on the gantry. Here they come then, David Fielder and Brian Bransom will lead them away. Here we go then, waiting for the red lights to go out. 45 minutes of racing gets underway. Here we go, down towards Riches for the first time on a very wet and slippery track. And it's number 26, Brian Bransom, making a good start from the outside of the front row. He takes the lead into Riches' corner for the first time. Let's hope nobody goes flying off into the runoff area. They've all made it round so far, all being very careful in there. Up towards Wilson's hairpin. Brian Bransom, number 26, already seen him in the Classic Thunder race today, leads the way from David Fielder, Jasvir Sapra, Steve Scott Dunwoody, and it's the number 90 of Nib in 5th position. Somebody going off, Ray Honeybone in the Renault Clio. Runs out wide, the Apple car, centre car, gets back on again. There's the Ford Mustang Cobra of Alan Lee, that's going to be a handful in the wets. There's our racing newcomers at the back, Nick Underwood and Andy Gregory, sharing a Citroën Zara, car more famous for rallying. Start to sort themselves out then, it's Brian Bransom in the lead. A long way to go in this race though, 45 minutes. Steve Scott Dunwoody having a look for second there, and Jasvir Sapra's dropped back a bit in the number 40. I think he must have run wide at the hairpin. There's Carl Chambers, the only Peugeot 208 GTI racing in the UK. Carl runs a Peugeot specialist garage. Used to race a 306 very successfully. Number 26, the Prep and Lay sponsored BMW of Brian Bransom, tiptoes its way. You can see him getting sideways on the throttle there out of Oggies, even with only the minimal amount of throttle. Stephen Scott Dunwoody is second. Where's David Fielder gone? There he is, he's down to 4th behind the number 90 Seat of Phil Nib. Jasvir Sapra up with them, then Mark Havers in his Seat Cupra TCR. Plenty of variety all the way down the order. There's Luke Allen, the championship spot, the series sponsor in the Civic, number 192. Uncle Luke's sign and sticker shop. How can you see to race in all that spray? These drivers coping magnificently. There's Steve Scott Dunwoody. Switched to BMWs from a Ford Sierra Cosworth a few years ago. Got a variety of endurance events over the years. David Fielder sideways, he nearly lost it there on the green flag lap. Kester Cook has to go rally crossing in avoidance. Mark Havers will get through as well. Kester Cook in that pocket rocket Fiesta, staple of the Track Day Trophy series over the last few years. As is Ray Honeybone's Clio, but it's Brian Bransom who will lead the first lap then in the M3. Coping far better with the conditions than anybody else. It's the front wheel drive cars that may well start to move up. The TCR cars could be the favourites here, the Cupras. Phil Nib into second place. The other one is 5th, Mark Havers. Well, Brian Bransom already with a clear lead over Phil Nib. 6.3 seconds is his lead already. Third over the line, Jasvir Sapra. He's got ahead of Steve Scott Dunwoody in the battle of the M3s. Mark Havers is 5th. Kester Cook in the Fiesta is 6th. First 5 places filled by the bigger Class A cars. Kester Cook is a Class C runner. Class B is being led by Richard Clark in his Ford Fiesta. And first in Class D, we have got the Timperley and Hewitt Honda Civic. David Fielder has pulled into the pits, I think, as they came through that time in his BMW. So David Fielder with problems, and Luke Allen's pulled in as well. Maybe one or two of the drivers deciding it is just too dangerous out there. Richard Clark's gone straight on at the hairpin. That's the Ford Fiesta ST180. The Finn Sports Run car. Clark recovers, loses a couple of places. 33, that's Sean Green in his Honda Civic. Having to be so careful out there. There's Luke Allen, Uncle Luke himself. Problems with his Civic. Perhaps his windscreen was steaming up. I saw the mechanic with a towel there. So maybe his demister's not working. Richard Clark recovering, attacking number 13. That's the Civic of Ollie Elmer. Goes through on the inside. Ray Honeybone behind them as well. Just a question of finding where the most grippy parts of the circuit are. Number 124 there, that's the MGZR sliding its way around. That's being driven by Rob Hornigold. Rob and Ashley Hornigold sharing that car. Open events like this, an ideal way for novices to get into racing. No championship points on offer. Open to everything. Your chance to learn to race. You can see a few of these cars have novice crosses on the back of them. Your leader is Brian Bransom. He was 6.3 seconds ahead of Phil Nib in the Cupra TCR as they completed that first lap. Sean Green under fire there from Rob Hornigold. 46 behind them is Peter Dunmore. 325, I think that's been started by Simon Donoghue in Frank Rodber's BMW. Carl Catliff has dropped back in 38, very experienced BMW racer. He's struggling out there. The white car with the red and blue stripes there. tiptoeing their way around, getting used to the conditions. A couple of BMWs we've lost already. Rick Kerry didn't take the start, and we lost David Fielder as well. There's a couple of other cars missing. 32 cars shown as having gridded for this one, so we lost 1 or 2 after qualifying. Time at the moment to work out who they are. Jasvir Sapra has just done the fastest lap of the race in third, 2:35.584. Now that's some 3 or 4 seconds quicker than the 2 cars ahead of him, so Jasvir Sapra could be launching a bid for the lead very shortly. Well, he's launched a bid for second place, and he's got second place there at the hairpin. The grey BMW goes past the number 90 of Phil Knibb in the Cupra. There's our leader, Brian Branson. His last lap was a 2:39. So Sapra nearly 4 seconds quicker on the last lap. Jasvir Sapra, the man from Coventry, is on the attack. It's Norfolk leading the county competition at the moment. Brian Branson out of region in second. That's Jasvir Sapra. Where's Phil Knibb representing? He's out of region as well. Could call it rest of England if it was a team competition. I've seen that done in Bangor racing, different counties represented, and there was a rest of England side. Carl Catliff in the pits. That's the 38 BMW. We saw that dropping back down the order. Away goes Brian Branson. Now, with Jasvir Sapra out there, you would expect his running mate Lucky Kera to be racing here, wouldn't you? He seems to race everything every weekend. He's racing with the Ferrari Challenge UK this weekend at Silverstone. That's why Lucky's not here. He'd usually be sharing one of those BMWs. The 68's there, the Civic of Edward Timperley, sharing with Freddie Hewitt, the black Civic there. I believe David Fielder has rejoined. Yes, he's rejoined at the back of the field, no pun intended, after a stop. It's Branson who leads, still 6 seconds ahead of Jasvir Sapra. Knibb down to third. These 3 going well clear of the rest of the field now. It's Mark Havers fourth. Fifth, it's Kester Cook. He leads Class C. Class B is led by Mark Lloyd-Jones in his VW Golf. Class D is led by Ed Timperley in the black Civic that we saw a moment ago. And Class E, there's one runner in... no, there's 2 runners in Class E, sorry. There's been a couple of cars that have changed class. Leading the class is the Underwood and Gregory Citroen Zara. I need to make some changes to my entry list here because there's a couple of cars changed classes. So it's Underwood and Gregory in the Zara. Miles Mosley, of course, he's changed car. So that's why he's changed class. He was originally listed as driving a Peugeot 306. But he's actually in a 106. So he's changed class because of the smaller engine size. Brian Branson sliding his way into the hairpin there, meanwhile, trying to lap Carl Catliff, who's rejoined out of the pits. Still Brian Branson who leads the way. Still sliding about there. Jasvir Sapra trying to close on him. What was the gap at the finish line last time through? It was still... but Jasvir Sapra, as I say, that has spun. Now, can he rejoin there? Has he kept the engine running? I was just about to say he'd done another fastest lap of the race, 2:35.557. He's rejoined. A full 360 there coming out of Palmer. Just gave it too much throttle there. Branson did his best lap of the race, though, 2:35.646. So he knew Sapra was closing and has responded. Let's hope he doesn't respond with a spin of his own. Knibb is still third ahead of Havers, the 2 Cupras. Cook is fifth. Carl Chambers in the Peugeot is sixth. Mark Lloyd-Jones 7th overall in the Golf. 8th, it's Ollie Elmer in his Honda Civic. Ray Honeybone's Clio 9th, despite running wide at the hairpin earlier on. We've got a yellow flag out there. That's at Palmer, I think. So who's gone off there? Somebody has. Pick that up in a moment. Rounding up the top 10 is Richard Clark's Ford Fiesta ST 180. We saw him have a moment at the hairpin earlier on. Steve Scott Dunwoody has come into the pits now. The pit window doesn't open until 15 minutes into the race. So they've got 5 more minutes yet until the pit window opens. So Steve Scott Dunwoody, who was on the second row of the grid, has pitted. I think the problem for a lot of the drivers is they just can't see where they're going. Some cars may not have the demisters working inside them. Oh, it's not bothering Brian Branson. He continues to lead. this Uncle Luke's Snetterton Saloons race, their third race of the season. And we have a safety car being scrambled, so somebody is stranded somewhere. Safety car is being scrambled now. Who's falling down the timing screen? That's what you've got to look at. Who might we have lost? Stephen Pearson is dropping down the timing screen, the blue number 5 BMW. There's the safety car. That will pick up our race leader. I saw a yellow flag at Palmer's corner, so maybe Stephen Pearson has gone off there. Can't see him at the moment.
Stay here. Be out of everyone's way.
There's Miles Mosley, a little Peugeot 106, prepared by Pug Sport. I think that car is prepared by Carl Chambers, who's also in this race. I could be wrong, of course. Apologies if I am. So the safety car picks up Brian Bransom. It's Phil Nibb up to second. Carl Catliff's a lap down. Jasmine Sapra down to third after spinning. Havers fourth. It should be Kester Cook in fifth place in his Fiesta. There is Kester's Fiesta. So we're under the safety car here at Snetterton. We believe it's Stephen Pearson who's gone off somewhere in his M3. It's the blue car with the red wheels. Now, sixth place is Carl Chambers. There's the Peugeot. Seventh, it's Mark Lloyd-Jones. You see him coming out of Palmer's in the background there with his Golf. Ollie Elmer's Honda Civic is eighth. Ninth, we have got Ray Honeybone. 10th, Richard Clark. 11th is Ed Timperley. He leads Class D in the car shared with Freddie Hewitt's the Honda Civic. Class E, as we say, we've got 3 entries in Class E, not just the one that we had programmed. It's Underwood and Gregory. They're going well, actually, the newcomers, Nick Underwood and Andy Gregory. They're 21st in the Citroen Zara. Second in Class Miles Mosley, and third Mark Perriam's Volkswagen Golf. The Mark II Golf starts at the back of the field. There's a recovery vehicle in motion there in the background. Now, where's our recovery vehicle going? Trying to find where Stephen Pearson's BMW has gone. Ah, there he is. Just see it there. We couldn't see it because there's a marshal's post in the way. He's spun. That looks like coming out of Oggie's on the inside there. Could just see the back of it there behind the marshal's post. That's why we couldn't see it. That's coming out of Oggie's. So JS Holmes recovery will do their job, get that car behind the barriers. So it looks like we've lost 3 BMWs then, because there we see Stephen Pearson's car. Rick Kerry didn't take the start, and Stephen Scott Dunwoody has not rejoined from the pits, so he's had a problem. It's a BMW leading, Brian Branson. He was 6.5 seconds ahead of Phil Nibb last time round. Jasvir Sapra in third, despite a quick 360. Mark Havers in fourth. The pit lane is closed at the moment. It doesn't open Or is that saying pit open on the other side? Yes, I think it is. Yeah, the pit window has just opened, just as I said that. We reached the 15-minute mark. So the pit window has opened while the safety car is out. Safety cars always seem to coincide with the pit window opening, don't they? So it's going to be, I would imagine, everybody in. Yep, most of the field's coming in. Happens every time we cover brick car as well, doesn't it? Every time the pit window opens, it happens while the safety car's out. So nearly everybody, right, it's easier to list the cars that haven't come in. Brian Branson has stayed out, the race leader. Jasvir Sapra, Ollie Elmer, Peter Dunmore, the Earl and Williamson BMW Z4, and the Underwood Gregory Citroen Zara. They've all stayed out. Nearly everybody else is in the pit lane. There's the Fiesta of Richard Clark, one of the Clios, the Hornigold ZR, the Mustang's in. Carl Catliff stayed out. He's a lap down, of course, so he's got time so he can make up here. Has anybody else not come in? Mark Perriam hasn't come in yet. David Fielder, I think, will stay out as well because he made a pit stop early on outside the window. So they can make up time here. Everybody else is in the pit lane. The Cawthorne Upchurch ZR set out. Now it's this is like NASCAR, the race off pit road. We'll see what order they're going to be in. They've got to catch this little lot up. So Brian Branson leading. Out they all come. Everybody out. This will be the second group trying to catch up with the first group, but they'll all have to make their stops, of course. And I think it was Phil Knibb who won the race off pit road ahead of Kester Cook, Mark Havers, Mark Lloyd-Jones, Ray Honeybone. Carl Chambers has lost a few places in there. And Alan Lee in the Mustang finds himself at the back of the queue. Other cars that stayed out, the Max Cawthorne MG ZR and Miles Mosley's little Peugeot 106 stayed out as well. Safety car will be coming in this lap, so those have just been told, so those who stayed out, they might lose out here. Now this could play into the hands of this man, Phil Knibb. He pitted under the safety car. He's going to be able to catch back up to the Crocodile. Kester Cook and Mark Havers in there as well. But I think the safety car is going to come in this time, and that could ruin it for Brian Branson and Jasvir Sapra, because they will have to pit under green flag conditions, unless it does stay out for another lap. Mark Perriam stayed out as well. We've got 9 cars that haven't made pit stops, according to my timing screen. Branson, Sapra, Elmer, Dunmore, Earl and Williamson in the Z4, Underwood and Gregory in the Zara, Cawthorne Upchurch's ZR, Miles Mosley's Peugeot 106, and the other car that hasn't come in is Mark Perriam's Mark II Golf. There it is at the front of this group. I think the safety car is going to come in this lap. There's one of the Z4s behind the BMW Mini. That's Tim Pole in the 181 car. Very snazzy paint job on that machine. Coming round towards Coram, then we can see in the background Brian Branson still leading. Is he going to peel straight into the pits as he comes round here? And the safety car lights are out, so it is coming in. Is Brian Branson going to follow him into pit lane? I imagine he will. Yes, in comes Branson, in comes Carl Catliff, in comes Jasvir Sapra. Ollie Elmer has stayed out, so he's going to be leading on track in this one. We go back to green flag, and it's Ollie Elmer who leads them through. Chris Earl in the BMW Z4 is second, and Nick Underwood in his first ever motor race is in third. Rest of the pack heads through. Those are the cars that have pitted. They're about 6 seconds back on the 3 that haven't. So your de facto race leader is going to be one of the Cert Cupras. I think it's Mark Havers, the first car that's pitted. There's our leader, Ollie Elmer, in the Civic. BMW Z4 second. Citroen Zara third. Bit of understeer there for Nick Underwood. Now, who's next through? It's there. Yeah, there are the Cupras. It's Nib ahead of Havers. So Nib's got ahead there, the red, white and blue car, so he is effectively the race leader now because the 3 cars ahead have yet to stop. Wait to see where the cars that pitted that time through will rejoin. We've got Brian Bransom, Jasmine Sapra, Peter Dunmore, Mark Perriam, Carl Catliff and David Fielder have all come in to make their mandatory stops. The other cars that haven't stopped, Max Cawthorne in the MG-ZR, there he is behind Carl Chambers, and Miles Mosley in the Peugeot 106 behind him. So we've got 5 cars that have yet to stop. They'll probably come in next time round. Mark Perriam is in with the Golf. There's Peter Dunmore's Civic as well. They've come in. Mark II Golf, such a lovely looking car, I always think. Well, Phil Nib is not waiting for the other cars to come in ahead of him. He's got past Chris Earl's Z4 there. And he's going to go for Ollie Elmer for the lead of the race. Yeah, the TCR Cupras. This is all playing into their hands. They pitted under the safety car. They got out at the front of the queue. And they're chased by Kester Cook in the Fiesta. So I reckon victory could be between those 3, you know. Unless the BMWs can do something special. We'll wait and see where they slot back in after these stops. They're on their outlaps at the moment. Branson, Sapra and Peter Dunmore as well. David Fielder is still in the pit lane. Carl Catliff has rejoined, but that was his second stop. We know he was a lap down anyway. So it's Ollie Elmer who's got the lead. What's happening in pit lane? Not too much at the moment. There's Brian Branson. Now he's got Jasbir Sapra on his tail. But here's our race leader. It's Ollie Elmer in the number 13, the Honda Civic. But of course he hasn't pitted yet. Leads his way through Murray's. Is he going to come in this time? Phil Nib in second place in the Cupra. Now, has Ollie Elmer pulled in there? We can't quite see. No, he comes through, so he's staying out. He's going to gamble on pitting later on. He's got the 2 Cupras behind him, though, and they're lapping several seconds a lap quicker than the Civic. Phil Nib ahead of Mark Havers, so I reckon it could be between these 2. Still got a long way to go yet, though. Chris Earl's come in the Z4, number 81, to hand over to Mike Williamson. There's the Z4 in pit lane. So all change at the front then. Now we'll try and see where the BMWs have slotted back in. Brian Branson and company. How much time did they lose? They pitted just as the race went green again. So we'll wait and see when everything has cycled through. Somebody else in as well, I would imagine that's Miles Mosley. Yes, it is. The Peugeot 106 has come in. Now, Branson and Sapra have yet to come through to see where they're going to slot in on the timing. There goes Lee Hollin ahead of the BMW number 325. I think it's Frank Rodber on board that machine now. The lead was 2.5 seconds. I imagine we're going to see Phil Nib take the lead here very shortly in the Cupra. Mark Havers probably come through as well. Some of the cars further back in the order here. There's Sean Green in his Honda Civic. Similar car to that of the race leader. Chased by one of the Clios, that's Scott Smith, and there's the ZR with Jonathan Upchurch. Is he now on board? No, that car hasn't come in yet. So the only cars that have yet to stop are the Zara of Underwood and Gregory, the race-leading Civic of Ollie Elmer, and the Cawthorne Upchurch ZR. They still haven't come in. How long have they got to do so? 5 more minutes. So a couple more laps, a couple more chances as Richard Clark goes off there onto the grass in the Fiesta. The leader just coming through there into the bomb hole. Has he lost out there to the Cupras though? Yeah, Kester Cook behind the Cupras must have gone through on the back section of the circuit. There's Kester Cook. He's in 4th place, number 93. He's locking up a little there into Murray's. Tricky part of the circuit, that. And there go the Cupras. They must surely be in the... Yeah, it's Mark Havers who's gone through. He's got ahead of Phil Knibb. So it's the green and white Seat Cupra. There he is. He's got into the lead now ahead of Knibb. Elmer has finally come in. So he's gone from the lead. And here is your new leader. Mark Havers, representing Suffolk in the inter-county competition. Goes a bit wide through there. 2nd place, number 90 of Phil Knibb. The 2 Cupras separated by 2.3 seconds. 3rd is Kester Cook in Kester's Fiesta, a pocket rocket. Mark Lloyd-Jones up to 4th. Cook and Lloyd-Jones both leading their classes. Carl Chambers 5th, ahead of Ray Honeybone. Underwood and Gregory have come in with the Citroen Zara. They were up to 8th. They ran as high as 3rd during the stops. Waited late to make their pit stop. It'll be Andy Gregory taking over. So Mark Havers out front then. Now where are our BMW friends? Of course they pitted after the safety car had come in. They'll have lost time as a result. Well, Jasvir Sapra is 22nd. Brian Bransom is 23rd. They lost a lot of time by doing that. David Fielder, meanwhile, after his 2nd stop, never rejoined. Well, we said this might play into the hands of the front-wheel drive cars. It certainly is. 2 Seat Cupras and a Ford Fiesta up front, then a Mark V Golf, then a Peugeot 208. Not the conditions you want to be driving a big rear-wheel drive BMW in. There is Brian Bransom, who led the early part of the race. He is now in 20th place. Ollie Elmer's rejoined just behind him. There's Jasvir Sapra. There's Jasvir Sapra. Recovered nicely from his spin earlier on. But were caught out by the safety car. Probably wasn't room for the entire grid to pit at the same time. The ZR of Cawthorne and Upchurch has pitted there. 3.9 seconds in it for the lead, so Mark Havers is pulling away. His last lap was a 2:33.5. Knibb lapping in the 2:35s. Who's got the fastest lap of the race? Well, Jasvir Sapra, 2:32.007. Another lock up there from Mark Havers, and he's so treacherous into that hairpin, you have to be so careful. We've got 16 and a half minutes of this race to go, so the pit window will be closing shortly. But I think, yes, everybody has now made their stops. Luke Allen has been in twice, the series sponsor. There's the Zara, actually a standard road car, I think that one, of Underwood and Gregory. Mark Havers laps them. Now, Phil Knibb keeping in sight. He's just at a purple first sector, quickest of all in the first sector for Phil Knibb, number 90. So he's not done yet in the battle of the Seat Cupras up front. TCR touring car spec machines. Through Williams corner. Pit window about to close, but everybody has made their stops. Big slide there, it's Carl Catliff. His race spoiled early on though, had to make an extra pit stop. He's down at the back of the field in 28th. Here's a battle between the Hornigold family MGZR and 806 Ben Taylor in the BMW Mini Cooper. In this Uncle Luke's Snetterton Saloons race. There's Richard Clark, he's had a couple of excursions in the Fiesta ST. Sean Green behind him. Now where are they running? Pit window is just closed, but it matters not. Everybody's stopped. Now it's a straight race to the flag. Mark Havers continues to lead. Through Murray's he goes, lapping Peter Dunmore's Honda Civic there. He is a fair way down the order in 22nd. He was part of the second batch to make their pit stops, of course. Well, Jasvir Sapra's made it back up to 14th place. Brian Bransom 15th, and Brian Bransom is just in a purple first sector. Now looking at the last laps, Phil Knibb is not finished yet. His last lap was 2 seconds quicker than that of Mark Havers. So he is closing on race leader Mark Havers here in the Battle of the Cupras. Kester Cook in third. He's lapping in the 2:38s. There's the series sponsor, Uncle Luke himself. Luke Allen. Here is our leader. Where is Phil Knibb in the other Cupra? There he is. And he's chasing down the similar machine. 2.1 seconds in it as they cross the line. Kester Cook still third. Carl Chambers has just got through into 4th place in the Peugeot. He's got past Mark Lloyd-Jones. He's still leading Class B though, the Golf. There is Kester's Fiesta. Kester Cook been racing that car and progressively modifying it for many years now. He's leading Class C and is third overall. Carl Chambers second in Class C. Mark Lloyd-Jones leading Class B. Who's leading Class E? Down the order. Well, Class D, we missed out there. That's being led by Scott Smith in the Renault Clio. He's 9th. Class E, that's being led by the Zara, Underwood and Gregory. They're in 24th place. They're being closed down by Miles Mosley in the 106, but he's quite a way behind. Smith leads Class D ahead of the Hornigold family. They're only separated by a couple of seconds. Third in Class D, further back, it is Lee Hollins MX-5. Stretching the definition of saloon a bit, but this is an open event. Now, purple sector in sector 2 of the lap from the number 90 of Phil Knibb. He's definitely closing on Havers here. There is Havers. Coming through towards the end of the lap. Where is Phil Knibb? The gap was 2.1 seconds in the Battle of the Cupras. Coming up to lap Carl Catliff. There's Knibb. Has he closed the gap? You can see and hear the wheel spin as in comes Christian Dean with his Clio there into the pits. He's got a problem possibly. Over the line go the Cupras. Fastest lap for Phil Knibb, 2:31.794. 1.5 seconds the gap is down to. While Brian Bransom on the lap before that gained 5 places. He's up to 10th. Jasvir Sapra is up to 8th. The BMWs are not finished yet, you know. There's Sapra. He's in 8th place. He's quite a way off the lead. There's Brian Bransom up behind him. They're ahead of Richard Clark now. I think they might be up into 7th and 8th place now, the 2 BMWs. So they're not done yet. There's your leader. There's second, the 2 Cupras. Now we've got 11 minutes just over of the race to go. What can the BMWs do? They're lapping in... well, Jasvir Sapra's lapping in the 2:37s. Bransom's still in the 2:33s. So they're only just off the pace of the leaders. I don't think they'll catch the Cupras here. They might come through into well into the top 10 then. Let's have a look at the gaps as they go over the line this time. How close to Jasvir Sapra is Ray Honeybone and Richard Clark? There goes Miles Mosley over the line. Ray Honeybone is in 6th place with the Clio. There is Brian Branson coming out of Murray's. You'll be able to see Jasvir Sapra up ahead of him. Here comes Sapra. It's his lap time. He's up to 7th now. Branson is 8th. They're separated by 2, and Sapra does the fastest lap, 2:31.127. Now Ray Honeybone is just over 10 seconds ahead in the Clio. His last lap was 15 seconds slower than Jasvir Sapra. So the BMWs are going to move up further here, definitely. They're lapping much quicker than the 3 cars ahead of them, at least. I don't know if they'll catch the Cupras. Could they get the podium? Can they catch Kester Cook, Chambers, Lloyd-Jones and Honeybone? Certainly catch Ray Honeybone, I think. Just under 10 minutes to go. Mark Havers continues to lead. Jasvir Sapra with the fastest lap of the race though in his BMW. Mark Havers with the lead, representing Suffolk. Second place Phil Nibb is in the out of region group in the county championship. There is Brian Branson. He's now up to 8th. He's sideways there. Again, the rear wheel drive cars having to be so careful. And Nibb's dropped back a little bit, if anything there. Yeah, 3.3 seconds is now the gap. Maybe Nibb got delayed slightly by some traffic. His last lap was a 2:33. Havers a 2:31.8, which is a personal best for Mark Havers. So he's responding to the pressure from Phil Nibb and keeps the lead of this Uncle Luke Snetterton Saloon race. There's Uncle Luke. He's 13th. Had to make an extra pit stop early on, of course. I think today he missed his windscreen. He's got Sean Green behind him in the Honda. Although I think Sean is possibly... are they on the same lap? Yes, I think he's got ahead of Green there for position, and Scott Smith as well. Nice little scrap going on there. There go the Cupras. There we see the last lap times. What a contrast between Sunderland. Look at the BMWs. Sapra and Branson, 2:31, 2:32. And those ahead of them, Chambers 2:43. Lloyd Jones in the Golf 2:44. Honeybone 2:46. Let's see if they can catch him. I don't think they'll catch the Cupras, certainly. Well, Kester Cook is over 30 seconds ahead of Carl Chambers, so the highest the BMWs will get, I think, will be possibly 4th place. Chambers and Lloyd Jones are separated by 5.7 seconds. Now, where's that Clio? There it is. You can see how much Jasvir Sapra is taking out of Ray Honeybone's advantage. Honeybone over the line. His lap is a 2:45. Sapra 2:28.934. Fastest lap of the race. Branson does a 2:29. They've nearly caught Ray Honeybone. I reckon they'll get up to 5th and 6th here, those two BMWs. I think Carl Chambers too far ahead with the time remaining. It's between the Cupras for victory. How close are Cook and Chambers? Well, they're not. 33 seconds apart. There's the Clio, Ray Honeybone in the Apple Car Centre car. And Jasvir Sapra has caught him. Meantime, there's Tim Pole in the Z4 getting past Sean Green. That's for position as well. This is the battle for 10th place. They've got Ben Taylor's Mini up behind them as well. Sapra's got ahead of the Clio there. So Jasvir Sapra is now up into 6th place, that means. Where's the man who led through the pit stops, Ollie Elmer? 11th place, that's where he's gained 5 places on that last lap. He's looking a bit useful. Have to bear with me a moment now, my timing screen has decided to play up. 6.5 minutes of the race to go. Mark Havers, we know, is still leading. Okay, we've got the live timing back, sorry about that, and Phil Nibb has got the gap down to 1.3 seconds. Last lap time was 2 seconds quicker, and he's right with Mark Havers now as they come down towards Agostini. The battle of the Seat Cupras is not yet over. Havers versus Nibb. He's having a look there, Phil Nibb. Here we go. I thought he would catch him up. It's that brief delay on the previous lap, but he's made up the time. They're coming up to lap Lee Hollin in the MX-5, who's probably wishing he had a roof. Up towards Oggies. Nibb, I think, might get him here on the Bentley straights. They come up to lap Lee Hollin. Kester Cook is still 3rd, but over 30 seconds back on these two. And Havers gets the better, well, I was going to say gets the better exit. He's understeered off onto the grass there. This is Nibb's opportunity, and he's going through, takes the lead on the Bentley straights. Havers just, I think, gave it too much throttle there coming out of Williams corner. He understeered wide. Went mud plugging on the outside, and Phil Nibb has taken the lead. So it's Nibb who leads in the Cupra. Here they come. Down into some backmarker traffic here. They've got the Hornigold ZR ahead of them there. Ben Taylor and Green in the Civic. That's the battle for 13th and 14th they're lapping there. Cook still third. Now, is Mark Havers going to be able to attack back? Has he damaged the front of the car? Will it affect the aero? Has he damaged the front splitter there when he went off onto the mud? Let's have a look as he comes through. 4.5 minutes left. No, it looks okay. Just between these two now. Kester Cook is over 30 seconds back in third. In turn, 40 seconds clear of Carl Chambers. So third and fourth, I think, are pretty clear cut, unless Jasvir Sapra can catch Carl Chambers. Can he catch the Peugeot? There's Sapra. Where is the yellow Peugeot? He's got ahead of it. He's ahead of Carl Chambers. Sapra's up to fourth. Great recovery. And Brian Bransom in there. He could get fifth as well. So Jasvir Sapra has caught. I really didn't think he'd catch Chambers. So the BMWs, I think, may well get fourth and fifth here, despite that delay at the pit stop. But it's going to be one of the Cupras that's going to take the win. 27 cars still running out of the 32 that started. Here are the Cupras. It's Nib ahead of Havers, lapping Scott Smith's Clio there. Smith still leading Class D, only by 4 seconds ahead of the BMW Z4 of Tim Pole there in the background. Phil Nib a little bit wide through Agostini. Just over 3 minutes of the race to go. Who's going to win the third race of the season for the Snetterton Saloons? It's almost certainly going to be a Seat Cupra TCR, but which one? Nib and Havers through towards Oggies. Be, I think, 1 lap to go this time. Just under 3 minutes left on the clock. They're lapping Jonathan Upchurch in his MGZR. Miles Mosley, the little Peugeot. Where is he in his class? Still second behind the Zara. Underwood and Gregory, a very impressive debut here in the Citroen Zara, leading their class. Class E for the smaller capacity cars, of course. It's all about the overall lead now. It's in the classes. Mark Lloyd-Jones is going to win Class B, Kester Cook Class C. Sapra and Bransom are now past Carl Chambers in 4th and 5th in the BMWs. They're nearly 40 seconds down on Kester Cook. They won't catch him in the time remaining. Here comes our leader, Phil Nib, in the Cupra. Through Murray's, it will be last lap this time. And Mark Havers will see that last lap board and he'll take it as his signal to attack. There are back markers ahead. This is going to get interesting. Miles Mosley in the Peugeot 106 moves aside. He'll let them through on the straights. No problem there. The gap was 0.9 of a second as they came over the line. A better, well, they both set personal bests that time through the two Cupras. 2:30.9 for Nib, 2:31.3 for Mark Havers. What can Mark Havers do? He was a few tenths of a second slower on that lap, and he's stuck behind Richard Clark there on the hairpin in the Fiesta. Nowhere Richard could go there. Now he lets Mark Havers through. Has that decided it? Is the traffic going to decide it here? He's going to try his hardest here, Mark Havers, to close in on Phil Nib. A battle to the flag between the two Seat Cupras. Clock counting down, less than a minute left. Lapping Ollie Elmer, he's in 9th place. Great run by Ollie. He's fighting back. Oh, is that Havers pulling off? Just got to score a glimpse there. That's Havers. Has he hit problems? Or has he gone off? Now, was that a mechanical problem? Or has he slid off? He's definitely gone off on the exit of Agostini there, so that's decided it. Phil Nib's going to win it. Now, who's going to be second? Kester Cook is going to get through for second in the Fiesta. Oh, what a disappointment. It was going to be a race to the flag between those two, but Havers, he seemed to slow coming through Agostini. He's on the outside. Here comes Kester Cook, and he's going to inherit second place. Havers is off somewhere to the right there, off at Agostini. What a disappointment. He's fought so hard there. So it's going to be Phil Knibb. There he is, coming towards the bomb hole for the last time. Is that Havers still going? Yes, there he is. He is still going. My apologies. I thought he'd stopped. He must have just slid wide there. Pushing too hard to try and catch Phil Knibb. I thought he was pulling over, but he's still there in second. That's decided, though. It's going to be a win for the number 90. Here he comes, representing the county of out of region in our inter-county competition. Representing rest of England is a better way to say it, I think. Here he comes. Phil Knibb in the Cupra TCR wins the Uncle Luke's Snetterton Saloons. Well done, Phil Knibb. Front wheel drive prevails, as I thought it might. Mark Havers comes in second, 7.2 seconds down. He'll be cursing himself there. And Kester Cook, I thought was going to inherit second, is going to have to settle for third in the Fiesta. He will win Class C. It'll be Jasvir Sapra coming through after pitting a little late, with the safety car coming back in. Will take fourth place. It should be Brian Branson fifth, who led early on. What a fascinating race that was then for the Uncle Luke's Snetterton Saloons. Racing for the Vinoteca Rodney and the Horse NZ Pills beer race. I'm sure the winners will receive some of that as a token. Hopefully they won't consume it at the track, though. We do not condone drinking and driving. Last few cars coming home. There's Brian Branson. Carl Catliff's had a moment there on the last corner as well. Kester Cook has crossed the line for third. Jasvir Sapra fourth. Brian Branson will come home in fifth place. Branson lost a bit of time on the last lap there. In fact, it will be Carl Chambers sixth. Class B will be won by Mark Lloyd-Jones in the Golf. Class C by Kester Cook. Class D by Scott Smith in the Clio. And Class E, that will be won by Underwood and Gregory, the newcomers in the Zara. Well done to them. We'll confirm the provisional results just as soon as we can. Carl Chambers comes home in sixth. It'll be Mark Lloyd-Jones and Ray Honeybone, I think, will be the last two finishers on the lead lap. There's Lloyd-Jones, he wins Class B in the Golf. And Ray Honeybone, despite a couple of moments in his Clio up at the hairpin, will be the last man over the line on the lead lap. There he goes. Looks like everybody is in now, just about. One car I think we've lost on the last lap is Richard Clark, number 66, in his Fiesta. I think we've lost him on the final lap. So the last car to cross the line will be the Earl and Mike Williams, Chris Earl and Mike Williamson. Here they are. The BMW Z4 comes in. Unfortunately, I think we have lost the Fiesta ST180 of Richard Clark. He hasn't come home. So we'll confirm the results then provisionally. The win going to Phil Knibb in the Seat Cupra, 16 laps in a time of 45 minutes 46 seconds, finishing 7.2 seconds clear of Mark Havers, a mistake on the last lap dropping him back a bit. Good race between the two Cupras. Third place and first in Class C, Kester Cook with his Ford Fiesta. Fourth for Jasvir Sapra and fifth for Brian Branson in their BMWs. A BMW, a rear-wheel drive car, not the car to have in those wet conditions. Good recovery though. Sixth for Carl Chambers in the Peugeot 208. Seventh and a class win for Mark Lloyd-Jones in the Golf. Eighth goes to Ray Honeybone in his Clio. Ninth, Ollie Elmer, who led during the pit stops. And 10th place goes to Uncle Luke himself, Luke Allen, the series sponsor. 11th place, that goes to Scott Smith. He wins Class D in the Renault Clio. 12th for Tim Pole in his BMW Z4. 13th for Lee Hollins, Mazda MX-5. Sean Green was 14th in his Honda Civic. And the Hornigold family in the MG ZR round out the top 15. 16th place for Ben Taylor's BMW Mini Cooper. Rodber and Donahue finishing in 17th place in their BMW. 18th for Timperley and Hewitt's Honda Civic. Alan Lee 19th in the Cobra Mustang. Peter Dunmore's Civic rounding out the top 20. Then Earl and Williamson 21st. We're not sure if Richard Clark was a classified finisher. Behind them, Underwood and Gregory, they win Class E on their debut ahead of Miles Mosley in the Peugeot 106, not a 306. Cawthorne and Upchurch next then. Carl Catliff after problems early on. Mark Perriam's Golf. And we lost the rest of the field. Christian Dean David Fielder, Stephen Pearson, Steve Scott Dunwoody and Rick, all retirements, and Rick Kerry didn't take the starts. What a fascinating race that was, a 45-minute enduro, and we can now go down to Parc Fermé with Ian Waterhouse.
Wow, 45 minutes of intense action in the hardest of conditions as well, and then you chuck a safety car in just for good measure as well. But it is this man over here, Phil Nib. He's got the job done, and Phil, you had to do it on track as well, didn't you? You had to do it the hard way, the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, it was a good fun race. I enjoyed it. It's only the third time we've taken the car out. It's the first time it's turned a wheel in the wet. We got some old knackered wets that we thought would be worth a go.
Well, they were, weren't they?
Improved. Slicks, definitely. Yeah, it was really good. Really good race. Just enjoyed it, and every lap I was getting a little bit quicker and just learning where the grip was and learning how the car works and how to push it and stuff. It was quite handy having the other seat out here as well. It was quite nice to see him disappear off, and my mirrors come up to the hairpin as well. So
you say that actually, of course, the group of the TCR cars, of course. So actually, you're kind of measuring each other, I suppose, throughout the race.
Yeah, I looked at the entry list and I saw another one here, so I thought, well, that's a good test to find out how well I'm doing, how we were getting used to the car. So in the dry we were quicker, a couple of seconds quicker, I think, and in the wet it was a bit more challenge, but it was a good race. It's always good, doesn't matter where you are, so you've got someone to race against, it's just enjoyable, isn't it?
And the safety car coming out throws a bit of a curveball in. Was it a race to get into the pits? Because it was literally just ticking open to come out.
I was looking at my timer, I think I was looking at it, I thought it's just about in, just about okay, and yeah, it was slow enough around Coram that I thought I can get in there, so yeah.
Fantastic, well done Phil, enjoy it, well, congratulations. I think we've got Mark Havers now as well. He's come back, he did run off but he's actually back now, so let's grab a quick word with Mark, because at one point it was under investigation as well. Let's have a quick word with Mark. Mark, congratulations, that was an exciting race, wasn't it?
Was it fun, was it? Did you enjoy it? Was it as good as it looked?
Yeah, it was. Well, you tell me, what was it, how exciting
well, the
was it?
wants to see it, so.
Yeah, do you know, I hate it when I hear at a tunnel and like, oh, Mark Havers is under investigation. I'm like, oh no, he's not going to be happy. I don't want to be the one to have to entertained.
No, look, thoroughly enjoyed it. Great time.
It was a great racing again with Phil as well. Of course, he had to do it the hard way. He had to get past you on track in the hardest of conditions, though, isn't it? What is it like?
Mistakes all the time, really, wasn't it? So yeah, that was good. Really enjoyed it.
Well done, buddy. Congratulations. I hope everything gets sorted with the stewards there under investigation. Unfortunately, right. That's not it from Snetterton, though. That was a cracking race, wasn't it? But guess what? We've got trucks coming up next. So I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard. He's going to take you through the action.
Okay, just getting my breath back after excellent race from the Uncle Luke Snetterton Saloons there. Well done to all the winners and class winners. A series that is intended to be a bit of fun there. It was Rest of England that won the inter-county competition courtesy of Phil Nib. Mark Havers second representing Suffolk, and Kester Cook, number 93, representing Rest of England as well in third. Giving you the class winners, giving you the provisional results. And well done to everyone involved. Thanks to Uncle Luke Allen for his sponsorship of the series as well. He finished 10th after making an extra pit stop early on to clear his windscreen. Okay, just one race to go on our coverage today then, and it's the big rigs out for their final race of the weekend, the British Truck Racing Championship, racing over 15 minutes. Let's check if there's been any amendments to the result of race 4. No, there hasn't. So the grid will be the reverse of finishers in race 4, which will give Mark Taylor pole position number 81 in Division 1. Alongside number 33, Steve Thomas. But I must say, full credit to everybody in that Snetterton Saloons race. Only one car I saw spinning into the barriers there. Bad luck, Stephen Pearson. The only other retirements, I think, were mechanically related. Or because perhaps drivers couldn't see where they were going. Perhaps their windscreen steaming up a little. Only a couple of spins, minimum of incidents, and an enjoyable race. That's how it should have been. We've got a couple of interviews then as the trucks make their way to the grid from Pointy down in the paddock.
So down again in Parc Fermé, looking forward to the last race of the weekend. Steve, not the best weekend for you so far. We have had some silverware though.
We have, yes. Yesterday was a good day, second and a third, and
yeah.
today it just seems to go backwards.
So technical difficulties, I think a lot of the drivers in the championship this weekend have been having some struggles. But you finishing last today, unfortunately, will be putting you very close to the front for the next race.
Well, it was actually second to last.
Yeah, I know that.
Split hairs.
Well, we're split hairs. That's why I wanted to speak to you, because you're second on the right, you know.
To be fair, second to last is really last, yeah. So yeah. It's we're just down on power. You know, I think the engine is very tired. It's an old girl. Everyone else will give them their due. They have stepped up the game. I mean, like last year and the year before, we won it and we was flying and we're handling well. We're just down on power. Simple as that.
But I mean, looking back on your driving career so far, you've got the experience, you've got the ability. Do we think now, starting very close to the front, you'll be able to make that stick for the race?
I don't know really. It all depends on what happens on the start, you know. So we're down on power, and round this long circuit here, it does make a huge difference. A second a lap or second and a half a lap is a lot to go, you know. So, but we're a bit disheartened, but. I mean, we're moving to Division 1 next year, so we've got the other truck that Steve Thomas.
Oh, that's big news, big news.
Yeah, so this is like, well, we've got 2 more events left in this, so do we invest a load of money into this just for the last 2? We're sitting pretty second in the championship. If we finish every race, we won't be caught, but we won't catch Craig now, so yeah, it's really weighing up what to do for the last 2 events this season, really, and ready for next year for Division 1, so.
Well, I mean, if you want my 2 penneth, I think we need to invest in the future.
Absolutely. I mean, we have. I mean, that's Division 1, but do we? I don't know. We're going to have a chat with the boys now. Yeah, and see. No, it's all right. It's not all bad news. You know, we're finishing, so
yes,
which is the main thing.
You're racing, which is better than we can say for some people in the paddock this weekend.
Well, yeah, but then we're racing around on our own, really. So, but but no, it's all right.
Well, here's hoping good luck for the last race, race 5, and yeah, we hope the weather stays dry. Do you think it's going to make a difference to you whether it's wet or dry?
It can't do no worse for me, so I'm hoping it does wet. So let's have a change, eh?
Always the optimist, ladies and gentlemen, Steve Powell. Thanks very much for joining us, Steve. And that's all from us down here in Parc Fermé for the moment. We will join you again shortly here at Snetterton.
Okay, so the trucks about to make their way out from the assembly area then. We'll give you the grid for our final truck race, our final race on BARC TV this weekend. 81 Mark Taylor will start from pole in Division 1 alongside the 33 of Steve Thomas. Second row number 7 Stuart Oliver and 69 David Jenkins. Row 3 number 11 Martin Gibson and number 1 Ryan Smith, and the earlier winner number 18 John Newell starts from the back of Division 1. Will we see 5 different winners this weekend? Already wins for Gibson, Smith, Jenkins and Newell. Will we see a new winner in Division 1? By contrast, Division 2, Craig Evans and Stephen Powell starts on the front of Division 2. Second row number 6 John Powell and 41 Simon Cole. 46 Bradley Smith and Craig Reed. We said by contrast he's going for 5 wins out of 5. Starts on the third row of Division 2. Behind them we should see Adam Bint, number 5, who failed to finish the earlier race, pulled up at Palmer's Corner, and Brad Smith, who failed to start that race, and 32 Jock Borthwick should complete the grid. Hopefully we'll see the 16 and the 32 out there. They're up to the grid then behind the pace truck. I was told there was a new driver for that one. It was Sean Taylor. Somebody else driving the pace truck now. And Stuart Williams from Martin Oliver Transport's driving that machine, so thanks a lot to him. Stuart Minion Williams, as you know. Look out for Minion toys in the cab if we can see that. Mark Taylor on pole then. Can he and Steve Thomas maybe take a win here? Maybe Stuart Oliver. We haven't had a repeat winner in Division 1 yet. We've only had 1 winner in Division 2. Will it all change here? Completely different conditions then. Now there's a board being held out by the marshal there on the rostrum. It'd be appreciated if you could turn that round to our camera so I could see what it says. I would imagine it says 2 laps behind the pace truck to get used to the conditions, because that's what normally happens. If conditions are markedly different to qualifying or earlier races, they normally have drivers do an extra green flag lap or rolling lap to acclimatise to the weather. Is that what it says there? We can't tell. Yeah, I think it does say 2 green flag laps. You can just about see it there in the marshal's hut. So I think we'll get 2 laps behind the pace truck, which now leads them away. So Mark Taylor, number 81, on pole, the Taylor's Haulage MAN, alongside the Thomas's Haulage truck of Steve Thomas. 2 GT tyres trucks there. John Newell goes from the back. Stephen Powell could be in prime position in this one. He's had a quiet weekend so far. With Craig Reed taking 4 wins, he's pretty much wrapped up the Division 2 title now, with the rounds to go at Pembrey and Brands Hatch. I must say a big thank you to our camera crews out there as well in these wet conditions. Apologies for any gremlins with our equipment from that heavy rain. They've got through it, so well done to them. Thanks to all the volunteer marshals staying out on their posts through the rainstorm earlier on. And to all the other officials, the recovery crews, the medics, and everyone else. Let's finish in style then, here on BARC TV. You're back in action in a few weeks' time with our next live stream coverage. Certainly been plenty of live streams on the circuit, haven't there? I believe that our next live stream is going to be October at Pembrey with the trucks plus support. It'll be, we think, 2 laps behind the pace truck. Just acclimatising to the weather. Getting ready then for our final race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here on the Snetterton 300 circuit in very wet and greasy conditions. This will be a 15-minute race. Craig Evans and Stephen Powell leading the Division 2 trucks around. Mark Taylor and Steve Thomas at the front for Division 1. Division 1, we could see 5 different winners this weekend. One more lap behind the pace truck car. Good to see Jock Borthwick is out there. Number 32 we caught a glimpse of there. We haven't got Brad Smith though, I don't think. Adam Bint is there in the black Volvo. John Powell's there, Simon Cole, Craig Reed. No Brad Smith, his truck broke down earlier on. Good to see Jock Borthwick out there, hopefully get to do some racing laps here at least and get some points on the board. GT Tyres MAN pace truck supplied by Martin Oliver Transports leads them round. Ryan Smith already looking fired up there. Most of a lap to do yet before we go green. Thanks to all of you for watching across the course of the weekend. Hope you've enjoyed the action. Some great racing, both cars and trucks. We join the trucks again in October, of course, at Pembrey. Looking forward to that meeting at Pembrey. We've got the trucks there, we've got the junior saloon cars, the MG Owners Club, we saw them here yesterday, and the Welsh Sports and Saloon cars will be racing at that meeting as well. Plenty of car racing support then, the Max 5 for everything Mazda as well. That's all at Pembrey, October the 9th and 10th. That's our next BARC TV action. Division 1 at the front, the more powerful, the more modified, more pure race truck machines. Slightly less powerful trucks in Class 2, Division 2, start behind them. Can Craig Reed make it 5 out of 5 in Division 2? Jock Borthwick, a newcomer this season. Some impressive results at Donington earlier this year, but it's been a weekend of struggle. Couldn't get the Iveco to run properly earlier in the weekend. Ready for our final race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here on the Snetterton 300 circuit in very wet and greasy conditions. Will we see 5 different winners from 5 races in Division 1? By opposite, will Craig Reed make it 5 out of 5 in Division 2? Mark Taylor, number 81, 33 Steve Thomas will lead the Division 1 trucks away. It's number 10 Craig Evans and 3 Stephen Powell on the front of the grid for Division 2. This will be a 15-minute race. Extra green flag lap to allow the drivers to acclimatise to the wet conditions after a heavy rainstorm a couple of races ago. Here we go then. Pace truck about to pull into pit lane, and then we'll get ready to feel the noise once again. The big rigs about to be unleashed for their final race of the weekend. Here they come then up towards the red lights. When they go out, Division 1 will be unleashed. It's a flag start for Division 2 a little further back. Here we go then, waiting for the red lights to go out. Here we go. The power comes on and off they thunder down towards the first corner at Riches. Good start by Steve Thomas. Good start by David Jenkins. Straight through from the second row. Ryan Smith trying to come up the outside as well. It looks like it's going to be Jenkins who leads into the first corner. Ryan Smith's trying to go all the way around the outside, though. This is going to be interesting into the hairpin. Stephen Powell a bit sideways. He goes wide. It allows Craig Evans to lead Division 2. Now, who's got the leads? David Jenkins as they come into the hairpin for the first time. Jenkins from Steve Thomas, and Ryan Smith got shuffled back again. He went too wide, and look at Martin Gibson. He's gone off on the outside. The front of the truck completely obscured by mud. Oh, lovely slide. Stephen Powell, look at that. Well, 10 points out of 10 for style, but he might lose the lead here to Simon Cole. Or is he? Because they're coming into a left-hander next. Martin Gibson can't see where he's going. Stuart Oliver running wide there in the number 7. Who's going to be leading Division 2? Powell's held his lead ahead of Simon Cole with that beautiful slide through the hairpin. Talking of sliding, Craig Evans might have got a push there from Craig Reed through Palmer's corner as they start to sort themselves out. David Jenkins leads from Steve Thomas, Ryan Smith, Mark Taylor, Martin Gibson. I don't know how he can see where he's going. He ploughed wide into the farmer's field, I think they're on the outside of Rich's corner. As they sort themselves out in Division 2. Bradley Smith has dropped to the back of the pack in number 46, but it's David Jenkins who leads the way. Is he going to make it 2 inches? Locked up there coming into Oggies briefly. Gets the truck stopped. Being closed down by Steve Thomas, looking for his first win of his comeback season. Ryan Smith is up to 3rd in the number 1 Mercedes, the 5 times champion. Martin Gibson is 4th. Then it's Mark Taylor, Stuart Oliver and John Newell. Stephen Powell, number 3, leads Division 2. Craig Reed's come through into 2nd already. John Powell up into 3rd. Stephen Powell driving in the style of the great Swede, Kurt Goransson. He used to be permanently sideways. Craig Evans has had an off onto the grass there at Oggies. He drops to the rear of the pack. Have we lost Jock Borthwick again in there somewhere? No, there he is. The white Iveco is in there. So David Jenkins now being closed down by Ryan Smith, who's just got past Steve Thomas at Brundle's corner up into 2nd. Jenkins sideways. Down towards the bomb hole. 4th is Martin Gibson. 5th Mark Taylor. Then Oliver, Newell, Stephen Powell, as sideways as he can get the MAN. Craig Reed is on his tail. I think Craig's going to make it a maximum score, which would almost certainly secure him the Division 2 title. Here comes Ryan Smith. He's having a look. David Jenkins won't give him room. They're big rivals, these two. Smith clips the back of Jenkins. He's on the grass. He's going to go across the inside of the corner. Look out, David Jenkins. Ryan Smith gets the lead, but he cut the corner there. Not that Jenkins gave him a lot of room. We said earlier there's a big rivalry between Smith and Jenkins, and they're at it again at the front of the field. I think Ryan Smith will give the lead back, and Jenkins leans him across towards the pit wall there. Martin Gibson's up into 3rd place, but Ryan Smith, no, he doesn't give Jenkins the lead back. He's got the lead there down towards Riches, and the Mercedes into the lead. Well, that's an interesting incident. There's going to be a bit of controversy over that, I think, because the way I saw it there, Smith went across the grass on the inside of Murray's corner and came out in the lead ahead of Jenkins, but Jenkins really didn't give him room on the entry. He had no chance but to go across the grass. So Smith from Jenkins. Here comes Martin Gibson now in the number 11 MAN. It's Ryan Smith with the lead in the number 1. 4th is Steve Thomas, a better run from him. Then it's Stuart Oliver, Mark Taylor. Taylor running wide there at Palmer's. John Newell at the back in Division 1. 1 race 4, but with the reverse grid system used, he's stuck at the back in this one. Division 2 is still being led by Stephen Powell. And just about to see Division 2 through the spray in the background. He's holding off Craig Reed. Jenkins under fire now from Gibson and Thomas. Ryan Smith a bit sideways there on the exit of Agostini. David Jenkins will be fired up here. He'll be even more fired up in a minute because Martin Gibson's trying to go through for 2nd place. Side by side, Gibson is through. Coming into Hamilton's there. Jenkins fights back, but Gibson's got 2nd position. He's washed the mud off the front of his truck. Goes a bit wide at Oggies, goes very wide at Oggies, but he's held it together. Stuart Oliver's in there as well. 4 trucks line astern for 2nd. This is allowing Ryan Smith to escape in the lead. A spin there, Mark Taylor's gone. He was 6th, but he won't be now. Now, don't get it bogged down in the grass. We don't want a red flag. John Newell's gone through into 6th place as a result of that, and Mark Taylor, I think, is going to have to let the Division 2 field through here. Yes, through they go. Taylor rejoins at the back. Craig Reed up the inside, coming out of Williams. He's going to take the lead in Division 2. Now, side by side, is Reed going to come through? Yes, he is. Mark Taylor's got going again. Didn't get it bogged down in the grass. That's good. Here are your leaders in Division 1. Ryan Smith, Martin Gibson, David Jenkins. Sliding about there ahead of Stuart Oliver. Oliver's got past Steve Thomas into 4th place. John Newell is 6th. This is the wettest part of the circuit, I think. And next through, here comes Craig Reed. He's going to make it a maximum score, I think, in Division 2. It will be a perfect record. He'll be almost unassailable in the championship, I would think, if he does so. Now, Martin Gibson, has he gone in too quickly there into Murray's? We saw him do that earlier on. No, he saved it. He's still there in 2nd. Then Jenkins, Oliver, Thomas. Ryan Smith out front. The black and white flag goes out. It's come up on the timing screen. Truck 1 under investigation for incident at Murray's with truck 69. We saw what that was. So Ryan Smith is under investigation by the stewards for that incident. Tricky one to decide because he didn't really have any room on the outside. David Jenkins didn't really leave any room, but Ryan Smith got the lead effectively by cutting across the grass. So a controversial one. Smith still leads. Division 2 is led by Reed, and Jock Borthwick's got past Steve Powell as well, up into 2nd. So a better run by the Scotsman this time. We have got just over 8 minutes of this race to go. Martin Gibson giving chase to our leader. Jenkins 3rd ahead of Oliver. Then it's Steve Thomas. Now Martin Gibson, is he catching Ryan Smith? He's just in a purple Sector 1, so he is the quickest of all in Sector 1. Here comes Stuart Oliver attacking David Jenkins. Dodging about on the tail there. Jenkins holds the inside line through Agostini. All over the back of Jenkins here, Stuart Oliver. Did he clip the back of him there, going up towards Hamilton's? He's determined to get through here. You can tell it's the last race of the weekend, can't you? I think he did clip the back of David Jenkins briefly there. He's sliding all over the place, Stuart Oliver. See a bit of damage to the wheel arch there on the left rear of the Jenkins truck, but is that from the possible contact with Ryan Smith earlier on? Smith and Gibson have got away in front. They were separated by 1.7 seconds. We'll see what the time through Sector 2 is, whether Martin Gibson is closing. Steve Thomas still there in 5th. Mark Taylor still sliding all over the place further back. Oh, and a bit of contact there. That's the Powells. They go off. Stephen Powell, he's not had a successful weekend as we heard in his interview earlier, and he's tangled with John Powell. Family ties ditched. Adam Bint gets through, so does Mark Taylor trying to recover. There's a bit of Stephen Powell's truck left behind on the grass there, and there's damage to the rear of John Powell's truck. Like I said, you can tell it's the last race of the weekend, can't you? Adam Bint's now behind Stephen Powell. So what's that done to the standings in Division 2? We'll have to see when they come through. Craig Reed still leading it, ahead of Jock Borthwick. Ryan Smith still leads Division 1. Into Murray's. Martin Gibson is definitely catching the race leader here. But Ryan Smith did a purple Sector 2, 1 minute 2.14. Is he going to get the quickest lap of the race here? The gap was 1.7 seconds. It's now 1.9 seconds. Yes, Ryan Smith responding there to the pressure from Martin Gibson. Stuart Oliver has got ahead of David Jenkins, up into 3rd place. Thomas is 5th. John Newell 6th. Craig Reed 7th, and he leads Division 2. What can Martin Gibson do? Can he catch Ryan Smith? They're both going for their second wins of the weekend. Big lock-up. Ryan Smith's going off. He's gone straight on at the hairpin. Oh, I've been waiting for somebody to do that all weekend in these damp conditions, and Ryan Smith goes straight on. Now, has he bogged down? He doesn't want to get bogged down in the mud. He's getting going again. And Martin Gibson says, thank you very much, I'll take the lead. Oh, disaster for Ryan Smith. And he is going to be turning the air blue inside that cab. Now, how many places has he lost? He just locked the brakes up there, going into Wilson's hairpin. So Martin Gibson leads. Stuart Oliver is up into second place. Jenkins is third. Steve Thomas fourth. He's down to sixth, Ryan Smith, behind John Newell. I wonder if that's what Martin Gibson did on the first lap, because we saw his the front of his truck covered in mud. I reckon he's gone in there as well on the first lap. So he leads now. It's GT Tyres trucks 1 and 2 with just under 5 minutes to go. Martin Gibson sliding about there. He can't believe his luck. If he wins this, I reckon he'll be leading the championship at the end of this weekend in Division 1. It's about sums Ryan Smith's season up, doesn't it? Poor old Ryan. So he's down to 6th. Martin Gibson leads from Stuart Oliver. Now, if Oliver can get past Martin Gibson, we will have 5 winners in Division 1 for the weekend. I can't remember the last time that's happened. Jenkins third, sideways Steve Thomas fourth, and here's our leader in Division 2, Craig Reed. Jock Borthwick behind him, and Borthwick actually on the last lap did close in by a couple of seconds on Craig Reed. Could he end his maximum here? We've got just under 4 minutes to go. Now Ryan Smith is fighting back. He's on the tail of John Newell. You can see him in attacking mode. He's angry. He's frustrated with himself. He'll be furious with himself, Ryan Smith. He's going for John Newell. Up the inside towards the bomb hole. John gives him room, and through goes Ryan into 5th place. There's the Division 2 leaders. Reed from Borthwick. Now who's third in Division 2? It's Bradley Smith, number 46. Simon Cole in the pink Mercedes is 4th. And then it's the Powells, I think. John Newell behind Ryan Smith now. Ryan trying to make his way back up the order. Flings the truck through Murray's. There goes your leader. Martin Gibson. You can see a great splash of mud up the cab window there. He leads Stuart Oliver by just under 3 seconds, but Oliver's just done the fastest lap, 2:55.015. Now, can he catch Martin Gibson and make it 5 winners out of 5? There's always a chance Martin Gibson could do what Ryan Smith did, and as I say that, he runs wide on the hairpin. Keeps it on the tarmac though. Stuart Oliver second. Third is David Jenkins, fighting with Martin Gibson for the lead of the championship, of course. Then Steve Thomas, he's having a good run in 4th. Gibson doesn't need to take too many risks here, otherwise he'll be sliding off on the grass. David Jenkins flings his MAN through Palmer's corner. Still third ahead of Steve Thomas. Now Reed and Borthwick separated by 2.3 seconds. Yes, Reed a second quicker on that last lap. So Craig Reed safe in the lead of Division 2. There he is. He's going to make it 5 out of 5 by the look of it. Jock Borthwick in his mirrors. Bradley Smith, Simon Cole. Next in Division 2, well, next in the order is Mark Taylor, recovering after his earlier off. Then we've got Stephen and John Powell. Then Adam Bint. And finally Craig Evans. Craig Reed heading for 5 out of 5 in Division 2. Again, I can't remember the last time that happened. It was probably either Stephen Powell or Luke Garrett that did it. Haven't seen Luke Garrett on track this year. There's Craig Evans. He's running at the tail of the field. Nice little slide there through Palmer's corner. He's enjoying himself at the back of the pack. Here come your leads. Martin Gibson from Stuart Oliver. Be last lap this time. There's less than a minute left on the clock. Third place is David Jenkins, still ahead of Steve Thomas. John Newell is 6th rather, behind Ryan Smith. I don't think Smith will make any further progress up the order. Well, the run of new winners this weekend I think is going to come to an end unless something happens to Martin Gibson on the final lap, because I don't think Stuart Oliver's going to catch him. But we will wait and see. We don't want to put the curse of the commentator on Martin Gibson. towards the start of the last lap. 10 seconds left as he crosses the line. There's the last lap board. Last lap of the weekend for the trucks here at Snetterton. The gap is 4.7 seconds. A new fastest lap for Gibson, 2:53.7. Jenkins third, Thomas fourth, then Ryan Smith. What a roller coaster weekend for Ryan. John Newell sixth. The other Division 1 truck is Mark Taylor, well down in among the Division 2s. Again, Gibson runs wide through the hairpin, but he's not under any immediate threat from Stuart Oliver. I think GT Tyres just want a 1-2 here. Well, Martin Gibson, what a season. Could he win the British Truck Racing Championship for the first time? David Jenkins has won it a couple of times before. Could we have a new champion this year? He's had such rapid form. He's qualified on pole, I think, at every round this year. Even a face full of mud at the start of the race couldn't slow him down. We're going to have, by the look of it, a first-time champion in Division 2 as well, because I can't see Craig Reed being caught now. There is Gibson through Hamilton's. It's going to be an interesting run-in through Pembrey and Brands Hatch. The amount of bad luck that Ryan Smith has had with his new Mercedes this year. I don't think he'll catch Gibson and Jenkins. It's going to be an interesting fight between them. There is Craig Reed, leading the new sensation in Division 2 this year, Jock Borthwick. He's had some good results. He hasn't had much luck with the truck this weekend, making up for it with a second place here, but I don't think he'll catch Craig Reed. A time of change, perhaps, in the British Truck Racing Championship. No, it's been unpredictable all weekend in Division 1, but in Division 2, we're going to have that rare thing, a 5 out of 5. Here's your leader. He's already sliding in celebration there. Martin Gibson. He's happy. Now Ryan Smith could take Steve Thomas here for fourth place rather in Division 1. Mercedes has caught the MAN. And David Jenkins has slowed a bit as well. So we've still got a fight going on for third. But it's going to be Martin Gibson. And I think he's going to come away from this weekend for the first time in his career leading the British Championship. Round Murray's for the final time. Stuart Oliver, his teammate and his mentor in second place. GT Tyres are going to take a 1-2 in our final race of the weekend. 2 wins for Martin Gibson this weekend. Second will go to Stuart Oliver. Now who's going to be third? It's going to be David Jenkins. Now who's going to take fourth? I think Ryan Smith has got ahead of Steve Thomas on the final corner there. Yes, he has. Jenkins will take third. Ryan Smith has to settle for fourth. Thomas fifth. And John Newell will take sixth. Meantime, Division 2. Who could have predicted this? It's going to be a maximum. We don't see this very often. It's going to be 5 races, 5 wins this weekend for the man from Stoke, Craig Reed. And surely he's heading for the Division 2 Championship with form like this year. Craig Reed, 5 races, 5 wins. A perfect score for Craig Reed this weekend. Jock Borthwick makes up for a disappointing weekend with second. Bradley Smith, another excellent result in third. He's come of age this weekend. Next home, it should be Simon Cole in the Mercedes. Some better results for the team Hardman. And behind him, we have got Mark Taylor, the last finisher in Division 1. Next is John Powell, number 6. Then we've got Adam Bint. And next home, Stephen Powell, the reigning Division 2 champion. A disappointing weekend for him. Stephen Powell across the line. Craig Evans will be the final finisher. All 15 starters making it home that time. We'll give you the provisional results in a moment. We will hear from Pointy down in Parc Ferme as well, but here's your provisional results. Martin Gibson the winner by just under 4 seconds ahead of Stuart Oliver. David Jenkins taking third. Ryan Smith taking fourth from Steve Thomas on the last corner, but it could have been a win for Ryan. He went straight on at the hairpin midway through. John Newell 6th, ahead of Division 2 winner Craig Reed, a clean sweep of wins for him, ahead of Jock Borthwick, then Bradley Smith, Simon Cole, Mark Taylor recovering from a spin to finish in 11th place in 7th in Division 1, then John Powell, Adam Bint, a disappointed Stephen Powell, and Craig Evans completing the 15 finishers. Well, we'll hand down to Parc Ferme in a moment then, and hear from Pointy with our race winners.
Well, welcome to Parc Ferme here, just after the last race of the weekend here at Snetterton, and what a race it is. Conditions were terrible, a wet slippery track saw these two GT teammates storming ahead in the first parts of the race. Let's go and talk to our first place driver, picking up quite a bit of mud, Martin Gibson. Absolutely fantastic performance out there. Well done. How do you feel?
For some reason I'm muddy. I don't even know how.
How did you get muddy? Did you have your window shut, no?
I don't know. That was really good.
That was fantastic to watch. I mean, that move that we saw you do around Agostini to go the outside line to cut across using the momentum for the inside. Well, we remembered you doing it.
I don't even know what Agostini is, so I'll take your word for it.
This bendy bit here, when you went, and then you come up that bit, you see, is with it now, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. And teammate Stuart Oliver. Yeah, why aren't you muddy?
I didn't drive on the mud, it was everybody else.
What a finish to the day, gentlemen. I mean, that was some fantastic racing. All the drivers got round in one piece, which I think is phenomenal. I mean, what a great way to end the weekend.
It was what I wished for, to be honest. A bit of rain, a bit of mud, get it going.
And another trophy to take home. And Stuart, another great result for you, of course, in second place. You know, coming from your previous weekend, it's great that you're back on track, and obviously you've still got it in you.
Just let me take my breath a second.
Okay, yeah. Do you want to sit down for a moment?
No, I was over the moon with that. You know, it was, that's as an old wise man would say, that sorts the men from the boys. You know what I mean? And there was no room for error in any way.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
and as you saw what happened,
some
ahead
errors
and
were
behind.
made. Yeah.
You know, but it's. You know, it's good, it's great that, you know, but I've just looked at the long range weather forecast. Pembrey's going to pour down and Brands is going to pour down, so onwards and upwards.
We should be okay. Well, fantastic news. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Brilliant result for you all. Well, as you can see, spirits are very high here at Snetterton Circuit. What a great finish to the British Truck Racing Championship. I'm going to hand back to Dave now, and thank you very much for joining me down here in Parc Ferme.
Okay, there we go then. That concludes the action in on BARC TV this weekend. I don't know about all of you, I'm exhausted just watching that. That was brilliant. Some superb racing across the course of the weekend. First of all, I must say thank you to Ian and Pointy down in Parc Ferme for their input this weekend. Thanks lots of them. Thank you to all the competitors and their teams for their entertainment here this weekend. Their teams and mechanics, of course, often forgotten about, keeping the cars and trucks running. Thank you to everybody for their entertainment. The British Truck Racing Championship, all the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Snetterton Saloons, and also yesterday we had the MG Owners Club as well. So well done to everyone for their entertainment here at Snetterton this weekend. Thank you to all the officials, the race control staff, to the medical crews, the recovery crews, and most of all our volunteer marshals for making racing possible. We could not go racing without all our volunteers. Next entertainment on BARC TV is on October the 9th and 10th when the trucks go to Pembrey in Wales, plus plenty of car races in support. We hope you can join us over 2 days in Wales for that one. Sorry about the weather here today. Apologies to those of you watching who spotted a few errors with our camera equipment. A bit of rain getting into our cameras at one stage there. Thank you very much indeed to our camera crews this weekend for braving the rain to bring us the action. Well done to all of them. Well, that's about all from here on BARC TV then. I think I'm off for a long lie down now. Thanks to everyone for listening. Thank you, all of you, for watching. We'll see you in a couple of weeks' time for the next truck action from Pembrey. That's about all from here at Snetterton. And this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here on BARC TV. Thanks for your support, everyone. Bye for now.